Yeah, I clicked her. Oh my God, man, yeah, these damn buttons. Uh, yeah, I wish I could find. Man, I have a I have a mobile keyboard, but I can't find a damn USB. I don't know what I did with it. It's kind of crazy. So the power button is close to the volume button. So I went to hit the volume button and I hit the damn power button instead. So that thing kicked me right off. That's just stupid. So let me just close that one out. I hate that, man. Because when you go live twice back to back, they get the first link, they don't never get the second link. So it's like just stupid. So everybody's gonna pull up to the last live. All right, Truth Ministries, peace, man. Yeah, definitely like the button as y'all are doing right, as you all are doing right now as you come in. So let me figure this out. Okay, so let me get all this started. Let me share this link with a couple supporters. And we're gonna have a good discussion tonight. Okay, so we got that out the way. Let me go ahead and do this right here. Okay, let me. Oh, all right. So while I'm waiting, let me give you guys something, some entertainment as we wait. This is the real DJ Focus. Dig. About to go in. Oh, summer. Yeah, I call it deniability. Niggas that's behind me wanna get rid of me. I sit and speak it into existence. It's my soliloquy. Squint to see the rest of the distance like it's a mystery. Then visually reflect on the differences in the history. Mentally prepared for the instances of the misery. Physically prepared to go distance with my agility. And if you're not respecting the nigga, then I'm officially really disrespecting this nigga with my ability. Really need to flex on you niggas, no on the really heat. Really need to check on you niggas for instability. Really got a message for niggas, so if you're listening, I literally connect to the listeners through the distancing. Cold summer, actually we had a colder spring. Governmental killing my people, I tend to notice things. Told us go and put on some gloves, keep our noses clean. Started weaponizing the virus and now I'm noticing black people dying. They lie whenever they told us things. Though it seems we in a nightmare, they sold us dreams, hoping things get better. Yet I see them exposing things. No hospital beds, medicine getting low it seems. Liquor store closed, turning niggas to sober fiends. Niggas turn to 20s to get up out of the COVID teens. Bro ain't never smoking his life, now he going green. Promethazine and codeine and got him the shoulder lean. Said you got the smoke and the coke and you getting dope to fiends. Give him the devil to lift the level of his dopamine. Bro is clean, now he sell coke and lean for frozen bling. All of it a plot from the government to control the king. Cold as spring, I'm just hoping we get out of it. Disrespectful system, so niggas getting recalcitrant. Now I get how it's ironic, it bugged me out a bit. Shit is getting real because the whole system is counterfeit. But I can see the death of an enemy, he allowing it. Obviously I'm blessed because he's sending me on a power trip. I can see your negative energy, I'ma silence it. Positive and negative energy, I'ma balance it. I can see respect that you give me when I'm about to spit. Y'all can see the blessings he give me because I'm talented. But y'all don't see the lessons he give me when I be doubting it. Honestly, he tests me to see if I make it out of it, yeah. So will we make it out this COVID crisis with no indictments? Or is it a plot just to control the righteous? I know they like it, I hope we fight it. It's just a shame that it took something deadly for us to know what life is, yeah. Damn, shout out to all the lifers. Keep holding your head up, my nigga, y'all can fight this. It's from the heart, it wasn't hard to write this. And I know we gon' make it, but I just wonder what the cost and price is. We had the loss unless we all decisive. I know you flaws to be the boss, but it's gonna cost us if we all divisive. We all corpses if we all divided. So I've decided there's no way to make it unless we all united. So let the war unite us. Woo! Bars! Just let the war unite us. Folk, you know, I'm like going off the phone, but I had to get that off my chest. Just wrote that, you heard? Whole summer. Let's go. Bars.
So you dig the real DJ Focus? You can find him on YouTube. Let me play something else while I share this link. You dig? Okay, let's do his last upload. So he got
She let me do what I want, she let me do what I do. She wanna sit in the front, she wanna chill with my crew. She always do what I say, but she never say what I do. I told her, baby, I'ma be a player, she said I ain't playing with you. I know she wanna be more than a friend, I let her go and she on it again. She said that life is so boring with him, she said she like how I ball in the gym. I said I'm not like the other guys, I just want your love. I said I run it, so left on the way, go run it up. Left on the way, go run it up. Let's run it up, yeah. Let's run it up on the way, go get it there. Whatever you want, yeah. We can get it away and go disappear. Come get in the front, yeah. I'm gonna take you away to a different gear. I knew from the top, I know that you was the one, so I whispered it in your ear. And then I'ma kiss your ear, and then I'ma glitter your wrist in here. She ain't the babe, but I had a hook up a line that was kinda like fishing here. I want you to come with no risk of fit. I want you to come cause you sick of here. I want you to come and get lost. Want you to come tell your boss you won't miss it here. I told you to listen, I listen here. Let's go take a trip to the Kokomo. Then take a week and go ski in the mines. Let's go take a trip to the Pocono. Then we can go sit in the ocean. I get you the kick to the open tour. We can go play and go be in the place the sweetest escape, and you know it though. We getting paper, I know you know. Me and my baby that stole the show. The season my cake and I'm on the go. I'm leaving away from my daughter girl. Your love is the drug of my sober no. Your love is the drug of my overdose. I want the love and the overflow. You're done with the scrub and you're let me do what I want. She let me do what I do. She wanna sit in the front. She wanna chill with my crew. She always do what I say, but she never say what I do. I told her, baby, I'ma be a player. She said I ain't playing with you. I know she wanna be more than a friend. I let her go and she on it again. She said that life is so boring with him. She said she like how I bought in the gym. I said I'm not like the other guys, I just want your love. I said I run it, so left on the way, go run it up. Left on the way, go run it up. Come get in the front, yeah. Do what you want, or where you wanna go. They shoot up they want, yeah. You know what they want, you know what I wanna for. I know from the jump, yeah. That you is the one, now they wanna know. Can you get a mind so we can make love while the sun coming up in the bungalow? I might have to cover though. She's so sexy, she thinks she uncomfortable. She said with me, her life is so wonderful. Then she kissed me and I know she wanna go. Said she with me cause I make her comfortable. He get 50, then I make 100 though. Said I'm litty, I got it, I run the show. You should quit me, they got it, they coming with. She told me get in the whip. She done told me to come get in the Lexus. I put it all in the wrist. I put it all in the wrist and the necklace. Got a all of them shaking, they missing you different than all of my exes. I got all of them chicks, I made all of them quick cause I know who she let me do what I want. She let me do what I do. She wanna sit in the front, she wanna chill with my crew. She always do what I say, but she never say what I do. I told her, baby, I'ma be a player. She said I ain't playing with you. I know she wanna be more than a friend. I let her go and she on it again. She said that life is so boring with him. She said she like how I ball in the gym. I said I'm not like the other guys, I just want your love. I said I run it, so left on the way, go run it up. Left on the way, go run it up.
all right. DJ Focus on YouTube. The real DJ Focus, I believe, is his social media name. All right. He from my hood, by the way. He been putting in work, bringing bars back. So the content is heavy if you follow the bars. All right, so let's get into this. Okay. I'm just setting up for the Jabari Swazi.
Oh, summer. Yeah, I call it deniability. Niggas that's behind me wanna get rid of me. I sit and speak it into existence. It's my soliloquy. Squint to see the rest of the distance like it's a mystery. Visually reflect on the differences in the history. Mentally prepared for the instances of the misery. Physically prepared to go distance with my agility. And if he not respecting the nigga, then I'm officially really disrespecting this nigga with my ability. Really need to flex on you niggas, not on the really heat. Really need to check on you niggas for instability. Really got a message for niggas, so if you're listening, I literally connect to the listeners through the distancing. Cold summer. Actually, we had a colder spring. Governmental killing my people. I tend to notice things. Told us go and put on some gloves. Keep our noses clean. Started weaponizing the virus, and now I'm noticing black people dying. They lie whenever they told us things. Though it seems being a nightmare, they sold us dreams, hoping things get better. Yet I see them exposing things. No hospital beds, medicine getting low, it seems. Liquor store closed, turning niggas to sober fiends. Niggas turn to 20s to get up out of the COVID teens. Bro ain't never smoking his life. Now he going green. Promethazine and codeine and got him the shoulder lean. Said you got the smoke and the coke and you getting dope to fiends. Give him the devil to lift the level of his dopamine. Bro is clean. Now he sell coke and lean for frozen bling. All of it a plot from the government to control the king. Coldest spring. I'm just hoping we get out of it. Disrespectful system so niggas getting recalcitrant. Now I get how it's ironic. It bugged me out a bit. Shit is getting real because the whole system is counterfeit. But I can see the death of an enemy, he allowing it. Obviously, I'm blessed if he's sending me on a power trip. I can see your negative energy, I'ma silence it. Positive and negative energy, I'ma balance it. I can see respect that you give me when I'm about to spit. Y'all can see the blessings you give me because I'm talented. But y'all don't see the lessons you give me when I become it. Honestly, you test me to see if I make it out of it. Yeah. So when we make it out this COVID crisis, no indictments, or is it a plot just to control the righteous? I know they like it. I hope we fight it. It's just a shame that it took something deadly for us to know what life is. Yeah, damn. Shout out to all the lifers. Keep holding your head up, my nigga. Y'all can fight this. It's from the heart. It wasn't hard to write this, and I know we gon' make it. But I just wonder what the cost of price is. We had the loss unless we all decisive. I know you flaws to be the boss, but it's gonna cost us if we all divisive. We all corpses if we all divided. So I've decided there's no way to make it unless we all united. So let the war unite us. Bombs! Just let the war unite us. Folks, I don't like going off the phone, but I had to get that off my chest. Just hope that word. Whole summer.
DJ Focus, you dig? Bars, bringing bars back. And real content.
You will open your third eyes and now your third eyes and now subscribe to the House of Consciousness. You will open your third eyes and now your third eyes and now subscribe to the House of Consciousness. Satellite TV, satellite TV, satellite TV, satellite TV,
Yeah, that is definitely one of my favorite intros for Sonetta. Yeah, that is definitely one of my favorite intros. I ain't gonna lie. Let's get
all right, peace and black power, family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness production. You see it in the chat. We're going to be dealing with 5.
Let's get that right.
Subscribe to the House of Consciousness. Sonetta TV, Sonetta TV, Sonetta TV, Sonetta TV, Sonetta
No lemons, no lemons.
All right. Come on, family. You already know. Subscribe. Do what you got to do.
Oh,
When
damn,
you come
wrong
in the
shit.
room, hit the thumbs up button for me, family. Let's get these thumbs up. Let's get the likes up so we can get these videos out, man. You already know what the title is. I know you see it in the chat. Okay? You see it in the chat. We're going to be dealing with 5G. Put us at risk. Is the code word 19 scared? Yeah. This is going to be one y'all.
So here's the Zoom link in the chat
to miss. So before we do that, Brother Polite, as it stands today, Brother Jabari is the House of Consciousness Floyd Mayweather champion. You already know what the title is. I said, man, you know what? How could I lose something just because I went on
So I
vacation?
put the Zoom link in the chat.
And
You want to get on the
now
panel?
I'm back.
Click that link.
So we're going to find out. And Polite, I got to make you an intro. But for now, brother, we got Jabari's intro. I hope you're ready.
Look at this intro. Look at even Jabari smile. They both smile on that one. Look, he can't stop blushing, yo. This intro. Yeah, everybody was smiling on this one. Yeah, look at Jabari. Look at Jabari's face, yo. Yeah, he can't.
Hey, yo,
He tried to drink his tea to stop from smiling, yo. Yeah, everybody.
I always use that little eye patch. Does that mean something?
Yeah.
Put that little eye Haru on his eye. Does that mean something?
Yeah.
He's about to focus or something?
That's his world. Yeah, you know what? Everybody, I don't mind that. You dig?
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind. I just want to know why he do it because he ain't dropping no knowledge. So.
He also explained that on one of his Jeremiah Judah asked him. So you got to check out the one with Eric Muhammad and Polite at the very end. Jeremiah Judah, I think the last time Jeremiah Judah questioned him, he asked about the second to last time he asked about the eye painting, and Polite explained his reasons for that. But yeah, but everybody, even like if you take it to boxing, like Adrian Broner had his beard and everything, but when it's time to box, he cut it off. Sean Porter had the braids, he cut it off. Then eventually they go into that mode anyway. So then Adrian Broner end up keeping the beard and everything, and Sean Porter end up rocking the braids. So boxing, people do that. People will have a look, and you'll think that's the look they're gonna have going in, but they'll have a whole different look going in. Either they'll keep the braids, or they'll braid their head for the first time, or they'll cut it off. So this is like some war paint to remind him that he's in a battle. Like there's no friendship here. It's do or die. So I get that.
I can dig it. I can dig it. Now that you done broke it down.
Yeah. I play basketball, so like even with the basketball players, like we have our little like uniforms. Some people wear jerseys, some people wear what they wear, and that's their motivation to go hard. So, but this intro is funny. You see Jabari couldn't stop smiling, and even
yeah, you know he was feeling himself at that moment. That's what that was.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely. So so Polite had his war paint on his eye, and Jabari had this introduction right here. This is funny. And like even when you go to like battle raps, you know, like certain dudes be having like little like you know, and like certain vibes. Some dudes would drink liquor or whatever it is to get into that mode, and then they just go bananas.
Yep.
Yeah, I can
So
dig it.
now,
A little suspect to me, bro.
we're not going to play the whole debate in one shot because you see it's 4 hours. We're going to play an hour, maybe maybe not even an hour, maybe just first round, stop, chop it up. Second round, stop, chop it up. But we don't want to go too long-winded on any round. We did it yesterday, and we didn't play 1 ounce of this damn, 1 inch of this debate. 1 second.
Yo.
Yeah. So let me go ahead and peace, Zen.
Peace, man.
What's up, man?
What's up, Saru?
What's going on, bro?
Peace.
What's good, fam?
Yo, they got mad at you for that Trump stat, bro.
Oh yeah, I saw that. But it's true. It's true if you know.
Yeah, you know what? Like we are an emotional people. Like we hate on people, and if they do any good, we'll deny the good. It's like, yo, we got to stop that. Yeah, you gotta if you want to use stats to break down a man, then those same stats you respect, you gotta respect the stats that build them back up. Period.
True.
All right. Let's get that out the way. So now we are here with our brother Polite.
Yo, we didn't see the intro. No, look, Jabari, the intro at.
We're gonna
How long? How far? Oh, you just started. All right.
Yeah.
of 12 minutes apiece. This is the heavy hitters. It ain't no 7 minutes or 8 minutes. And both of you brothers are.
Wait, you didn't play the intro? Oh, nah, we can't do that.
I edited.
Yeah, no, we need that intro.
What intro you talking about?
The
Signing
Jabari,
the intro.
yeah, the Jabari intro.
Oh no, Jabari.
Yeah, he meant to play it. I guess I never forgot.
What you got, a Floyd Mayweather joint?
Yeah, wait, is he live right now?
Yeah, he's still live with the mother.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
He on the pseudo stream.
Yeah.
He's really sad, man. Don't work.
All right. So where is the damn promotion for the
In
intro?
the pseudo sphere.
Brothers I met that was like, nah.
Let me see if it's in here.
That's what I was thinking. This looks like no, it's not that water. It's not
I thought it was towards the end.
May 1st is supposed to be a big guy. That's what he said.
right here.
Yes, I know. What the hell you do with your intro? All right. Is it in here? All right. We got more panelists joining. King Sosa. I know one of this. Okay, is it towards the end?
Shit, you might as well just rock out at this point, yo.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Man.
Yeah, just give me this last try right here.
What's good, Sosa?
You know, Polite got his war paint, and I want to just do Jabari some diligence and let his intro.
Why my girl asked me, she was sitting down while that Polite shit was on. She was like, does he have paint on his face? And I'm like, he was like, why did he do that? And I'm like, that's this nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's good, y'all? Peace.
Peace, Sosa.
What's up, Sosa?
It's a wrap. It's a wrap. I don't know what Sanetta did with it. But anyway, let's get into it.
Along with it. So I said, you know what? We're going to have a nice 12-minute round going back and forth. Shout out to Dr. Reggie, all the scholars coming out to see this. I see Nepal in the building. Shout out to the queen up in there. And first thing we want to do is let's start.
Yeah, Eric Muhammad was like, yo, y'all ain't no damn scholar. He said scholar. The school isn't it? The word school is in there somewhere. He said, none of y'all been in school. Y'all dropouts. Yeah, that was funny as hell, yo. Eric Muhammad took a shot.
With a coin flip. Who would like to go first? Let's settle that right now. Brother Polite, you are the challenger. Would you like to go first, Brother Polite?
On my irresponsible views.
So the debate right here is, will 5G put us at risk? Is the COVID-19 scare authentic or exaggerated? So if that's the subject, that's the subject. Will 5G put us at risk? So is it harmful to us? Is the COVID-19 scare authentic or exaggerated? There you go.
That was the question?
Right.
Oh, that's kind of like
you know what? Now I'm not sure, because sometimes Sanetta might word it a certain way that doesn't reflect the topic of the debate. I don't know, so we got to hear these guys.
You're gonna see as it play.
Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna find out the topic as it goes.
Yeah. Well, not even that. Like in the next couple of minutes, they like Sanetta is going to actually say it himself.
Okay. All right. So here we go. So I'll point that out, because when we debate, we get caught up on the side debates and the red herrings. We got to stick to the topic and judge the debate by the topic alone.
Yeah, that's why I was saying last night. I thought that Jabari stuck to it, whereas though we about to see Polite kind of try to venture off to get Jabari off. Yeah.
So let's pay attention to the topic, and if anybody goes off, let's note that.
Nice try. I do the coin toss though. But here's the deal. I mean, you know, I didn't clearly say I'm challenging Polite. My understanding is that you were the one that said that you wanted to debate. So I'm ready to do that.
So do you want to go first, Jabari, or you rather throw up the coin?
I have no problem going first or second. I have no problem. Either way.
Okay. What you want to do then, Polite? I leave it up to you, brother.
Let him go first.
Okay, so before we do this, first, I'm gonna let you go first, Polite, in your opening arguments, and then I'm gonna let Brother Jabari come back for his opening arguments. We're gonna give you 3 minutes for the opening argument. The time is 6:21. It's on you, my brother Polite. Opening arguments, brother.
Peace to the family. And I'm just here to say this is a momentous occasion. We're gonna deal with this with a great deal of decorum, a whole lot of integrity, but you're still gonna get some action. This will, in fact, be a barbecue. Minus my drunk Uncle Unc, because he always messes it up. So what I'm gonna do today is I'm going to give you sources from current events out of maybe newspapers or news. You're gonna get information from lab reports. Okay,
all right. You heard him say current events, right?
Right.
Keep that in y'all head.
Yeah, he said current events.
Different venues or several different places to substantiate my claim. The popular contention is that my present disposition is irresponsible and I should give it much more consideration. And what I have to say to that is I believe that Brother Jabari and the likes, their present disposition is irresponsible for not considering, because right now I have arrived at a conclusion that there is something to worry about in terms of the introduction of 5G as it relates to the coronavirus, but not exclusive to. I will demonstrate today that this coronavirus has been exaggerated and is being weaponized against our people. I will demonstrate today that 5G, whether advertent or inadvertent, is weaponized and will be weaponized against.
There you go. You heard him. The COVID-19 is weaponized. 5G is weaponized.
Yeah, somebody remember that weaponized. I got something to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that be the intention or not, there's enough sophisticated, brilliant people that work on behalf of our government.
Whoa, how? Wait, whether that's the intention or not?
Yeah, he create like all type of areas. Like it's weaponized. Is it?
How you gonna make a weapon unintentionally?
Oh yeah, come on, dude. Yeah. That's that great area. Like, come on,
talk
man.
about it now, or y'all want to continue with the video?
Yeah,
nah, go ahead. I mean, we definitely got to discuss every.
Nah, yeah. It's important to point that out, right? Because that could go over your head. The simple fact he first said it was weaponized, and now all of a sudden it's indirect.
Few words later, it's indirect.
Yeah, so he's already creating a rabbit hole to get out.
He formulating the rabbit hole right now. He conjuring it up.
Always get the butt of the joke. So whether it be the coronavirus or whether it be the 5G, I say that it's irresponsible to all of a sudden believe a people, believe a community, and believe a government that has perpetrated the worst acts of racial animus against us, that have perpetrated the most evils against us and people world over. But once we started coughing, suddenly the white man can do no wrong. Once we started sneezing, the white man can do us no harm. Now he's telling the truth. Now we have to hear the epidemiologists all of a sudden. Negroes, they never used that word in their life. Now they live and swear by it. Now we have amnesia when it comes to the hells that we've been subject to when it comes to America. We've been raped, robbed, pillaged, castrated, and in some other instances, double castrated. But we don't see the politics. We don't see that the means does justify an extremes, and we're on the extreme part of the means. This is not our game. We're the ones subject to it. And today I'm going to, in great fashion and thorough fashion, I'm going to show you, brothers,
I just want to, real quick,
they are not to be trusted. We have reason.
I just wanted to clarify. He said coronavirus and 5G are both being weaponized against Black people, right?
Yeah, directly or
I understand
indirectly.
that term, weaponized. You want to
But
define that?
I just want to make sure it was both that he said, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said COVID-19, then he said 5G.
Not to trust them. And if we're going to be successful in any endeavor against any attack made against us, we got to stop conforming and subscribing to their media tales about what we should do. And we have to beseech independent researchers, because the ones that we have been listening to are funded by the very people who want to confuse us. It's funded by the very people that want to bamboozle us, hoodwink us. That's what I'm telling y'all today. So I'm going to have a great time in my demonstration. I got a great deal of love for my brother right here. That's undoubted. Okay, but what I must tell my brothers and sisters out here, that I am disappointed with my brother Jabari, Dr. Ma'at, my brother Ankh, Rob Bourne, Lord Abba, brother Corey, and everybody else that want to jump on this damn train. I'm throwing them all under the bus today. Jabari is my primary focus, but I got several other people that got him in the scope. They all going down, blood all over the floor. No games played today.
Damn, man. I tried to give a little warning earlier today with Dr. Ma'at. I said Polite is going to attempt to knock out 5 heads with 1 rock. I did say that on the show. I ain't give them no names, but my brother Jabari, it's on you, my brother, for your opening argument. And the time is 6:26, my brother.
Am I good? You ready?
Yes, you good. Okay. You good.
Let me first say peace to the Son of the TV Studios Black News 102 family. I have always been honored to come before you to talk about some of the most important issues of the day. This global audience of primarily African people who are attempting to understand how we must go forward. Now, let me say that I certainly never wanted to debate Polite. Not because I don't believe that I could actually succeed. That's never been an issue for me. But because I think that most of what he has said publicly through the years that I have been familiar with him, I agree with. And I think that people have often wanted us to see us debate because it is the kind of entertainment that they'd actually like. And I'm really not as much about entertainment as I am helping Black people move forward in power. I truly believe that that's a concern that Brother Polite also has. And so debating him has not been something I've been concerned about. Well, today is a different day. Brother Jabari was ill for 3 weeks and woke up in a different world. I have seen a brother that I love, a brother that I respect, a brother that I am comfortable locking arms with take the sincere left turn. This brother has done things that I would say are irresponsible. He says that I'm his elder. We could have actually done this out of the public eye, where I would have said, here are the concerns about what I hear you saying. But to be honest, when I actually got better and reintegrated into the community and saw some of the things that had been said, I really think that he's doing us a disservice. I was forced into this debate. And I'm gonna tell you that I today am going to show you sources. I today am not going to show you things that are cherry picked from old sources and old studies. That is exactly what my dear brother is going to do.
Hear that, right?
And I'm going to talk about the topic. Now, I have never said this publicly, but you're about to hear it today. As I have watched my dear brother Polite over the years, I know that his chief strategy is to use terminology that will regale the audience, excite them with his facility in the English language, and at the same time, not talk about the issue. When we go in today, family, I'm asking you to mash 4 on your keyboard when you hear him do it. Let him know that you know that he's speaking around the issue, that he's being slippery.
Oh,
and
damn.
Brother Jabari does
That's
not.
That's why everybody was hitting 4. I kept wondering why people was hitting 4.
Today, Brother Polite is going to realize why he retired.
Yeah, so that was ingenious. He was saying when he goes off topic, press number 4. So you see the chat pressing 4. when they believe Polite went off topic.
Yeah, I didn't peep that when I was watching it.
That was a low key checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
what everybody pressing for?
But,
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
quickly though, because maybe I missed it, or maybe he hasn't gotten to it yet, because I have not heard Jabari exclusively state or explicitly state what he's going to disprove that Polite has said.
Well, he's going against Polite, so whatever.
But he still needs to posit his position, so that way we can gauge whether or not he actually does that. It doesn't make sense for him if he came to a debate to argue, he should already know what he's arguing against.
I think he may not.
It's in the title. It's implied in the title.
I understand that, but we just heard Polite exclusively state what he plans to prove.
Yeah, well,
all
right, so let me finish playing him out. Let's see if he actually says it.
Okay.
So remember, I didn't really watch all this, so let's see.
Why he recessed? Because he's gonna catch a bad one. Please. Where's Sinetta at? Since y'all call Sinetta the Don King, tell Sinetta to call that bitch up and see if he can get his ass in the ring for 10 rounds.
All right, man. So, listen, it's about to go down right now, brother Jabari. I want to let you know, my brother, that we're gonna give you the.
I guess that was it. So I guess
No. That was just the intro. This is the premise is coming up.
Okay.
First 12 minutes in the first opening round, and the first round is going to be called. The first round is, will 5G put us at risk, and does it have any connection with coronavirus that we should have any concerns about, my brother? So
I thought I remember them
first
doing
round, and I'm going to give you two brothers each 12 minutes apiece, and the time is going to start when you start, my brother. I'm going to put the time up. Polite, if you got your phone, you can also have your time ready. Brother Jabari, the time will start when you start talking.
Yes, thank you so much, Sonetta. Let me just once reiterate at the outset that this brother is a brother that I respect.
You starting now? You want me to start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I like him. When we're together, we enjoy each other's company. I will say, however, that if he is going to do something that is damaging to our community, I am obligated to speak. We are not going to let Brother Polite play semantic games, attempt to make intellectual arguments that are fun for someone who is an intellectual. He is an intellectual, while Black and brown bodies are in body bags. And so it is of critical importance for us to hold him accountable for what he said. And we're going to get it in today. So let me start by showing you part of a brief presentation I have. I'm going to share my screen here. And I truly think that this hopefully will put this in perspective. I also hope that it's going to prevent our dear brother from being as slippery as I have seen him been on this topic. And he's gonna know what I'm talking about. He's really gonna know what I'm talking about. Here we go. This is called Countering the Conspiratorial Connection Between COVID-19 and 5G technology. First of all, let's evaluate some of Brother Polite's spurious claims. He's made them. He's clearly made them. And then the first thing he does when he's called on them is he slips and he slides. This brother does more rope-a-dope than Ali ever did. He clearly has connected COVID-19 and 5G. And I will say to you, family, that it is inappropriate to do so. Why? Let me explain. If you were in a burning building and you grabbed your child and were running to the exit, and you were concerned about which exit was engulfed in flames or which exit had way too much smoke for you to successfully exit, and you came upon Brother Polite in the hallway and he said, you could get out on the second floor. There might be an exit on the second floor. The first thing you would say to him is there an exit or not? If you went to the second floor and realized there was no exit, you would have to say that brother just cost me my life. In many ways, I am arguing that is exactly what our dear brother is doing. Whether he is saying that COVID-19 causes 5G, it seems that there are some times that he almost says that, or he is saying there's a connection between COVID-19 and 5G. Either of them are irresponsible when black and brown bodies are in body bags. Let's listen to what Brother Polite has said. I want to establish his slipperiness. I want to establish the fact that he has been absolutely clear on this issue without being clear on this issue at the outset. Take a listen.
So now I was looking at this lady named Dana Ashley. She's putting a reference to this book, Magnetobiology. Yes. I said, not only put it, but make it a discussion book. Listen, she really went in on this point in the book.
Oh. Probably play it. Here we go.
This is very powerful. She was talking about the new technology, and I praying for the advancements in technology. One of the main things that we love and praise technology for, particularly Wi-Fi, we can make it move faster. It's all about speed. But once we get to 60 megahertz, the 60 megahertz is a massive oxygen. And in turn, what that does, the frequency impacts the oxygen. So when we're talking about oxygen is O, and that represents the atom, but when we're talking about O2, which is oxygen, now we're talking about the molecular structure, which means we're dealing with the covalent bond of the 2 electrons can stay in the innermost valence and 8 at max in the outermost valence.
You wanna pause it right quick?
Yeah.
We got a reference that it's called everythingrf.com, right? Everythingrf.com has a 2020 chart. It's called a global snapshot of the 5G spectrum. And I actually got this from that interview Sonetta was doing with one of the brothers Unc brought on, I guess. But it's a global snapshot of the 5G spectrum, and it actually tells you all the countries that have 5G, and it tells you the spectrum that they're licensed to broadcast.
Oh, I know what sites you're talking about. Just anybody who's sharing their screen, whoever's sharing their screen, type in.
But
5G
we can't introduce nothing that wasn't introduced in the debate. Like we got to stay in the parameters of what they provided. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So just pay attention to the spectrums he got, the frequencies he got right here, and then in a few minutes he's going to make an argument against that. But go ahead. I just wanted to kind of illustrate it, but go ahead.
Yeah. You know, because up to Jabari to catch it. You know what I'm saying? Just be fair. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, if we did want to reference it, it's 5G Max. All you got to do is Google search it and click the either the link or the image.
Drop it in the back.
I'm gonna send it to you, Ron.
All right, hold on. So I'm gonna play it so they catch on what he's saying.
Now we're talking about the molecular structure, which means we're dealing with the covalent bond of the 2 electrons can stay in the innermost valence and 8 at max in the outermost valence.
Is it possible for you to turn up the volume a smidge?
Nah, that's it. That's
low.
That's it.
It is low.
Yeah, the quality was bad. I tried to hear it play it all over again. It shit was kind of bad.
But you know what I can do? I can go to the actual clip. So let's go to his website.
Oh, the real deal.
Yeah. App shit. Okay. So.
That's if he put it on here. He probably just got it IG.
Nah, it was on here. So let's see if he took it off.
He probably took it off after yesterday.
I know for certain it's on the Rycon 2 channel.
Oh yeah, it's on that one, right? Yeah, so it wasn't on this one. All right. Yes, here. Oh my God. I already got it there.
Seep into the mass that you're breathing in. And you just count interest on prebiotics thinking you get bacteria is net. Why am I doing this? Your body the spin frequency when we compromising the structure. What happens, though it has 8 electron on each. Okay, she's speaking of frequency and how it gives a damn. I was looking up this lady, Dana Ashley, doing my research, and she referenced this book, Magnetobiology, Underlining Physical Problems, and I felt like this was a very powerful reference. Yeah, it's $213. Who gives a damn? The people don't have $213. I totally get it. But that's why we here. She made a great reference. She was talking about the 60 megahertz and how it interacts with the oxygen. Okay? She's speaking of frequency and how it impacts oxygen. And first of all, we know that oxygen refers to the atom, O, but when we see O2, we're talking about the molecule. And when we talk about the molecule, we're talking about covalent bonding, where we understand in the innermost valence of the electron, only 2 electrons can be held, but in the outermost valence of electrons, we can have as much as 8 there, right? We can have as much as 8, but what we see here is that we're sharing electrons, though it has 8 electrons in total. And this is what constitutes the oxygen molecular structure. What happens is 60 megahertz causes what? The electrons to spin. So what we're doing is compromising the spin frequency. When we compromise the spin frequency of oxygen, keep in mind it's covalently bonded, then oxygen can't do for us what we want, because now the body can't interpret what the hell that is exactly. And so you have what's called hemoglobin, which is a protein that's responsible for the uptake of oxygen so it can be distributed throughout the body. But those 60 megahertz, in the form of new technology that we ask for, we want our technology to move faster. We want technology to be more efficient. We want faster Wi-Fi. What they don't tell you is how the new technology runs concurrent with the same symptoms that they say that the coronavirus has. That's where we're going with this information. You may say, why is he talking about new technology? Because this technology didn't exist during the other episodes of coronavirus, where we was just using Lysol to get rid of that bit. I said bit. I might have said a little bit. I didn't mean to. So what we are saying is the hemoglobin is having problems using oxygen, and that's its job. Okay, so we're gonna go to the next slide and really figure this out. So technology, the new technology is creating problems in human beings, or anything that needs oxygen for that matter. And the problems that it's causing for human beings, those very problems run concurrent with the problems that we have with the said coronavirus. I hope you walk with me, because that's where the disconnect can come in with all of this. Because they're deferring our attention to a virus that's been around, though this is a new strain. They're deferring our attention away from the technological issues that are abound and its implications on biological entities such as human beings, and they are making us look at the coronavirus. But we're gonna go and we're gonna see. So now that we know it's hard for our body to use oxygen the same way, let's go to the next slide. Give me the next slide, baby. So the coronavirus targets, here are the targets, people with respiratory issues, elderly people, and diabetics. We know that elderly, their oxygen.
I think that was it on that one. So let's go back. Okay. Wait, is that the same chart? Oh, dang, I gotta stay here.
Okay.
I mean, I gotta stay here.
Levels are on decline. As you get older, it happens. Your metabolism slows down. Okay. And so we know oxygen issues.
Yo, see if you can fast forward to that part or something. Yo.
Well,
Let me look at that screen.
What does that say? Point.
Hey, sorry, Ashley. Points of contention. Okay.
Points of contention, right?
Go back. Well, what happens is when that doesn't work, the body just produces more insulin. And now you have way too much blood sugar. Okay. Woo! Okay, so coronavirus talk is what?
Probably later in the video.
People with respiratory issues did it again. Okay? We will not take one, we got it, that's it. So, what we're going to do is read around that word and deal with everything else. So, I want you to realize gut enterocytes. What are enterocytes? Well, you have enteroendocrine cells.
What are you looking for?
Listen to sound.
I mean, he's looking for that direct part that was on the last video.
Oh yeah, he did. He said already. This is it right here.
Oh, there it is right there. Bum. All right, bet.
Nah, but we already played it. Okay, so.
All right, yeah, so yeah, we can go back.
This is important. So what happens is with 60 megahertz when we use
Technology. So I want to just.
So now we see that 60 megahertz can cause electrons to oxygen, except for the biological part. It's possible. All the integrity of the molecular using.
So I want you to be clear that he is making the connection between COVID-19 and 5G. And I want you to also recognize that even on this slide, it says, this is his from his IG. You are vulnerable to the virus due to technology. So I want to just put that up front because I know that he's going to slip and slide. Not today. Not today. I'm ready for that.
Well, let's stop.
Listen to this.
So in 1918, radio waves were enveloped across this planet.
So 1918, radio waves will envelope something about the planet.
Across the planet.
Oh, the planet. So there you go. Envelope.
That's the whole planet, right?
Yeah, so 1918, radio waves will envelope across the planet.
Right.
And then what happened?
And then what
We had
happens?
the Spanish flu. And when does the Spanish flu happen?
And then the Spanish flu, and then when the Spanish flu happens, right?
When you said this happened in 1918?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's when Jabari got him. Yeah, so yeah, let me back up. Yeah, that was a big mistake. Jabari got him. All right, so back up.
Oh, Jabari got him already.
Yeah,
Walking himself into a bunch of problems.
Let's hear him again. That was crazy.
In 1918.
So it's funny because when he said 1918, I thought he was referring to the Spanish flu, but he's not.
Radio waves.
You heard it. 1918. Radio waves did what? In 19. The thing to pay attention to is the date. 1918. What happens? Radio waves did what?
Yeah, he explained. He said both of them took place: Spanish flu and radio waves.
Right. But I'm going to focus on the date 1918 and his point he's making. 1918 radio waves enveloped the entire planet.
Yeah, I got you.
Then he's going to make a correlation.
And when does the Spanish flu have its inception? In China. And then they decided to create radar waves.
Happened in China.
So he talks about radar waves.
Okay.
Spanish
in the
flu.
1960s.
1918.
They began to commercialize it. Okay. When they started initiating in 1964 and worked their way into 1968, the document. Okay. And militarize it. This is what it's really about. The militarization of the technology, not the technology that the laity has access to, but the militarization of it.
That's what Asiatic was preaching.
Of the technology is what we really need to talk about. Because that's a different type of impact. Okay? That's going to transcend your non-ionizing fields. That cell phones, microwaves, and radio waves are all on. So in 1968, we see what? We see the Hong Kong flu. Because the Hong Kong flu has its inception. In China, it's what?
If you know all those conspiracy
technology, we start finding a pandemic. Hong Kong is a pandemic. Okay.
Now, I want to be really clear about this. First of all, the Spanish flu, historians don't know exactly where the Spanish flu began. We'll talk about that later. I'm not sure why he thinks that saying China is going to excite people. But part of what he has to also recognize, he tries to say that Wuhan is where 5G testing occurred. That's correct. But it occurred in 16 sites around China. Why did we not see COVID-19 absolutely peak in any of those other cities? because COVID-19 and 5G are not connected. They're not connected. I'm going to give you more on that as we continue today. What I wanted to do during this round is to pin him down so that he does not do what he did with Ankh and Garfield. When they asked him clearly, what's your position? He did not speak clearly. And you could even see in the first video, he spoke extremely, he was speaking about everything else. So that he did not have, let me unshare for a second. So he did not have to actually be responsible for his words. I'm gonna say to you that what he has said is dangerous. Why is it dangerous? Let's go here for a second. I'm gonna play this video later. What I want you to see is exactly why I am saying that Brother Polite's actions are dangerous. Let's do this for a second.
Jabari had his shit together this time.
Here we go. I'm gonna share my screen. Now I want you to understand, I hope you can see this because I'm not gonna actually play it because I'll play it later so you can see the video. I want you to see that black and brown bodies are actually flying out of hospitals and morgues right now. Take a look at Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 26% of the population is African American. 73% of the deaths are African American. Chicago, 32% of the population is Black, but we are seeing absolutely 67% or more of the people who are dying are absolutely Black. So what am I saying here? I want you to understand that anyone who tells you that they think maybe there's an exit on to a second floor of a burning building, maybe there is, because they enjoy intellectual sparring. That's why Brother Polite is doing this, is absolutely doing something irresponsible. In a pandemic when Black people are dying, he should be clear about things, remedies, clear remedies that people can take. Instead, what he has done is he's told people that the cell phone tower is probably the issue. That's really dangerous when they should be staying indoors. It's really dangerous when they should wear a mask. We'll talk more about masks later.
Okay, so to make things simple, correct me if I'm wrong, he's saying that the COVID virus in this case is analogous to a fire, to a fire in a building. And he's saying Polite is playing down the fire by saying maybe there's a fire, you know. So I think that's where he's going.
Yeah.
Perceptions about wearing. Instead,
Well,
they concerned about a cell phone.
I was about to say more so like trying to find a downplayed scapegoat.
Yeah, he's misleading them. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say that he's saying that he's like, I would say he's likening COVID-19 to the fire, right? But he's saying that he's pointing you to less reasonable solutions that won't immediately help you, that may, you know, harm, that potentially put you in more danger. You know, right, of course, yeah. It would be more dangerous to go to the second floor and try to escape than trying to find an escape on the first floor. So not that there is not an escape on the second floor, but that you don't know for sure that there's an escape on the second floor, and that you're taking a greater chance of that than just trying to find the solution where you're at. You understand what I'm saying?
But also he's saying maybe there's not even a fire on the second floor. Maybe you're overreacting.
Right. So this is what I think. Maybe he knows it's some bullshit and he just trying to lead you to that shit anyway.
Yeah, well, he's just saying that the whole point is your argument is based around maybes, and it's not a definite. You see what I'm saying? So why don't tell me about the maybe shit. Tell me about what we know. You see what I'm saying? Versus what we just may be true, may not be true. Tell me what do we know? That's his argument.
The whole like they're missing the whole point. Like this is a pandemic that's going on that's causing people to lose their life. Might not
I think it was a poor analogy anyway, though, that Jabari is trying to use. Me personally.
I mean, subjective.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so I'm gonna play. Okay, but now same smoke. If Polite makes a bad analogy, let's be unbiased. If we hear Polite with a bad analogy, let's go ahead and point that out.
I've already heard plenty of things, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Tower. Brother Polite, you can't continue to do this. As your brother, I'm saying it is important for you to speak plainly to the people. As Malcolm would have said, make it plain. People are dying, and it is incumbent upon someone who has the kind of following that Brother Polite has to tell people things that will save them and their families. That is not what we are seeing. And that is why I am here, debating a brother who I respect, debating a brother who I consider a comrade. I had to do this today because I truly believe that it is incumbent upon us to speak plainly to our people, to speak truth to our people, not to play intellectual and semantic games, because we have a responsibility and an honor to speak to you. I want you to make sure that you don't let Brother Polite slip. Remember to match the 4 on your keyboard. Peace.
Damn, I kept missing that.
Yeah, somebody gonna break that number 4.
All right, family, let's get right to it. Brother Polite, do you need me to read the first one over for you?
You should put the comments up there.
Brother Polite?
He wants to make sure that Polite is clear on what he's, this topic right here, what they're building on.
You hear me?
He's muted.
Look, he finding some shit.
Yeah.
He muted himself out. He finding some shit now.
Oh.
There you go. Brother Polite, would you like for me to read it again? I will read it again so the people can get it. Ready? You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Will 5G put us at risk, and does it have any connection with coronavirus
Yeah, that was suspect. My man went missing for a little while, camera off and everything. Now it's
Then come back, eyes looking like he reading some shit or whatever, trying to fish through something.
That was definitely suspect.
we should have concerns about?
You know that last minute research.
You got 12 minutes.
Oh, you ain't seen the worst yet.
When you start, brother.
Oh no, I know.
Now, there's nothing wrong with researching as your opponent, is going in.
Oh, absolutely.
No, there's nothing wrong with it, but
it's just when he start trying to dig himself out of a hole, man, it gets.
Yeah, but what was wrong with just now? What was wrong with just now is your turn, and you're still researching on Jabari or like the great every time, and that you can't do that.
Especially when you tell everybody else, you talk shit about everybody else when they have research.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see why. That's why he makes the mistakes he does. It'll show up. You'll see.
I'm gonna just share my screen, all right?
Yeah, just let me know when to go. Let me know when you're ready.
This is right. You wasted all your time that round. Hold on. Let me get to this.
Yeah, my screen is like crazy.
Who is that?
In the background? I missed it.
Let me know if you can see.
I see it, brother. Are we ready?
All right, you see what I got there?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me I can't. Okay, let's see how this works. Great. So
okay, time will start, brother. We going.
COVID-19, politics and 5G, underestimation, the propagation of propaganda. Let's get to it. What is Jabari talking about? Okay, the purpose of this debate. Hold on, let me.
I paused your time. I stopped your time.
Good. It's the picture, the image. I don't want to see it. All right, bet. I'm good.
Okay, we resume.
Perfect. All right. What is Jabari talking about? The purpose of this debate is to disagree, not agree. I'll say it again, family. What is Jabari talking about? He's telling you I'm going to go against something that I'm actually for. The purpose of this debate is to disagree, not to agree. Now let's do this. I did come today to confirm that we are vulnerable to the viruses, including coronavirus. Viruses in general. I agree with you, Jabari. I don't know what you're doing over there, but that doesn't make me look bad. It makes you look bad. I also came today to confirm that there is a connection between technology and this virus.
See the gray area he trying to create a gray area.
And as far as me being irresponsible, Jabari, as far as me being irresponsible, let me just do this. Hold on. Let me get to work. Oh, what the hell is that?
Nah, this had nothing to do with the debate, by the way.
Oh,
yeah, I think that's what he ran and got. I was like, I don't know why he did that.
A large portion of the debate had nothing to do with the debate.
Yeah.
This is where he changed up the argument a little bit.
They were
so okay. Jabari's been going around town saying that he had COVID-19. And when he was asked, yo, did you get tested for COVID-19? Jabari said, see what happened was, how many times have we joked when someone says, you see what happened was, we normally was going to come, we know what's going to come after that, right? A damn lie. So if you didn't get tested for COVID-19 and you told everybody you had COVID-19, then damn it, you gave yourself a self-diagnosis. Nothing could be more irresponsible than that. You probably, because you can take drugs that correspond with.
How is that irresponsible though?
You have other people scared to
Red herring.
Talk about this later.
Right.
Irresponsible. Nothing could be more irresponsible than saying you got a deadly disease that you admit you never confirmed you had. Irresponsible. Wow. Straight out the gate. He spent his time agreeing with me. I'm gonna spend my time disagreeing with him. Okay, so the House passed bills to gain upper hand and race to 5G. I want everybody to know that the politics that exists with America is the U.S., okay, you can see by Emily Barham, the U.S. has long warned against allowing China to set the standards around 5G network development, pointing to Beijing track's record to disregarding human rights and intellectual properties. Meanwhile, the Secure 5G and Beyond Act, which passed 4133, would draw up a whole government strategy to protect U.S. telecommunication networks from national security threats posed to Chinese telecommunication companies like Huawei and ZTE, which are currently leading the rollout of 5G networks worldwide. This is very important. I want us to go down here, okay, to the bottom left. The House on Wednesday passed a slew of bills aimed at giving the U.S. a leg up over China in the race to implement the super fast next generation wireless networks known as 5G. Y'all can screenshot this and keep all of this. I just want you guys to know that on the next side, on the right-hand side, you see why Britain's wide decision frustrated lawmakers. It's a threat to national security. So now one of America's alliances, which you'll read in this article over here, connected with a Chinese company for technology that if they were to hack into our system, they could get in there quicker and get out before our system can even recognize it or defend ourselves against it. So they're in a race to compete against China. That means even if the technology implicates us in any way, the question is, which one is more important, national security or the niggas that might be impacted by it? That's what I want y'all to think about. So according to FCC, Federal Communications Commission, we're going to see that if you download FCC 19126A1, which is a PDF, I want y'all to check it out. I want you guys to consider this when we listen to Jabari. Data has not been updated since cell phones were introduced. So according to the Federal Communications Commission, the data that Jabari or anybody else wants to talk about in terms of if electromagnetic waves will impact us biologically for the worse. Understand that the data that's being used, because they like talking about outdated data, how about the regulations for the electromagnetic energy that can impact us has never been updated since cell phones came out. Okay, I'll say this again proudly, in case y'all missed it. Data has not been updated since cell phones were introduced. If you study the FCC, who's in charge of these things, you'll realize there are no guidelines, but no safety standards. There are guidelines, but there's no safety standards. And you're also going to realize that the guidelines are based on 6 minutes of use. Meaning, if you use the technology that's in question past 6 minutes, we're in a threshold and we don't understand what the hell we might come out with. I hope you understand this. Okay, I hope you guys understand.
That's a bold claim, brother.
Yes, the energy levels associated with radio frequency energy, including both
It's over after this.
waves, are not great enough to cause ionization. Let's go here. Samsung warning. If you go online or you got a Samsung phone, it's going to tell you a minimum separation of 6 inches should be maintained with you and your phone. How many of you keep your phone in your back pocket? How many of you keep
Now
your
you see how he gets back? I talk about phones.
phone by your breast? Okay, but the energy levels associated with radio frequency energy.
How many times we seen Polite with his phone in his hand for longer than 6 minutes?
Oh yeah, Dan should be when he was doing his little.
Come on, fam.
Yeah. Now he
I'm
definitely
writing everything down, bro.
But yeah, you should be. Yeah. Because it's a lot of good.
Yeah, I'm just talking about his conversation. He's aiming it around phones, and you see why Jabari gets kind of frustrated with him.
Yo, Jabari about to take that ass. Keep playing it.
To cause ionization of atoms and molecules. Therefore, RF energy is a type of non-ionizing radiation. Other types of non-ionizing radiation include visible light, infrared, heat, other forms of electromagnetic radiation, relatively low frequencies. While RF energy does not ionize particles, large amounts can increase body temperatures and cause tissue damage. What we're going to do, and the FDA also lets you know that, hey, there's nothing they can do. They don't regulate any of this stuff, but they can fix it.
Yeah, but the FCC regulates it, right?
He just killed his own argument.
Complain about the shit that I got going on this computer.
Show y'all.
4G, like I want you guys to understand the difference between 4G and 5G is that the waves are higher in frequency with 5G, which means that since they're higher in frequency, they can't travel as far, so they have to put these posts up 500 to 1,500 feet apart. Right now, the technology that we're dealing with is 20 kilometers, and it's a little over 12 miles from one site to the next. But in this particular case, it is what, 500 to 1,500 feet, less than a mile apart. That's how they're going to be setting up the technology. Now, let's go forward right here. Diabetics subject to dirty electricity. What I decided to do was look at how today's technology is already impacting us for the worse. Because if we can confirm that today's technology is already impacting us for the worse, then it stands to reason if we raise the level of frequency, if we're already at risk from the frequency we already been acclimated to, then chances are if we raise the frequency, we'll be hurt even more. I hope this is fair for people to understand. So right here, we see the National Center for Biotechnology Information, very credible site, transient, okay, electromagnetic fields, transient meaning kind of on, off and on, not always on. In the kilohertz range, environment may be contributing to elevated blood sugar levels among diabetics and pre-diabetics by closely following plasma glucose levels. In for type 1 and type 2 diabetics, we find they responded directly to the amount of dirty electricity in their environment. When we go down to the conclusion, what we're going to find out, and you guys have it here for your own reading purposes, what you're going to find out is that this dirty electricity is in fact destroying the DNA. It's been confirmed. This is from technology we already have, folks. This is not from 5G. I just want to make this clear. This is from technology we already have. It is not from 5G. I won't digress. I'll continue to move forward. Here we have this. Okay, only 2.4 gigahertz of insulin resistance. And in that one, when you read the model, I left the model there so you can see the human beings that are involved. In this particular instance, we're going to talk about rodents. We're going to talk about a rat because we share certain genes with rats. It's a fact. So sometimes they're going to use rats instead of human beings to subject them to these type of ailments. Okay, the purpose here is a great concern regarding the possible adverse effects of electromagnetic radiation. This study investigated the effects of EMR-induced Wi-Fi.
The problem with that is that he's using specific rats. You see spray dowley rats.
Right.
It's not isolated to just rats in general.
Right.
Also, when you're trying to compare studies between rats and humans, the most important things to keep in mind is, especially in this case where he's talking about radiation emitting from Wi-Fi, the things to keep important are the range, as well as the fact that rats have a different external skin than we do. They have fur, and then they have a different layer of skin than we do. Ours is a lot thicker than theirs, so it can play a role.
Yeah.
But he's just gonna glaze over that.
45 gigahertz on insulin secretion and antioxidant redox systems in the rat pancreas. Okay, the results, we're going to go down to our data show that the weight and gain in Wi-Fi exposed group was significantly lower than the control group at 2.45 gigahertz. This is very low. This is before we do a 5G. So now we see insulin resistance can be brought about from being subject to a Wi-Fi signal at only 2.4 gigahertz. Okay, 5G will be more gigahertz than this. I hope people understand what I'm saying. The reason why I picked diabetes is because Black people have diabetes. So if Black people have diabetes, guess what's going to happen? We're gonna compound interest because coronavirus implicates people that have diabetes, and evidently the technology that we're dealing with now that we're subject to also implicates us. Okay, those of us that have diabetes. So when you put the two together, it compounds interest. So there's definitely a correlation. The correlation that I'm making is this: Black people who have diabetes can ill afford to have yet something else attacking them while they have diabetes. I want people to understand this, but I'm gonna keep going forward. Right here, we have this. Radio frequency. This is from the Lancet Oncology. We see that there's a cancer called glioma that attacks the central nervous system. And here we found the team concluded that based on studies of the highest quality of causal interpretation between mobile phone RF EMF exposure and glioma is possible. Smaller studies supported to similar conclusion of acoustic neuroma, but the evidence was not convincing to other types of cancer. So here we find that glioma mimics viral encephalitis. So we have a cancer brought about from radio frequencies from a cell phone that looks like a virus.
Cell phone.
This means that we don't know better, we can misinterpret a cancer for a virus that was brought about by a cell phone. And this virus in particular was encephalitis. But when we keep studying, we find out that the coronavirus and encephalitis actually look similar as well. Okay, so this is not saying that the technology creates the virus. The technology makes us more vulnerable, susceptible to the virus. And as we see, Black people are already targeted by the virus because the virus is an RNA virus. So this means that it takes control of the Golgi apparatus and the rough endoplasmic reticulum and creates a new mandate for what the cells need to do. Okay? And that doesn't help us. No way in particular. After I had the rush through what I was doing, I just hope you understand. I packed as much as information I possibly can in that very short 12 minutes time. Wish we had 15 minutes. But nonetheless, there's a connection between the two. And the connection is Black people are a target. And we need to take the electromagnetic waves just as serious as we take the coronavirus, because one makes us vulnerable to the other. And we can't have two things targeting our people and tearing us down at the same time. That's the connection. I did not say the radio frequencies create coronavirus, but there is a connection. Black people are we going with it?
All right, sisters, I'll let y'all build for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna get right back into it. Anybody?
Yeah, I wish I could see that source, but I hate when people do that. That's that sneaky shit.
So is he trying to say that the coronavirus, I mean, the 5G was literally like weakening our immune system and allowing the coronavirus to take over?
He's saying your ability to fight it off.
Yeah, he's saying both, actually.
He's saying both, yeah.
He's saying both, that it weakens your immune system, and he's saying that it causes a cancer that mimics the coronavirus. So what you're seeing or what you're diagnosing as coronavirus is actually the effects of the cell phone. So he's actually saying two arguments. Well, he does it a lot. You'll see, he's saying two.
Well, let's not go too far. So I do agree that he's saying both to the extent of the symptoms are similar, which I'm not even sure if they're completely similar. So you may think you have this virus when indeed is the effect of technology. Not that, and he's also saying that whether you get COVID-19, the technology around you inhibits your ability to fight off, the virus, as well as
2 in 1.
Can I ask you a question, Amber?
Go ahead.
Right,
do you think that 5G is causing, the virus or the symptoms of the virus or anything having to do with the virus?
No, 5G has not even really been completely rolled out, so no, I don't.
Hey, Amber,
but I also don't think that's the argument that he was making initially. Now I do.
What
you said what?
said
You
that's
said
why I'm
what?
trying to get that. I said that's why I'm trying to get that clear. I'm trying to see exactly what is his argument. Now, this is
But
Yeah,
that's Polite's
hold on.
debating tactic, bro. He
but
never
that,
make clear his argument.
I just want to ask Amber a question.
He
hold on,
fumbles
hold
argument.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
Hey,
on.
Amber,
I'm gonna let Unbiased ask his question, and
That's
then
the
I want to
question.
respond to what
hey,
you
Amber,
said.
did you? Because I went to the bathroom. Did you say that? Did he say which virus? Wait, the technology symptoms mimic which virus was he speaking about?
He was speaking about COVID-19.
Okay, so why did he say encephalitis? Why did he say that?
He said glioma is the cancer, and as a result of that, you sometimes get a viral encephalitis that mimics coronavirus.
Okay, so he believes encephalitis is a virus.
No, but there is something called viral encephalitis, which
It's
comes from a virus.
misdiagnosed.
Huh?
It's basically he's saying they're misdiagnosing
Yeah, he's saying both.
what it is.
Yeah, he's saying two things at
But
once.
this is my question. Listen to this. Remember you had your homeboy on here the other day, and he was telling us that all that the 5G technology and the routers are actually doing and the phones are actually doing is sending signals to radiation that's already in the air.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Right.
I don't get his argument based on that.
Yeah, and he said it was just a software update. Like it hasn't been rolled
it's
out.
just a software update.
Right.
Yeah, it hasn't been rolled out
It's
yet.
transmitting and receiving data. It's transmitting and receiving signals that
But-
you know.
But I did want to respond to Zen's comment. So I try not to go too far and try to decide what somebody means by something. I try to go by what they said, and he's exclusively stated that he's talking about technology in general. Now, because people keep trying to pigeonhole it to this 5G, I think he focuses a lot on cell phone radiation. But at the end of the day, when I initially watched his videos, I didn't get that he was exclusively talking about 5G. I get
Did you
that
watch this video though?
He just said in the beginning of his introduction that I'm going to show the relationship with 5G and the coronavirus.
Yeah, but pause.
yeah,
Did you
the
watch this
relationship.
video?
The,
Did you
the
watch this
relationship.
video?
So he's
did I watch
correlating
this video?
5G.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I'm saying that technology is making me less immune or is weakening my immune system and hindering my ability to fight off this virus, not only am I connecting it to this virus, but I'm connecting it to other things, other viruses, other illnesses. So I do see why he would say he's going to connect it to. That does not mean that he's saying 5G is caused by coronavirus or coronavirus is here because of technology. That's a different argument.
What?
I'm just saying.
Hold on.
Be the cause. You understand what I'm saying? It could be a connection and it not be the cause.
I got two questions. Did you watch this video totally?
No, I haven't watched this video totally. I'm speaking on what's been discussed.
Cool.
To this time.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I got that your opinion might not be complete right now. So cool.
Okay.
Secondly, all we have is what he told us. So being as though he started off his premise with, how he's going to make a connection to 5G.
I don't think he said 5G. I think he said technology.
Yeah, and he said 5G, bro.
But no, he said 5G.
He said both.
But the source he brought up, he said this is not specifically related to 5G.
Yeah, I'm saying, bro. He's making multiple arguments all at the same time. Like you're gonna see, like he's not even done yet. Like he's not done yet.
He's the I told you so nigga because he's the guy who said everything, and you can't pinpoint him down to one particular premise because he didn't said every fucking thing. He comes with everything together.
Is 5G new technology? Is 5G in technology? Is that a part of technology?
He's saying technology all together and 5G.
Right. So here's the thing. If I say technology is causing a problem due to these non-ionizing radiation waves, then that automatically includes 5G because it falls into that category. Now, I can either talk about that in isolation, because that's been a lot of the discussion is around 5G, so he can't completely ignore it. But at the same time, he's not necessarily negating his overall argument because 5G is indeed technology.
All right.
And he says every time a new technology shows up, a pandemic happens.
But we gotta understand that just broadcasting a frequency.
Here, I want y'all to be clear about something. I'm paying attention to the argument. I'm not on anyone's side. I'm paying attention to the arguments that's made and the evidence that's presented. So when I have a discussion, I'm trying to keep the argument in its proper context to what I understood it to mean, to what I heard him say. I'm not putting nothing in. I'm not taking nothing out. I want to keep it in context so I can evaluate it authentically and unbiased.
All right, so
me and Sosa already watched this, so we already know what to expect, and you just figuring it out. That's what I'm saying.
Let's go to round two. Let's go to round two.
Let it go on.
We got two different perspectives that we trying to get across.
Right, let's go round two. Let's not delay.
Come on, yo. Let me get one more point.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, around the 37 minutes.
I just want to ask one question though. When
I'll let you go real quick and
finish.
Yeah, I said when he's done.
Because his mic extra low and we can't really.
Go ahead.
Okay, hear me?
Yo, your mic is lower than like everybody else.
You got that wall.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna come back in on my my laptop. Just share.
No, go ahead and finish your point because we can hear you.
Go ahead.
We just gotta shut the fuck up while you talk.
Doing everything else. Basically, around the 37-minute mark, he said that all F frequencies does not ionize radiation, right? But then he goes and says the cause of this so-called virus that is caused by the cancer is caused by the ionizing of radiation in the air that people are breathing in. So if all F frequencies are not ionizing radiation, right?
Right.
How can it cause the virus or these symptoms that he's talking about?
That's a good point.
Right, but I'm gonna go come back in on my laptop. Share the link real quick.
That's a dagger right there.
What do y'all think a remedy is?
For what?
Just a remedy. The definition of it. What would you consider that to be?
Definition of what?
Remedy.
A remedy to what though?
What?
What would the definition of remedy be? What do you understand it to mean?
Just the definition of a remedy?
Yeah.
A cure.
A solution to the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Cure,
what a remedy
to the problem. Okay.
Is it therapy?
So are you trying to say that whatever Polite is saying right now is a remedy or a potential solution?
Well, no, Jabari actually said that in a pandemic where Black people are dying, he should be offering real remedies. That Polite should be offering real remedies to COVID-19. So I just want to get a clear understanding of what y'all think.
Yeah, remedy could be a remedy.
So a solution. Go ahead. So my bad.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's all that would fit under a remedy: a cure, a solution to a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
like for example,
like solution?
wearing a mask right now.
A remedy doesn't have. Like I said, it can be a cure, or it could just be a solution to the problem. A solution could be a way to. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be a concrete cure.
A cure means that we already understand everything that's going on, and we
therapy
don't.
Could be a remedy.
This is the first type of example that we have of something that's ongoing, whereas though we daily can keep up with real scientific information, like as if it was Twitter. We've never had an example like this ever before, so this is everything is different. And we have
to just try to get the definition of remedy, so if we could just keep it in context.
No. So that goes into what I'm trying to finish saying, right? So a remedy could be the fact that we need to utilize wearing masks right now because we need to limit our transmission. That's not a cure. That is a remedy.
I said therapy, and that's what it is: medicine, treatment.
All that shit. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's move on. Let's move on because remember, we don't want to take too long in between because this is a long ass debate.
Let go.
I go to bed at 4 a.m. ever again. So
he keeps saying that shit to be at the fire. Let go, man.
You gotta keep niggas awake though too.
I'm starting to go to sleep on unbiased.
Yeah. You gotta pop in every couple of minutes or something.
Last perfect round. But I want to let you know, my brother, unshare your screen, please, sir. I want to let you know, my brother Jabari, that you have 10 minutes in this first round to rebuttal, and Polite will have a follow-up 10 minutes to rebut. So it's on you, my brother Jabari. The time will start when you start. This is still the first round. You have 10 minutes to rebuttal. And so, brother Jabari, unmute yourself and let's get it in.
Peace, family.
Hey, yeah, and from time to time, everybody on the panel, like, try to respond to the chat. The chat's asking questions and, you know, kind of do.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
I gotta change.
I really want to
your time starts. Go.
I really want to say to my dear brother Polite that when you admit that you're not talking about the topic, and then when you're not talking about the topic, when you're not admitting about talking about the topic, it's a short day for Jabari. And I'm comfortable with it being a short day. I just thought that you would do a little bit more. First of all, let me start by saying that with regard to I thought that he might actually bring up my diagnosis, which is really sad. Because let's be really clear about something. Very, very clear. Let's be very clear. I actually was very ill. I had all of the symptoms and still going out of my house to try to get tested. I'm comfortable with it being a short day. I just thought that there are a lot of problems with testing. This is not something that Jabari Osaze is saying. Virtually anyone who has been paying.
And just a heads up, let's critique the arguments. I know we're human, but let's try to take a little emotion out and look at it like as jurors. You did, like, we don't know either one of them, and we're just looking at the data only. All right.
Attention should know that testing is a problem, not just for me, but for virtually everyone who has attempted to get tested. And so for him to do that, after, of course, something's playing. Is that me or is that you?
That ain't me.
For someone to actually say that after greeting me and saying, I'm glad you're well and all of the good stuff, that's kind of in poor taste. But let me show you exactly what happened. So let me address this very quickly. I'm going to show you. And, you know, honestly, folks, I could have just said that I got a positive test, but you should know that's not how Brother Jabari is. I'm not going to actually misrepresent anything. How would you know if I got a test or not? This is how people with honor behave. I'm going to show you how our dear brother is slipping in a few moments. But look at this. As I told you, I went several times to my doctor, and I also went to City MD twice to try to get tested. In fact, they did not test me for COVID. They said they did not have the facilities to do that at that time. What they tested me for, and you can see here on my the summary of the visit, what they tested me for was the flu. Can you see that here? They tested me for the flu. Now, there were only two things that could have caused my symptoms, the flu or COVID-19. And so you'll see that while they tested me for the flu, they diagnosed me with what they call a viral syndrome. And I want you to understand that that is the situation that we're in. That's the reason why I am saying to you that I had COVID. Now, I'm going to say to you, I really did try to get tested. Everyone is. I also want you to see this. You can see that they say that I should get tested for COVID because I meet the clinical criteria for testing. I didn't just make this up. I did not make it up. And so this is the situation we're in. Now, I'm doing that because I want you to understand that I'm a person that has honor. Let me explain to you that our dear brother is actually behaving like he doesn't have honor. He continues to actually show you things that relate not to actually 5G technology, but actually cell phones. If Brother Polite was so concerned about cell phones, why in the world would Brother Polite be? I mean, this brother, I believe he owns more than one cell phone. And I want you to really see this, family. By the way, here's the Lancet article that he continues to show. And I don't know why he would come with such a weak source when I already tore it up in front of him. But, you know, sometimes people, you know, what my mother used to say from Guyana is sometimes you don't see, if you don't hear, you must feel. Well, he's going to feel it today. This is the article that he's referring to. This article has nothing to do with 5G technology. It was published on February 2002, first of all. And you should understand this is long-term risk from mobile phones, not towers, mobile phones. You must ask yourself an important question here. Is Brother Polite actually concerned about mobile phones? Or is he just doing this because it's fun to actually have a discussion around a topic that allows him to intellectually spar? That is what our dear brother is doing. He doesn't really think that they're dangerous, even though he is misrepresenting you in the middle of a pandemic. Take a look at this. When he actually came into our program, I want you to understand that what our dear brother did was actually kind of irresponsible. But, you know, I guess I shouldn't really be surprised that he did something irresponsible, because the reason why we're here is because our brother does things that are irresponsible. I want you to, wait, this is not showing the screen. Come on. Sonetta, I need you to pause for 1 second, just as you did for him. Let me get the window ready. Because I want to show you the window, but it's not coming up on the, it's not coming up in Zoom. It's kind of unusual because I play videos all the time. Let's see if I can just do it this way. Okay, I'm going to share the screen. Let's see if it shows. You can put it back. Take a look at this video. Now, you know that our brother Plight is so concerned about the safety of cell phones. Take a look at as he comes in. What does he do around his cell phone as he is sitting with us on the platform?
Kilt.
Can I say this?
Kilt him right here.
He brings his baby daughter is only a few months old, that beautiful princess. And what does he do? He has her play with the cell phone. In fact, if I had more time, I would play you what he actually says. He actually says that she messes with the cell phone and he can't seem to get it back. He says, kids, you know, they do things with our technology and then we can't figure it out. His daughter has played with his cell phone many times. If it was so dangerous that we should all be so concerned, this brother wouldn't have his beautiful baby daughter doing that. Look at her play with it. This is why I say that our brother is being irresponsible. He doesn't actually believe what he is arguing.
Yo, pause right quick. Now watch when Jabari finish his part. Yo, Polite's whole demeanor from this point on is going to be on go mode. Watch.
This is irresponsible, Brother Polite.
He touched the nerve.
Also, I want you to see something else that he just did.
Are you saying that he touched the nerve that Polite couldn't touch on Eric Muhammad?
Yo, he did something, son.
Yeah,
he brought up his baby and her holding the phone. He did something. What?
Yeah. Because remember, when Polite was debating Eric Muhammad, he was trying to get Eric Muhammad to be Eric Muhammad, but he couldn't hit the right nerve. and then he was also trying to get Jabari out of character, but couldn't do it. And Jabari was able to be successful in getting out of character.
Jabari stayed on point. That's why I kept saying that. Yeah.
Chess match.
Doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but I think by now you should be prepared for that. I want you to continue to mash your fours because I know you hear that what he's talking about is not about the topic. Take a look at this. This is the source that he just used. This is light work, Brother Polite. Light work.
Sourcing up.
Dirty electricity. But I want you to understand that the dirty electricity is in what? The kilohertz range. The kilohertz range.
Uh-oh.
Why does he think he can get away with that? You know why? Because he knows that most of the people listening have no idea.
Kilohertz is 1,000 hertz per second, by the way.
What the ranges are. Well, Brother Polite, You have to recognize that if you're gonna come against me, you gotta come stronger. Take a look at this. I want you to see that the 5G area is usually from 30, less than 30, all the way up to 300 gigahertz. What's in the kilohertz range? All the way down here, ultra low frequency. Is Brother Polite saying that you television? Is that what he's saying? Is he saying that the broadcasts are dangerous? That is what he's saying. That's what's in the lowest possible kilohertz range.
And to be frankly honest with y'all, kilohertz is in the musical frequency.
Yo.
Like in the audible, drum, snare type frequency, like is 1,000 kilohertz is.
Yeah, I gotta do this right here. Now, this is some old other, but I'm sorry. Cause Dr. Maya pointed something out that I thought was, it's literally 5 seconds that I thought was like, crucial. She threw a little dagger on a low, and a lot of people missed it. And I gotta 10 seconds. Again, 10 seconds. And that's it. Where is she at? When she came back on by herself. Where's that one at? Is it Black News? Which one did she come back by herself?
I have no idea.
Okay.
That'll be right before the polite debate.
Yeah. So that one. Let me just, if not, we'll go right back into it. But damn it. Yeah. So maybe. Yeah, it was definitely on Sarnetta. So is it Ray?
That'll be right before polite, bro. Like the picture might look different because sometimes.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. No, this is definitely not it. Dang. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. This isn't it. Man, it was very deep. Yeah, that's.
What'd she say?
Damn, man, she had a pyramid chart on intelligence, right? And at the bottom at the bottom of the chart is memory. Intelligence goes to the top. The worst at the bottom. And Polite brags about his great memory, and it was she pointed out it's at the bottom. I'm like, God damn, she killed him with that one. I'll try to find it, but let's go back. Now I thought that was very important.
Dagger right there.
Okay, so
Light was reading the screen too, yo. I'm gonna point out when you get to it.
Now look at so Jabari went here with it. So Jabari be tuning into our show because
a lot of people do, bro. I'm catching a lot of folks, bro.
He's sitting there asking questions though. He tried to come at Unc and them like, what is a virus, nigga? You sitting there reading the screen though, coming with
yeah. See, if he ain't say all that, he'd have been good.
Right. He do too much.
Yeah. Now he did catch him off guard with that. Although when he gave his definition, if any I caught it, Polite actually gave the definition from the first line that he was arguing about. When he actually gave the definition, it was the first line definition when you Google what's a virus.
What, a virus? but that was after Unc spent like 3 minutes trying to explain it. He already done looked it up. Like, what are you saying?
No, look, you missed what I was saying. Polite was saying that he memorized the three first links of the definition of a virus. But he said if you was to quote one of them, he know you did a quick Google search. So when he gave his definition of a virus, the only definition he actually gave, it was the first line that when you Google. He was so that's called he was hit by his own friendly fire. So all right, so this is a low blow right here, by the way. Jabari about to throw the first official low blow.
Well, nah, because he felt like Polite went there with the trying to clown him for his illness.
Oh yeah, okay, you're right. But so we see why Polite was enraged a little bit because he showed his daughter in a video and then he went here. So you did. So now we know why he's a human being. He's definitely going to be wired after this one because he showed his daughter and now he's showing this. So of course he
now.
So
yeah. That kind of pissed them off. I see.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in.
The flatulation by transmitting the information. The crux of my binary fiction.
Honestly did not know that Brother Polite was part of the Living Color cast. That's what he's doing. Don't let him use large words simply for the point of using large words. Don't let him insult a brother who was very ill simply because he thinks he should insult someone to try to destroy their credibility. I want you to recognize that this is what you're seeing. I want you to recognize that Brother Polite is not actually arguing something that he believes. Don't let him get away with it, family. Your families, your children, your grandmother, your mother are at stake. Peace.
Where we going with it?
All right, so here comes the rebuttal.
Damn, man, this is I knew this was gonna be a powerful debate right here, man.
You about to come with that bullshit.
Both sides, Brother Polite. I want to let you know, my brother, that
give him a chance.
You got 10 minutes to rebuttal, and the time will start when you start, my brother. Let me know when you're ready. Unmute yourself, Polite. All right, I hear you. Powerful information from both sides, man. Woo!
So let me say this, everyone, as you come in, hit that subscribe button. You did like that video. Thank you. Let's just give Polite a fair chance to rebut before we draw these opinions.
I told you, man, this right here is going to be the best of the best right here. See what I'm saying? I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Y'all got y'all popcorn out there? Y'all got y'all popcorn out there? I see I got Garfield in the stands. You know what I'm saying? I can only imagine Garfield. Garfield out there. Oh, man.
Okay, so.
All right, we're going to start.
Yep.
All right.
So what I wanted to show the people out there, first and foremost, I'll show you this app right here.
Here we go.
So what you're going to find out from this app, oh, you see how that shot up? That's because I got a phone back here. Okay, this is a radiation.
So pay attention to where he has that phone, right?
Look over here. This is the EMF reader. This is electromagnetic frequency reader. But you know what? He said I had my daughter in my lap and I didn't care. But if we go all the way over here, this is something called a blue light filter. This is to stop the blue light that we get. Matter of fact, I also got my blue light glasses here.
Pull some glasses out.
Most would try to clown me. So I could take a little hour or two here and do my thing. But these are blue light glasses. And that's a blue light filter. If you look it up, you'll realize you can block that blue light that gives you the radiation from your phone and put your phone on what? Airplane mode at the same time.
What about that light you got shining over your head, though?
The frequency, the radiation, you'll realize that you lowered the radiation that can be emitted from the phone. But that's for another conversation at another time. So yeah, my daughter had the phone in her hand, but I have a blue light filter. I have a radiation meter built into my phone, and I put it on airplane mode when I'm not using it. And when I know I'm gonna be in front of the computer for
airplane mode ain't stopping nothing.
That right there, though. Hey, you heard what he said. You heard what he said.
You gotta work harder than that. Now,
Nigga, we can chop everything up he just said, yo.
You heard what he said.
Let's do it right now.
He said I got a radiation meter built into my phone.
First of all, your phone is not an accurate meter for any fucking thing.
The dude said he got a radiation meter built into his phone.
So airplane mode cuts off all wireless transmissions from your cellular device. It also stops all phone radiation too. Right, there you go. All right. So he was right. Flight mode does turn off all RF radiation, but there is still a strong magnetic field radiating.
I don't know about that Because your cell phone company is still communicating information to the cell phone device. That's why your device has like things like your time and everything that's still active.
I know. I've actually heard a scientist say that too, that is actually a proponent of the electromagnetic waves being dangerous, that you put your phone on airplane mode. And so what is the reason why you put your phone on airplane mode when you get on
saying that putting your phone on airplane mode makes it less dangerous? That's what you were saying?
That's what she was saying.
Oh, okay.
And
That's what you saying, the scientist was saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I might be wrong, but I'm still looking at it.
And I'm not even going to say less dangerous. Her position was, since we don't know what it does, but we do know that children are more susceptible. She was mainly saying when your children are around your phone, like if they have a tablet or something like that, and you insist on giving it to them, putting it in airplane mode, since we don't know the effects, if there are harmful effects, it'll limit their exposure.
All right, so here we are right here. This is the .gov website, CPHA.gov. How can you reduce your exposure? Keep your phone away from your body. Keeping your phone just a few feet away from you can make a big difference. And let's see, airplane mode. It says at the very last bullet point, carry your cell phone in a backpack, briefcase, or purse. Do not in a pocket, bra, or belt holster, because your phone's antenna tries to stay connected with a cell tower whenever it's on. It emits some RF energy even when you are not using it. It does not emit RF energy when it's in airplane mode. Airplane mode turns off cellular, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth. There you go.
All right, bet.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
All right. So basically what people got to understand is anytime you're next to any electronic equipment, it's going to give off electromagnetic field. Okay?
Absolutely.
Now, if you keep these electronics close to you for a long period of time, it is going to cause some type of cell damage because of the heat that is coming off the phones. Okay? I'll call it radiation. I'm going to call it heat because that's what it really is. It's heating up the cells and it's causing cell damage over a long period of time. This is
non-ionizing radiation at a high current will just heat up your skin.
That's what I believe. But it has been some reports. I'm giving them benefit of the doubt right here. You see what I'm saying? There has been some reports that I have seen that says it does cause cell damage.
Yeah, in extreme. You gotta put in that extreme part though.
That's what I was saying. Over long periods. I try to stress long. You see what I'm saying? Over long periods of time.
There's some validity in that. I mean, we're reading.
So that's why I always give that analogy. Like if you can climb a 200-foot 5G cell tower and bear hug the fucking satellite for 20 minutes, you'll probably have some negative effects. But other than that, you don't have a problem to fucking towers sending small signals to other small towers, and then those towers communicating it with the fucking device at home. That's something totally different.
We're still talking
yes,
about
but that's where the nuance in the argument comes in at. Okay, with 5G, you're right. It's not going to affect you in that way. But technology overall, the scientists are saying that over time, there has been an effect just over time with exposure. So if you consider just using your cell phone every day for 10 years, that's a long time. You understand what I'm saying?
The scientists aren't.
Some scientists are saying that. That's not the consensus. Some
scientists are saying that the data is inconclusive, meaning that we can find some problems sometimes, and then other times we can't. And then a lot of these studies are very small studies. Hello?
Yeah. You have to have a large sample size.
Right. So what people are calling for is more research. But even the people who say that it's inconclusive, meaning they don't know either way. We don't know if it's good. We don't know if it's bad. We're in that gray area of not knowing. We don't have enough research to say it definitely doesn't or it definitely does.
The research that
what they're saying is we don't know if it's bad, but there's not enough evidence to say. Like we don't know if it's there's not enough evidence to say that it's harmful.
Listen. The research that we do have are extreme cases. So that means that they have literally performed extreme scenario models for these tests. Whereas though we're not exposed to extreme cases. You know what I mean? We're not directly in front of a 5G antenna.
But I'm not limiting it to 5G. So what are these other extreme areas?
An example. All right, so another example would be like high voltage current. You know what I mean? If you're in a general vicinity of high voltage current without any protection, if you got or touch something around, like you can be killed. But I mean, typically we have regulations around stuff like that. Like your house even has breakers and fuses for stuff like that, so you don't get, you don't have to associate yourself with that type of high voltage.
So let's get it in.
Let me share.
So where we left off at, he was right. If you put on airplane mode, it does reduce.
Yeah, reduce. Yeah, but you still wouldn't have a child playing in your mouth, even like, you know what I'm saying?
He says a lot of truth.
Yeah, well, maybe he's not as extreme as that other European lady. She was, very, very extreme with her. So I doubt. She said she don't have a cell phone, so she said she only use it for emergencies. So whatever. Let's go on.
Share this right here. All right. Damn, I'm gonna have an answer. I like this picture here. He proved my point again, Jabari. We're debating. Stop agreeing with me. The reason why, I'm going to show you my rationale. I'm doing my best to get it to the 5G is dangerous. And so I also tell people the big problem is they rolled out 5G and they didn't even take the time out.
So did he say 5G was dangerous?
Yeah, 5G is dangerous, so we understand. No more like 5G is dangerous.
So yes, right, is it inconclusive now, or is it straight dangerous? All right, so let's go. So he said it. So that means inconclusive reports is not good enough. He said dangerous. Some more mystical.
To consider the biological effects before they do such an intense rollout. And then Trump signed the bill and everything. So I said, you know what? What if I took the time out to show people the lesser frequencies implicated? And if I can show them under what circumstances the lesser frequencies can implicate us, then maybe, just maybe, they would consider that the higher frequencies would be more of a detriment than the lower frequencies. So yes, Brother Jabari, you're absolutely correct. I showed everyone the lower frequency. Thank you for reaffirming my very point, that the lower frequency in that model impacts us. Brother Jabari also said what? He said that I'm only concerned with cell phones. That's not true, because I had this slide right here, 2.4 gigahertz insulin resistance. What does it say right here, Brother Jabari? What does it say right here? It says radio frequency radiation emitted from Wi-Fi. Does it say cell phones? It says Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. That's what it says. Wi-Fi. That's the word. Wi-Fi. Doesn't say cell phone there. It says Wi-Fi. And the point that I was making is the Wi-Fi frequency is going to be that much more intense. Okay? So I show you just what 2.4 gigahertz of Wi-Fi does. So no, I don't have an infatuation with phones. In fact, you guys do. Because even when I'm not talking about phones, you guys continue to talk about phones when I'm not talking about phones. It's the Wi-Fi signal created insulin resistance. Okay, my brother? So let's take a step back. One, I agree with you. I show you the lower frequency so I can get it through you guys' heads, pause, that if the lower frequencies can implicate you biologically, then maybe you would consider that the higher frequency will in the form of 5G. I also show you over here, my brother, I wasn't just talking about cell phones. I was talking about Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. You see that? It says Wi-Fi. Let me look. Wi-Fi. It says Wi-Fi. It doesn't say phones. You see that? It says Wi-Fi. You guys are fixated on phones. Now, after Jabari said all that,
Wi-Fi,
did he admit that he was capping? Hold on.
My question for Jabari is this. Jabari, were you diagnosed with COVID-19?
No. What happened is...
what happened?
I know that there's a problem with it.
Yo, that shit is a lot. Oh, That's what
You
you
know
did.
what I'm saying? I think he didn't have serious because he kept going.
What Jabari did, because he's a high priest.
That was funny. What you say?
I think he was out of it. Like, I think he wasn't as prepared as he wanted because he kept playing this video. Like he kept going back. Like every round he plays this.
Yeah, but that was funny. Okay.
Priest and well respected by his community, then we all would start diagnosing ourselves. Now imagine the implication behind that. Talking about irresponsibility. Well, hold on, man. Let's hold on. Let's go here. How much time I got? 4 minutes, 22 seconds. That might just suffice. I want to show you guys what comes from the Department of Health and Human Services Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, and National Center of Health Statistics. And I also want you to know that they're in cooperation with the National Vital Statistics System.
Thank you. Yo, now that everybody's here, it got to be a way I can play these videos without using my personal microphone, where it comes through the system, where it comes through my computer system. It got to be a way I can mute myself.
That's what you was doing the whole time.
I'm using a microphone. Because you can hear me sipping in the back. It got to be. I'm sipping tea, by the way. It got to be a way that somebody got to know this, where I can mute myself still you guys can hear the audio coming from the system. No, you guys are hearing from this Yeti microphone.
I thought when you shared your screen, it might do it, but I
don't know.
Yeah, everything's coming like I can't even. Yeah, everything's coming from a microphone. So if anybody know, please help me out. So let me finish playing them.
But let's hone in because Jabari is a victim of this.
Give us more space.
That's right. I think Jabari's a hypochondriac. I think he saw so much media hoopla about the disease and how you can get it and you can't shit in peace without someone else getting the disease and you need to cover your mouth and it's droplets and it's aerosolized. I think he gave himself the damn disease mentally. I think he's a hypochondriac. I think he started thinking, he told that white lady the same thing. I think this man heard so much propaganda about the damn disease, he just diagnosed himself with the damn thing out of frustration and paranoia. But part one, look what the credentialed people are telling us to do. This section of the death certificate is for reporting the sequence of conditions that led directly to death. The immediate cause of death. This is the edict. This is the criteria for establishing if someone has COVID-19 by the professionals, by the CDC. Okay? This is what you're supposed to do when you put it on a death certificate. I want y'all to walk with me. Rebuttal king.
Oh, here it is.
Cause of death, which is the disease or condition that directly preceded the death and is not necessarily the underlying cause of death, UCOD, should be reported on line A. The conditions that led to the death should be reported in a logical sequence in terms of time and etiology below it. The UCOD, which is A, the disease or injury which initiated
The spot she keeps shooting at.
directly to the death. I want you to understand that they code that is the virus no matter what. We're gonna take our time with this, okay?
Those is that part one. Unbiased, Wuja, you got to get the loop back app.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it right now.
Be specified on the line. Additionally, let's see. For example, pneumonia is an intermediate cause of death since it can be caused by a variety of infectious agents or by inhaling a liquid or chemical. Pneumonia is important to report in a cause of death statement, but generally it is not the UCOD. The cause of pneumonia, such as COVID-19, needs to be stated on the lowest line used in part one. Don't worry, we're going to go back over this. Additionally, the reported UCOD should be specific enough to be useful for public health and research purposes. For example, if a viral infection can be a UCOD, but is not specific, a more specific UCOD in this instance could be COVID-19. I know this is probably going over some people's heads, but they're telling you when all else fails, just call it COVID-19. But don't worry about it. We're going to get more clear, okay? All causal sequences reported logical in terms of time and pathology.
Hey, Bujaro, God, that thing costs $100, bro.
This is what I think actually is going on. People are coming down with the virus and people are going to the hospitals and they're turning them away. Maybe it's because of insurance. They don't have insurance. Maybe I don't know.
I mean, the hospital, it's public knowledge that they're not trying to crowd the hospital.
That's also true.
Whole condition to
So,
get admitted to the hospital.
Yeah, and they don't have enough tests, bro. They don't have enough tests to test the entire population.
But this
Limited
is the thing.
supply.
I seen a video with a girl that was laying up in the hospital. She's in the hospital and she's telling us that she's literally getting put out. They're telling her to go home, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like we went through that. That's like you can't unless you got like problem breathing, they're not going to accept you, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
unless you have dire needs, bro, they're going to try to do the social distancing. Right?
Unless you need to get on that respirator, if you don't need to be on that respirator, you're going home.
Yeah, listen. If we take first of all, everybody knows every morning I play at least my governor, but sometimes I do Ohio and I do Arizona, Phoenix, and sometimes
they tell you right there.
Yeah, so your governors tell you. You don't got to guess. Your governors tell you the process. You're not going to get in that hospital if you don't have a critical condition. Period.
Yeah, they doing FaceTime doctor visits, bro.
Right. All of your governors tell you that.
Yeah, tell them, guys, because there's nothing they can do.
Nothing they can do.
So they need to be there. You got to be on a respirator.
So after this is over, I'll go into what a virus actually does in your body. You can't get rid of the damn thing. It takes its course. Once it infects your cells, it takes its course. So there's nothing they can do with you. They can just treat the symptoms. That's it. Headache, fever, lung disease. They can just treat the symptoms.
Yeah. If you get a pneumonia, which is a result of coronavirus, then they have to treat it. Other than that, they don't know how to treat the shit.
That's a critical condition. So
it's still
HIV,
under fucking construction or whatever the fuck.
This is what I'm saying though. I actually could show y'all the video right now.
I will get a better analogy. One second. You can't treat HIV. You treat the symptoms. Right? That's it.
I hear you. No, I ain't debating none of that.
No. This is not for you. This is not for you. This is for everybody listening. You can't. Once the virus takes its course, you cannot treat herpes or chicken pox. It's going to play itself out, and that's it. Once it's successful in hijacking your whole cells, that's it. Right. So she got thrown out because she was in critical condition, and we will all agree if your grandma is sick. And on
no. I think we might not have seen the same. We might not be talking about the same video. It was a girl that was actually laid up in the hospital. She had like dreads in her head.
Right. Look.
You seen that video?
No, but listen, what I'm saying. Jabari told earlier before his first interview with Sinetta, he said he could have got tested if he had lied. So who knows who is lying to be tested? And
no, they didn't lie. They actually tested her. They tested her, and they know she had coronavirus.
Right. Okay, but did she have trouble because she breathed?
What Jabari was saying was not that he could have got tested if he lied. He was saying that he could have just lied to the people and told them that he got tested.
No, he said something else, Amber. On another.
You don't need a ventilator, my brother. You're not going to get a bed.
Yeah. I'm saying, yeah, homie. If she was breathing, homie, you're going home. Like my homegirl. Listen, my partner wife got tested for the coronavirus. She tested positive. She was feeling ill the whole nine. They sent her home. They told her husband, assume you got it, quarantine yourself.
Right.
Call us back when you have trouble breathing.
Exactly.
That's it.
There's nothing they can do for you.
Hold on. That's the whole point of I was on mute, but that was the whole point of the curve that they talking about.
The 14th day, right.
They're not trying to have a influx of people that they cannot treat.
Right.
So they're trying to have a curve whereas though they go past a certain point and now they can treat individuals for their symptoms. You know what I mean? If you got a ER that has that, hundreds of people in there, like you can't address everybody the same.
I hear you. But I got it pulled up right now. Can I share my screen real quick so y'all can hear what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
No, family, like we understand, like we understand that's true. But if she was,
let them play it. We ain't going. It's unbiased sports over here, right?
Yeah, got to play it, brother. You okay?
Tell me when y'all can see it.
We can see it. Go ahead.
We can see it.
Okay. She's breathing normally.
Oh, she breathing good.
Right.
She going home.
Let her talk, bro. Let her talk.
Turn it up.
Yeah, turn it up, bro. Cause your shit low.
You got to turn up the video.
I feel nothing. So.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Shans is full of shit. No cap.
Okay.
This shit could have been. This shit could have been fucking. Just fucking. They could have helped me with something. A couple nights ago.
So listen, the fact that she's talking right now.
Just let her play.
Yeah, let her play out. Let her play out.
Let her play, bro. That's why I already said it. Just let her play, bro.
It was like some shit I never felt before.
Right.
Threw up everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Can't taste, can't smell.
Fucking passed out. Paramedics came, got me.
Got it.
Went to the emergency room. They said that I had blood bug, I had influenza. Gave me a prescription. They said I was good.
Wait. So they said she had the flu?
Oh, that's the first time. That's the first time.
Okay.
This the second time. She came back to the hospital.
It has not been working. I haven't been able to breathe, yo.
You got dry.
She just told me that.
If that was real.
Infected, severely infected. 95% I have corona, 5% I don't.
Okay.
So I really I'm so blown. They got me locked in the room.
Yeah.
And they talking about it's a dub, basically, like it ain't nothing they could do, you feel me? And
yeah. Bro, we just said
the test is so so limited. So
family.
They just want me to self-quarantine and shit.
Yeah.
So the question is how do you treat something that you have no cure or treatment for?
You take your ass.
No, I'm saying, family. We just explained everything that she just said.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I added that.
Y'all missing it.
Fucking helping the nigga.
She said, "Why do you want to send me home to my family where they can get infected?"
No, you get wait, bro. You can't get in bed if you're not in critical condition. You're holding up a bed for somebody who's going to die possibly.
Hold on. Where was she at before she quote unquote came into the hospital, bro? Wherever she was at before she came to the hospital is infected.
Yeah, she gets into that. She told everybody that was around her to go get y'all probably got it.
No.
Yeah, so if they tell her to go home,
let's stick to what she's saying
already though.
My point is if they tell her to go home, she's not infecting nobody new because she came from home to there.
Even if she has not, you still got to go home. Now you know she got it. Quarantine, bro.
Right.
Overall, disinfect, put a mask on, wear gloves, wash your hands, bro. Like that's what Jabari's wife had to do with him.
I ain't got this shit.
But the doctors assume that she has it because he has it.
Okay, yeah. So
we just saw examples of that earlier, where they say that they assume that whoever's in your proximity have it, and y'all need.
That's why I explained the story about
the only thing that I would say I have a problem with is because she is obviously having difficulty breathing.
She's not. She's not said too much words.
Where you see difficulty breathing?
She is having difficulty. I'm pretty sure she talks much more fluently than that. But
normal.
Again, I wasn't done with my point. Yeah. And the fact that she's passed out previously, yeah.
No. You and nobody gonna make up the requirements. How you get a bed? You got to be damn near your deathbed. We already heard this before. The machines look. We heard this before over and over and over.
But listen, people pass out for lesser things.
Let them build.
No. You got to be you almost can't breathe on your own, where the machine got to breathe for you. You got to be at that point. That's why not too many people survive after that point.
Now I have to say there's some naivete if you think that everybody that has gotten to bed is literally only people that came in there when they could not breathe and damn near dying on the way to the hospital.
Now we interject.
I got a I got a homeboy that literally
We got done
did
with
not walk up steps without losing his breath.
Yeah, so all she did was confirm what we already said. All right. So we're not gonna make up some requirements all of a sudden. All right.
But look, he couldn't even walk up steps and go to his refrigerator without being winded, like he was just jogging or something.
We know the requirements. All your governors already stated it. You know, you don't know, go back and listen to your governors. Again, they're all on YouTube, by the way. And you will see the requirements. You got to be them in your deathbed. You don't want to believe that, then that's your opinion. Fine. Okay, so now let's go back to the debate.
For example, reporting COVID-19 due to chronic pulmonary disease in part 1 would be an illogical sequence of COPD cannot cause an infection, although it may increase susceptibility to or exacerbate an infection. In this instance, COVID-19 could be reported as part 1. Okay, 57 seconds, perfect. Watch this though. Watch this. Watch this right here. In case it wasn't clear, right in the same document, it says, in cases where a definite diagnosis of COVID-19 cannot be made, Jabari, in cases where a definite diagnosis of COVID-19 cannot be made, but it is suspected or likely, example, the circumstances are compelling within a reasonable degree of certainty, Jabari, right? I believe I should have it. It is acceptable to report COVID-19 on a death certificate as probable or presumed.
So break that down.
Yeah, he just killed himself with that.
Or presumed. In these instances, certifiers should use their best clinical judgment in determining if COVID-19 infection was like.
Bro, what's the source?
Nah, that is it. But
it says what it says. Probable or presumed. It said it got in quotations over here. Yeah, so he kind of just choked himself.
They say it is. And what this causes is an inflation in the amount of people that they say have it, and an inflation in the amount of deaths that they are reporting. If this is subjective and opinion related and based, people are saying that they got it. They are saying that people are dying from it, but clearly they are giving the go for people to just guess if people got it. We don't even know how serious this damn thing really is.
Yeah, now see, that was all fallacious because they're not counting the people that say they got it. The count is for people that they tested and they confirmed coronavirus.
Amber, what you think about that?
There you go, brother.
All right.
You good.
So that was
all right, family.
No comment.
What did I think about what?
What you think about what he just said?
So let's make this, let's not make a debate out of this because there's a lot of time here.
Yeah, I'm not debating. I fuck with Amber.
I'm not saying you.
I actually wasn't paying attention. I was commenting in the chat, so I missed that.
Got it. Relax.
Just give me a summary.
Right.
What did you just say?
Wait, relax. Listen. Look, if I can't give order to the panel, y'all got to get off. All right. I'm not calling anybody out, Zen. I'm saying all of us on the panel. Let's not make this a debate. Let's say what we got to say.
How am I debating by asking?
I'm not singling you out, dude. I'm saying the panel
literally said my name.
Yeah, because you're right. I'm addressing you because you took it personal the first time. I'm saying all of us.
Taking nothing personal. All right, let's play this.
Okay, man, relax. God damn. All right, you know what? No commentary. Let's go. Let's move on.
Brother Polite. Brother Jabbar. I always knew that this was powerful. Round is ready. 12 minutes in this round. Is the corona?
Oh my goodness.
I know, right?
I'm trying to get out of this.
Okay. Is the coronavirus scared or authentic or exaggerated? Is it irresponsible to see it as less than correct or authentic? Y'all both got that?
Yes.
Brother Jabari, you got 12 minutes in this round, sir.
I'm sorry, please say that one more time.
Okay. Is the coronavirus scared, authentic, or exaggerated? Is it irresponsible to see it as
is he paying attention? Hell no, we over here reading.
Less than a threat or authentic?
Say it again, Sonetta.
It's on you, my brother.
Sounds good. Okay. Family.
It's on you.
Here.
12 minutes time will start when you start.
Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to start by sharing my screen. I think that we need to be very clear with our dear brother that.
Are you ready? Let me know when you're ready.
What he just read is not what he just said that said is not what it said. It actually says.
You ready?
Very clearly. I'm ready. Go ahead.
All right. Time starts.
It says very clearly that a medical official, if they believe that it is reasonable, probable, or presumed that it's COVID-19, it is sufficient to use their best clinical judgment. Clinical judgment. They didn't just flip a coin and say that COVID-19 is the reason. That's what he'd like you to believe. Why is he doing that? You need to understand the way that medicine works. Often the way medicine works is people.
Now, notice Polite keep disappearing while he's talking. Like that's very disrespectful.
People who are actually making determinations, they rule things out. That is what happened. My doctor ruled out the other thing that could have caused my condition. And I'm going to say to you, when she actually first started treating me, she had a certain amount of protective equipment on. Then they went to go do the flu test. And when she came back, she had a lot more stuff on. The doctor actually believed that it was likely that I had COVID-19. I also want you to understand, and I'm not sure why Polite is spending so much time talking about you know what this debate is about, right? You know what it's about,
well, he's
right?
not there.
He spent a lot of time talking about my condition, when what he should do is just talk about COVID-19 and 5G. But because he has very few things to say in that area, he's going to continue to talk about other stuff because our dear brother is not on Soneta's TV. He's on In Living Color. That's what he's doing. By the way, you should actually understand that my experience with testing is what most people are experiencing. Take a look at this article in Vox, a very reputable source, the infuriating experience of coronavirus testing explained by a patient. I'm not going to read the whole thing for the sake of time, but I want you to understand that one of the major things that this article is saying is that it is almost the best way to get a test is to be admitted to a hospital. I was not admitted to the hospital. Most people who are sick are not being admitted to a hospital. And so that's the reason why I did not get a COVID test. A lot of people are in my situation. Now, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to go get an antibody test as soon as they're ready. And so that is the way that I'm going to be able to explain what happened in my life. But, you know, the reality is spending my time talking about this is him trying to misrepresent exactly something that he should not be misrepresenting. That's what he's doing. He would like you to think about my diagnosis rather than the fact that he is continuing to misrepresent something, to have his intellect, play his intellectual games while people are dying. Take a look once again at this article in the New York Post talking about how Black people are absolutely being more affected by COVID-19. That's what's happening. And I want you to look at this brief video that actually comes from New York One, where a sister that I know very well describes why it's important not to get confused about what is actually happening. Take a listen.
Aisha Sekou and her Street Corner Resources Group have been up.
Oops.
Aisha Sekou and her Street Corner Resources Group have been out in Harlem trying to get teens and young adults to social distance and protect themselves from coronavirus.
Well, don't let me hear you say that you don't need to protect yourself. I see young people gathering in front of buildings on stoops, almost having celebratory parties late night.
And you see why they dying, right? Go ahead.
Always drinking and sharing cigarettes and blunts and that kind of thing. And in this time, what they're doing is dangerous.
Yep,
danger, right?
This is one of the city's violence interrupter groups. They hit neighborhoods trying to get young people to stop the violence. But now the virus has killed more than double the number of people each day this week compared to the total number of people murdered in all of last year.
I want you to hear what he just said. The coronavirus has killed double the number of people this week than all of the people killed in New York City last year.
Dang. That's crazy.
How could he say that maybe this is not that serious? That's what he's trying to argue.
That's crazy.
It has killed double the number of people this week than the number of people that were killed last year. This is very serious, Brother Polite. I also want to go back to this graph one more time. Please, you need to understand what this brother is doing and why it's so dangerous. He just said to you something really ridiculous. His article was about things in the kilohertz range down here. Guess what the other devices are? That if he believes that we should be concerned about things in the kilohertz range, then really what he's saying is we should be concerned about everything. Look at this. You should be concerned not about power lines. You should be concerned about radio and television. You should not have a microwave, oven, a satellite, or a cell phone near you. By the way, guess what else has radiation in that range? Your remote for your television. Are you telling me that Brother Polite doesn't have these things in his house? Or does he want us to believe the ridiculous thing he said about wearing blue light glasses? By the way, blue light glasses doesn't affect the radiation. It just affects how it looks in when you're looking at it. He knows that. Why is he being so irresponsible and talking about stuff we're not talking about? Family, you need to keep him accountable for what he is doing. Because as long as he continues to get away, we are going to be in trouble. You heard our sister say that young people are smoking blunts and hanging out, and all of those things are happening.
Mm-hmm.
He has to stop this. He has to stop this. Well, let me say something really quickly about whether 5G is dangerous or not. And I want to say to you that I don't really have a dog in that fight. If folks actually said it was dangerous, I would say, okay, let's not do it. Let's fight for our community. But you should know that overwhelmingly, please mute your mic. Overwhelmingly, the things that you're actually going to see is that the studies say that it's not dangerous. Take a look at our brother here, who actually is the brother that goes on the cell phone towers to deal with the device, talk about the cell phone, the 5G cell phone towers. Take a listen.
All right, so we're back. We're on part 2 now. Now, as I was saying in the first video, the only way the RF frequency that comes off.
What happened? Sonetta, can you hear me? I can't
hear you. Play it again. I'd stop your time. Play it again.
Okay. Because it just seemed like something just went. It said that I was muted, and then it just stopped.
All right, play it again.
Hold on a second. Here we go.
All right.
All right, so we're back. We're on part 2 now. Now, as I was saying in the first video, the only way that RF frequency that comes off.
I'm not sure why it's not playing. Are you able to see it?
Yeah, we see it, but I don't know why it's not playing either.
Something strange is happening. Hold on, let me try to play it from the folder instead.
Okay.
Let's give that a
try. All right, so we're back. We're on part 2 now. As I was saying in the first video, the only way that RF frequency.
Something's wrong with the clip.
What it is, Jabari, is that's the end of the clip. That's how long.
No, that's not how the clip worked, though. So something went wrong with the clip. Let me just say this. This brother, Ron West, if I have time, I'll play him again. Essentially what he says is that the only thing you should be concerned about with regard to 5G, you should be concerned about whether the heat that comes off the tower. And the only way that you're going to feel the heat is if you are directly in front of the tower. And so that is what he is saying. I think it's important for us to understand that that's the situation. And I will attempt to play the video. Something went wrong with the video in a few moments. I am going to show you this. This is what our dear brother Polite is going to do. He is going to absolutely ignore the overwhelming research, studies, scholarly based studies that prove that what he's saying is incorrect. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. And obviously, if he believed the few pieces of information that he was actually citing, he would not have his small daughter in front of his phone. Do you think a blue light glasses are going to help your daughter? Brother Polite is too smart to believe that. Don't let him get away with that. Don't let him get away with that. I also want you to recognize that there are tons of studies. Here's one. I want you to recognize a really good source that you should look at is the National Center for Biotechnology Information. In fact, Brother Polite mentioned it. This particular study is a review of literature. It's called Safe to Come. It was done by Ting Wu, Theodore Rappaport, and Christopher Collins in 2015. They were looking at 5G wireless technology. What did they find? They looked at 1,300 peer-reviewed studies and argued that there were no adverse health effects other than heat. That's what you need to look at. How about this study here? Looking at the long-term effects of long-term exposure to items in the 60 gigahertz range. By the way, our dear brother keeps saying 60 megahertz range. It's not the 60 megahertz range, Brother Polite. It's the 60 gigahertz range is where 5G is. So what you've done is you don't understand the frequency chart. I need to show it to you again. You clipped it from my presentation and then didn't understand it. That is not surprising. But understand that this study actually argues once again that there is no damage that comes from 5G towers. Now, I want to be clear about something. I really, if tomorrow someone said to me, now there's a credible study that says that there is damage, I would jump immediately and fight against that. But this is not really about 5G. This is about the fact that our brother continues to connect COVID-19 with 5G. That's the issue. I would not be debating him right now if he wasn't doing such an irresponsible thing. If he wasn't telling you when you're running with your small children in your arms to get out of a burning building, there could be an exit on the second floor. Brother Polite, you have a large following. You are very well known. You must do better. Brother, you know very well that if you explain to people the danger they were in, they would listen to you. Instead, while black and brown bodies are in body bags, Brother Polite is playing semantical games.
All right, Brother Polite, it is on you, my brother, for round number 2. The topic is the coronavirus scare authentic or exaggerated? Is it irresponsible to see it as less than a threat or authentic? Brother Polite, you got the floor, brother.
Thank you very much, my brother. First thing I want to say is that I never said that these glasses would protect my daughter from blue light radiation. I did in fact say that I had an app on my phone called Blue Light. Okay, it's right over there in this corner. And what that does is give it like a red hue or filter if you're going to be on your phone for extended periods of time. You said my glasses. I just need to correct you. I don't put these on my daughter. But I also put it on airplane mode in addition to that. You also said that the radiation in a remote control that I have right here to this TV in front of me is equal to that of the cell phone. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
Doesn't matter.
Sorry, I thought I was muted. I'm sorry.
I said you said it. Now look at this radiation over here on this phone. Look how the bar goes up. Okay? Now, look at this remote control. So you say you got remote controls, and your remote control has radiation too. Let's see if the bar goes up. Nothing. Let me see if I press the buttons if the bar goes up. So he's just saying things to say it. And as far as the homie, what's his name? Tyrone? What's son name that was going up the ladder? Who the hell is he? Is anyone that climbs up a cell tower is a damn expert now? Who the hell is he? When we get a chance, Jabari, please tell us who the hell is the dude that's going on the tower that we need to hang on his every word. I'm waiting here damn near a minute or two just to see what he's probably going to say. And I said, yo, Polite, stop that shit. First of all these things that I'm presenting, all these facts that I'm putting forward, all these credentialed people, epidemiologists and the likes, you reduce me to the homie on the cell phone tower? What the hell is his name and where did he go to school? Come on, Jabari. This is a damn shame. It's a damn disgrace. Finally, show some sources, though. I'll tell you that. God damn. Let me share the screen, man. That was weird. Hopefully, Jabari tells us what he specializes in other than climbing up cell towers. Yo, what the hell was Jabari trying to prove? Yo, then he tells the remote has the same amount of radiation. We heard him. When you play it back again, y'all, I ain't make that shit up in my head. I wouldn't make up something so silly in my head. So let's go. Let's keep this show going, man. Jabari is funny as hell. All right. So CDC predicts that at least 12,000 Americans will die from the flu in any given year. As many as 61,000 people died in 2017, 2018 flu season, and 45 million were infected. And even worse, when a new type of flu virus emerges, mutated into a form against which humans have limited immunity, came as added. Okay, this was done February 7, 2020. Okay, this is usnews.com, News Health News, right? What is sparking fear of the novel coronavirus? We see, according to the latest reports from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, influenza has caused the deaths of between 10,000 and 25,000 Americans, hospitalized 180,000, sick, and 19 million so far in the 2019-2020 season. The whole point of this coronavirus, on the other hand, has killed about 900 people worldwide. That was at that time. The point that I wanted to show you is these numbers are pretty much legitimized for the most part, but the contention is the coronavirus thing being exaggerated? Are we romanticizing on it? And should we demand more critical thinking and better results if they're going to give us numbers? Those numbers are conflated. Those numbers are inflated. By conflated, I'm saying all of a sudden pneumonia said, Corona's here. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's give Corona the whole flu season. Influenza says, let's give Corona the whole flu season. So why are all the other numbers going down and coronavirus numbers going up, and that's conflated? But we'll go forward, because Jabari's going to say, I'm using these words to bedazzle you. Okay, is this disease really what they say it is? So here I got some excerpts from different places. Y'all can read them. 80% of New York City's coronavirus patients who are put on ventilators ultimately die, and some doctors are trying to stop using them. Hold on, ventilators will probably kill them, because if we don't know exactly what we're doing, or if people like Jabari are going in the hospital thinking that they're sick, and if doctors are being told, yo, you think they got it, just say they got it, then chances are whatever you're using to remedy people that don't have this disorder, you may be killing them. That's the point that I'm making. It's dangerous and it's irresponsible. That's the theme of this particular round, isn't it? So if we go all the way down, if we go here, coronavirus patients on ventilators are unusually likely to die. Unusually, 80%. And I just show you article after article after article after article after article. But let's go. Now, I don't got the homie. I ain't got the hood ties that you got, Brother Jabari. But I do got an actual doctor, okay, from New York ER and critical care doctor, opened an intensive care unit for NYC. I got an actual doctor here. He may not climb up cell towers. He may not got the cornrows and you playing the black card, my brother. But I got somebody here who may not be a good climber, but damn it, he's a doctor.
2 to 6 weeks, 100,000 Americans might be put on a ventilator. And yet, everything I've seen in the last 9 days, all the things that just don't make sense, the patients I'm seeing in front of me, the lungs I'm trying to improve, have led me to believe that COVID-19 is not this disease, and that we are operating under a medical paradigm that is untrue. In short, I believe we are treating the wrong disease, and I fear that this misguided treatment will lead to a tremendous amount of harm to a great number of people in a very short time. As New York City appears to be about 10 days ahead of the country, I feel compelled to get this information out. COVID-19 lung disease, as far as I can see, is not a pneumonia and should not be treated as one. Rather,
just go ahead.
We use the ventilator to do the work that the patient's muscles can no longer do because they're too tired to do it. These patients' muscles work fine. I fear that if we're using a false paradigm to treat a new disease, that the method that we program the ventilator, one based on a notion of respiratory failure as opposed to oxygen failure, that this method, and there are a great many number of methods we can use with the ventilator, but this method being widely adopted at this very moment in every hospital in the country, which aims to increase pressure on the lungs in order to open them up, is actually doing more harm than good. And that the pressure we are providing to lungs, we may be providing to lungs that cannot stand it, that cannot take it, and that the ARDS that we are seeing, that the whole world is seeing, may be nothing more than lung injury caused by the ventilator. Now,
okay, so we got in Jabari's video, black people with masks on, and we have Tyrone who climbs up the cell ladder. Compare that video to my video. Tell him to get that video. I'm willing to wait to hear Tyrone who climbs up the cell ladder. I'm willing to hear what Tyrone got to say next to Dr. Cameron Kyle Siddell of New York ER and critical care doctor who opened up an intensive care unit for NYC. I'm not with the nigga business. I ain't come here to bring you, I ain't come here to call Tyrone. I ain't come here for that, man. I ain't come here for that. It's a damn insult you would bring Tyrone to this damn debate. But let's move on. He called Tyrone. So this is where I was at earlier. Thank goodness we got through it. But watch this. We're going to go over this slide again. And no, I'm not distracting people from the case. I'm actually right on point. We spoke about this. And we spoke about that. But now we're going to go here. And again, people, let's read this again. Because Jabari said, I'm hitting with the low blow. Listen. Don't get mad at me because you gave people misinformation. In cases where a definite diagnosis of COVID-19 cannot be made, but it is suspected or likely, example, the circumstances are compelling within a reasonable degree of certainty, it is acceptable to report COVID-19 on the death certificate as probable or presumed. But hold on. So I went to Hawaii government, and I got a bunch of these, but let's just read theirs, okay? So State of Hawaii Department of Health. Let's see what they say. Guidance for certifying COVID-19 deaths. National Center. Okay, woo, let's just underline this thing right here. Let's go. National Center for Health Statistics and receiving questions about how deaths involve the new coronavirus strain should be reported on death certificates. Okay, we are working in formula guidance to certifiers are published as soon as possible. In the meantime, to address the immediate need here on some basic information that can be shared in advance for more formal and detailed guidance. It is important to emphasize that the coronavirus 2019 or COVID-19 should be reported on death certificate for all descendants where the disease caused or is assumed to have caused or contributed to the death. So assume, that's what we doing? We coming up with statistics and who's dying based on assumption? Because if we're gonna assume, the numbers is gonna go so damn high that it's gonna warrant a mandatory vaccination. And if they know that these numbers are inflated, I now have to question a mandatory vaccination because they're clearly making it legal for doctors to embellish the truth on death certificates. This is Brother Jabari Osazi. This has everything to do with him. Because Dr. Ma'at, Unc, Lord Abbott, Rob Bourne, Garfield, they always want your birth certificate, your social security number when you say you got cured or something, rightfully so. We need the facts when we talk about saving, right? But when a man said he's sick, they don't ask for your birth certificate. They don't ask for your social security. They don't want all the facts. So let's get this clear. And we talking about what's irresponsible, because I believe that's the theme of this round. I have been meaning to thank all of my Facebook family for the solar return wishes last week. I have been struggling privately. This is Brother Jabari, March 30th, 10:43 p.m. when he posted. He says, I have been struggling privately for nearly 2 weeks with COVID-19. I've had a racking cough, difficulty breathing, absolutely no energy, and a fever.
So my question for Jabari is this, Jabari, were you diagnosed with COVID-19?
No. What happened is you might know that there's a problem with getting COVID-19 tests.
I think it's 50%.
Okay, that's not it. I got more video. You thought that was it.
What the doctor said is there are only two things that could cause you. What the doctor said is there are only two things that could cause your symptoms: the flu or COVID-19. What she did do is she gave me a flu test, and it was negative. The letter that she wrote to me says, it is believed that he has contracted COVID-19 and should stay at home. So that is what happened. It's very difficult to get a test.
Okay, so what I want to do is show people, because round two it says, is the coronavirus scare authentic or exaggerated? Is it responsible to see it as less than a threat or authentic? I'm saying that it is not authentic. How much time is that left? Okay, so right here, I just wanted you guys to look at the U.S. title code that shows you that people that produce vaccines do not have to be held accountable if you get injured or even die from the vaccines. It's right here. Now, you can hold people that make medicine accountable and you can sue them, but you can't sue people that give you vaccines. So I have to take it very serious if numbers are allowed to be inflated, because by Jabari's own admission, hold on. Let me just get off my sharing. Can you pause that?
You might want to go to that website, VICP, and then read that. Damn, bro, that's poor. Okay. What time mark is this? 1:33:11. Okay, oh yeah, I got it. Am I back? 1:33:11.
By Jabari's own admission, because we talking about what's responsible. This man, rather than say, Brother Polite, I stand corrected, I told a community of people I was struggling with COVID-19 for 2 weeks, and in the same breath tell you that I didn't get a test, I have no confirmation, and even the damn doctor gave me no confirmation. So why didn't you put that in your Facebook post and say, family, I think I got COVID-19? You see, when people go around here saying that they have something that they don't have, you're falling prey of the very media and the games and the tricks that they play. This is why they told the doctors to do that to people like you. Unsuspecting, innocent people like you. But how unsuspecting and how innocent are you really when you employ that we use the scholarly method? You implore that we make sure we have references and resources before we arrive at a conclusion. Subscribe. I'm gonna get that ass next round. Don't worry.
Brother Jabari, you have 10 minutes to rebut in this round, and then Brother Polite comes back with his final rebuttal, and then I will open up the platform for you two brothers to engage each other in some questions and answers. Polite having a good old time. Look at Polite. He's just going crazy up in this piece, man. Both of these brothers is bringing in the information. Here you go, Brother Jabari. The time will start when you start, sir. Unmute yourself, my brother.
Yeah, so give me 1 second.
Yes, go ahead and get it. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
All right, let's go. Get it in.
I think let me time myself, because that is important.
10 minutes. I didn't start yet. I'm going to let you know when I start.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
All right, time starts.
I want to be clear about something, and I think that you'll recognize it when I say it. If Polite was able to discuss whether the coronavirus, COVID-19, and 5G were connected, if he was even able to discuss whether COVID-19 is something we should be concerned about, why would he spend so much time talking about my diagnosis? This has nothing to do with the topic. I want you to understand that this brother is doing sleight of hand. I told you in the beginning he was going to do that. I have watched this brother for years. That's what he does. Now, I want to be clear that medical doctors always try to rule things out. That's what they do. That's what they do. And I want to say something else. If I was really being inappropriate, couldn't I have easily just said that I had a test? How would you know? How would you know? But I want to be clear, he didn't read the rest of my post. What I was saying to the people were, take this seriously and be careful. See, that's my concern. Polite's concerns usually are whether he can make money, whether he can get clicks, and whether he can try to regale you in something. Those are his concerns that come above your family, your grandmother. I showed you Sister Aisha Sekou talking to you about what was happening for young people. I showed you that. This is inappropriate. But you know what? It's fine. Anyway, let's go through some of the other things he said. He actually is claiming that he's using airplane mode. Family, I know that you've used airplane mode before. Could he have done all the things on his phone that you saw him doing on the video if it was in airplane mode? Does he think that we are stupid? Yes, he does. And then he's gonna wear some blue light glasses. Those don't affect radiation. They just reflect how they look to your eye. This is really ridiculous that he thinks that he can make that argument. It's really, really foolish. By the way, he also said that he was not talking about phones, he was talking about 5G. Brother Polite, we have actually looked at your sources. This is your source. This is your source. I showed you that I looked at the source. By the way, I trashed it when you came on Sonetta's last program. Why in the world would you use such a pitiful source? The Lancet article that he's referring to is called Long-Term Risk from Mobile Phones Explained. It is not about cell phone towers. He continues to do that. He's going to show you sources for cell phones and then claim that 5G is dangerous. He's going to show you sources that say that things in the kilohertz range are very dangerous. Family, do you know what's in the kilohertz range? Please look at this. This is the kilohertz range. By the way, the Earth is giving you radiation itself in that range. So Brother Polite, I guess you need to leave the Earth. What about the power? Do you have power in your house? Looks like you're living in a nice house, brother. Do you have power in your house? That is even in that range before you get to cell phones. This is where cell phones are. Brother Polite, are you telling me you have no Wi-Fi in your house? I'm not even sure if I believe you. You wouldn't tell us the truth anyway. Do you have radios? Look at what radios are. Mobile AM and FM. Do you have a radio in your house, Brother Polite? Do you have a television in your house, Brother Polite? By the way, if you are concerned about those things, you need to also understand something else that he is not going to tell you. Most of the studies, and when I say most, I shouldn't say most, the overwhelming majority of the studies are clear that some forms of radiation are dangerous. You need to hear this again because Brother Polite will not say it to you. The radiation that is usually considered relatively safe is non-ionizing radiation. The radiation that you should be concerned about is ionizing radiation. That's where you get X-rays, gamma rays, cosmic rays. By the way, how are you preventing cosmic rays from reaching yourself, Polite? By the way, do you know that even part of UV radiation comes from the sun? Are you telling me that you're preventing yourself from getting UV radiation? If you're concerned about things in this range here, the kilohertz range, what about this? Does he have power in his house? Looks like he has lights on. It doesn't it? That is here at 60 hertz. He's talking to you about kilohertz. What is wrong with this brother? See, listen, Brother Polite is too smart not to know that what he is, well, maybe I'm giving it too much credit. Brother Polite should know that what he is saying is junk and garbage. It's junk and garbage. Most of what is coming out of his mouth on this topic is junk and garbage. And so if you are listening to him, you are actually putting your families in danger. By the way, I have showed you several sources. He tries to say, I'm not showing any sources. Well, brother, you are not looking. By the way, you've gotten up a few different times. So maybe you're not looking at the screen. I even showed you an article, a scholarly article that reviews 1,300 sources. 1,300 sources, not one or two sources. This article here, this scholarly peer-reviewed article actually reviews 1,300 sources, and they say there are no adverse health effect aside from heat. Aside from heat. That's what the issue is here. Our dear brother would like to confuse you. Why? Because he wants clicks. You know this.
You don't keep that
I know
the
this.
same color.
Let's not let him get away with it. By the way, I am going to play our dear brother Ron West because I want you to hear what he's saying. No, he's not a white doctor. He isn't. By the way, if you listen carefully to the source that that Brother Polite is played, he's not really saying what Polite is saying, but he's going to try to misrepresent it again. He would like to tell you that he didn't even hear the brother speak, but obviously this brother must be ridiculous. What's wrong with you? You just assume that your brother is ridiculous based on what? This brother is the brother that actually puts up 5G towers, and he's going to use a meter. Please watch. Let me unmute. I'm sorry.
As I was saying in the first video, the only way that RF frequency that comes off of these antennas can harm you is if you're directly in front of the antenna. That's if the RF waves are harmful, the only way it can harm you is if you're directly in front of the antenna. And I'm going to prove my point right now. Here's the same RF monitor I was using down there. That didn't read a lick of shit, right? This is the same one. I got another one too. I got them both up here just in case. I ain't do no magic, ain't no hocus pocus. I didn't swap these out. I ain't do none of that. These are the same two RF monitors I had from the beginning. We're gonna cut these bitches on. 1 and 2. What we reading here? Y'all tell me. Nothing, right? You see where I'm standing? I'm on the tower right now. I'm right by the antenna.
Damn.
You see where I'm at? This brand
I'm
new
afraid of heights.
technology right here. You see my RF,
I'm
right?
getting dizzy just looking at it.
What's it reading? Nothing. Because the RF frequencies don't fuck with you unless you're directly in front of the antenna. Now check me out. Now we picking up something.
That shit high as hell, man.
And now what's that? Now we reading RF frequencies because I'm directly in front of the antenna. This is the only way this shit can fuck with you. On the ground is not going to fuck with you.
I can never be that high
down
in the
there
air.
right now are safe.
Now, I want to be really clear about what you're seeing. He insulted the brother for what reason, I have no idea, for his own fun, because that's what he's doing these days. You're stooping really low, Polite. You need to apologize to the community for insulting this brother before you even heard him speak. That's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. And the other thing that you have to do is recognize that he is showing to you that unless you are directly in front of the antenna, it does not affect you. So if 5G antennas are properly installed, you are safe. I've shown you a study that reviews 1,300 studies in the National Center for Biotechnology Information. I've shown you at least 3 other studies. What has he shown you? You're going to have to answer nothing. What he would rather do is insult me, his brother that was very sick, and say that somehow that has to do with this topic. Well, I need for you to call him on it. You got to mash the force because I told you he was going to do that. We can't keep allowing him to do this. Peace.
All right, Brother Polite, it's on you, my brother. 10 minutes to rebuttal, and it starts when you start, brother.
Okay, ready for me?
I'm ready.
Okay, Brother Jabari, I didn't assume that the brother was ridiculous. I recognize that you was being ridiculous. So let's make that clear. I don't know the brother square one. I can't judge. But I knew you was being ridiculous. And oh yeah, I got from the same place you like, the biotechnology place where we getting our references. Oh yeah, they have something to say that contrasts to that thing that the brother did. That's why he climbs the towers. He doesn't really do the research, and he probably isn't doing much of the study. It's okay, because he climbs the towers and he does a service to feed his family. But okay, I'll do it. I'll do it, Jabari. Put the gun in my hand, damn it. And the thing with the 1,300 sources, it wouldn't matter if you gave 10,000 sources. If I give you 1 or 2 sources that contradict that source, and they employ the scientific method, this is why I asked the family, I need Jabari to confirm if he's using any independent research, because you do know that these Wi-Fi companies, cell phone companies, they pay for funding and research. And they do it based on a criteria on the old guidelines of the FCC. Okay? So you got to understand. And those guidelines are based on, what did I say earlier in the first round? 6 minutes of exposure. You ever seen a droplet of water, family, drop on the same place? It wouldn't matter if it's metal. It wouldn't matter if it's wood. It wouldn't matter if it's paint. The reality is, if the same damn droplet keeps coming down on you, eventually it's going to cause damage. Well, that's what I'm talking about with non-ionizing radiation, because I know everybody's claimed the famous. It's not ionizing, so it's not going to thrust an electron out of its most valence to create free radicals that will probably damage the DNA. Well, I say it for Jabari because he ain't going to be able to articulate that. I say it for him. That's what he meant to say. That's what he meant to say. That's what he would say. So I'm going to step ahead, and I go out my way, and I say to me, Brother Polite, how should we approach this argument? Let's show them the weakest activity we could possibly find that can implicate us. And if we can prove, without a shadow of a doubt, he's not saying that my information is incorrect. He's just mad at the fact that it's not the 5G. But the point he's missing is, if I can show you what the lower frequency radiation can do to us biologically, then undoubtedly I am not wrong for considering the fact that we need a halt to the 5G, being that Black people find themselves in the most precarious space. And since the diseases that we are more, the diseases make us more susceptible to the coronavirus, a RNA virus. This is a country that knew whenever these respiratory diseases come, particularly RNA viruses, poor people get the butt of the joke. This is also a country that will know when they built the projects made of metal. You know, they put lead paint all over the projects, you know that? And asphalt all over the floor, you know that? I can tell Jabari don't know. Blue light can come from the sun as well. And normally when we're in a better environment or wealthier neighborhoods, there's grass and trees per square mile in respect to each house, that it absorbs the blue light so it doesn't implicate us. But when you live in a concrete jungle and you got asphalt there, bouncing those blue light waves off, attacking your DNA, creating free radicals, destroying your eyes, and then you know they had to remove the lead paint because they said the lead blocks the radiation. That's why we had the lead paint in the hood. But then we found out the lead paint was giving us respiratory issues. So we trust the same damn devil to give us better paint, but the damn walls in them old buildings are still metal frames. And guess what metal does? It amplifies the radiation, Negro. I don't make these things up. But you don't know what an antioxidant does and how it loans electrons to free radicals. You don't know what a 5' N and a 3' N is. That when those antioxidants come in, we could avoid the apoptosis or necrosis, which is cell death, either by program or incidental. But I knew not to waste my time with this conversation. So I dumbed it down for a conversation with Tyrone going up the damn ladder. But if you want to box with God. Because as I told y'all, I don't need to read nothing to handle minds. Now let me go back here. Brother Sonetta, let me just share this. I gotta find out. Oh, there you go. Let me just share this. Someone in their feelings. Well, I cares about money. I knew I'd get them. Got him. You mad. Oh, he mad. Now listen, he big mad. I'm gonna just do this one more time. I'm not gonna play his video.
Oh, damn.
Psych out loud.
I bet you put Jabari in this. Jabari, were you diagnosed with COVID-19?
No. What happened is...
Okay, so I don't know why the hell he's mad at me. He wrote here, yo, but you see what Polite ignored? I wish everyone the best. We don't give a damn if you wish us the best. Negro, you told us you was dying from COVID-19. Okay, you ain't say you was dying. We just thought you was. I did. I'm over here praying and shit. I don't even know where the fuck my prayers going. Only to find out when I looked through the fine line and the fine print, you only believed you had it because you had a racking dry cough and difficulty breathing and absolutely no energy and fever. Well, my man, it's flu season. You ain't saying nothing new. And if you was paying attention to my first round, I showed you that radiation can even give you those symptoms. But you're so busy tempting to be right that even in this, you cannot admit, you know what? I should have wrote in there that I believe I have it. But you know what you do in rebuttal? But he's missing the point. I asked all the families to be safe. That's what he says. But he misses the point. I asked all the families to be safe. That's not the point. The point is we can't go around here self-diagnosing ourselves because the round is about if it's irresponsible. And I showed you data where this is what they plan to do to unsuspecting brothers and sisters, unlike you. Because I know you know better. Because you're the scholar and you've been doing years of Africana studies. And Baba Haru is your teacher. So you would know to cite sources, especially if your life depends on it. Any other damn time you give us a credible source, now you're just going to deal with presumption and assumption. Now you're going to do it. Now you just throw away the whole scholarly method so you can be one of the victims. It's that important to be a victim. I still love you though, but I don't play these games when I go in to do this work. Blood all over my damn hands. If I was OJ, I wouldn't even have a glove. What? Oh, Tyrone up the ladder. Let's do this. Association of exposure to radio frequency, electromagnetic field radiation, RF-EMFR, generated by mobile phone base stations with glycated hemoglobin, HbA1c. Most of you will know that has something to do with diabetes. The main reason that I pinpointed diabetes because I didn't want to be all over the place talking about several different diagnoses, several different diseases. So I just focused on one thing that our Black people are subject to. And again, the projects is a setup. Every time something goes wrong, Black people get the butt of the joke. You're not going to tell me that the government didn't consider, if they get a respiratory virus, that if it's a pandemic and it's a respiratory virus, the lower income communities, mostly populated by Black and Spanish people, they're going to get the butt of the joke. But anyway, we're going to go here, right? And we're going to see installation of mobile phone base stations. Installation of mobile phone base stations in residential areas has initiated public debate about possible adverse effects on human health. This study aimed to determine the association of exposure to radio frequency electromagnetic field radiation, RF-EMFR, generated by mobile phone base stations with glycated hemoglobin, HbA1c, and occurrence of type 2 diabetes mellitus. For this study, 2 different elementary schools, school 1 and school 2, because according to Tyrone, we got to be up a damn ladder with our ass in front of the damn waves for us to get a shock. But that's wrong. So in this model, they use school 1 and school 2 were selected. We recruited 159 students in total, 96 male students from one school 1 with the age range of 12 to 16 years, and 63 male students with age range 12 to 17 years from school. Okay, hold on. RF-EMFR was measured inside of both schools, and school 1 RF-EMFR was 9.601. Let's keep going forward. Let's go down. I got time. Let's go down. Let's go in school. Let's go right here to RF-EMR was 1.909. NW forward CM to the second power frequency 925 megahertz, and students have been exposed for 6 hours daily, 5 days in a week. 5 to 6 mm blood was collected from all the students, and HbA1c was measured by using the Dimension Expand Plus integrated chemistry system. Okay, let's go down. Moreover, students who were exposed to high RF-EMR generated by MPBS had a significantly higher risk of type 2 diabetes mellitus relative to their counterparts who were exposed to low RF-EMFR. It is concluded that exposure to high RF-EMR generated by MPDS is associated with elevated levels of HbA1c and risk of type 2 diabetes mellitus. I wish I could go into A1C. Mobile phone towers was 200. Oh, don't worry. We'll talk about where the mobile towers was in this situation right here. Go ahead. Don't worry about it.
All right. Peace and Black Power family. Unshare your screen, please.
Shit, I don't got sauce.
That was your rebuttal, right, Brother Polite?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we are at the part where Brother Jabari gets to ask you a question, and I'm going to give you 2 minutes to respond to the question.
No problem.
And the same thing with you, Brother Jabari. You have 2 minutes to respond to his question. So all right, yes, go ahead. It's on you, Brother Jabari. First of all, let me say this. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw some spice in here. So y'all both can go back and forth right quick. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to talk to each other right now. Y'all both got 10 minutes to have a conversation. And then I'm going to let y'all ask a question. How's that?
I don't understand.
Well,
just do a one-shot deal. Whatever time you give us to go back and forth.
Okay. I was going to just let y'all have an open mic where y'all talk to each other. But right now, I'm going to just give you 2 minutes to answer the question. Brother Jabari, it's on you to ask the question to Polite. When you finish your question, that time will start, Polite. 2 minutes. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Jabari.
I'm ready, Jabari.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, brother.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to be clear. You're saying that I have 2 minutes to ask him a question and then...
No, he got 2 minutes to answer your question.
Oh, okay.
Once you ask the question, then he got 2 minutes to answer it.
Okay. This is my question.
Okay.
I want him to explain to us where the power in his house, the electrical power in his house, falls on the electromagnetic frequency range. Because I think part of what he is doing, because either he doesn't understand electromagnetic frequency range, which is possible, or he is trying to mislead other people who don't understand electromagnetic frequency range. When he describes things that are so low on the electromagnetic frequency range, so low that even the earth itself has that frequency, I want him to talk to me about how those things shouldn't harm him, but things in the kilohertz range, or even things in the 92 megahertz range would hurt him, because the last study that he just showed was for the 92 megahertz range. Explain to us what products exist between the kilohertz range and the 92 megahertz range.
Well, you got everything from the remote control that you was talking about to our laptops, to our phones, and these are supposed to be consistent with non-ionizing frequencies or non-ionizing waves. Some of them being thermal, okay? Not having high currents. However, they say it won't damage the DNA, but the thing we have to consider is if just like that droplet of water that may bounce on wood or bounce on metal for a long period of time, or even somebody pressing your forehead like this for a long period of time, like I was doing figuratively during this debate, eventually you feel the impact and eventually there'll be some breakage. Eventually on a cellular level, there'll be some permeability. The membrane becomes more permeable. Eventually, the non-ionizing frequency, though it be low, if you subject to it every day, and this is the big problem, we only consider the cell phone, but we don't consider when we go to work. We don't consider if we're a fireman and everybody has frequencies subject to them as a fireman, or if you're on an airplane, you don't consider being locked in with several people with objects that bear those frequencies. You don't consider when you go to school with several laptops and other technology. So it's not just you having one individual phone. We go to a basketball game, it's 20,000, 30, 40,000 people in the same room. Just having frequencies alone going back and forth from the phone itself. And then depending on what the stadium is made up of, it's damn near like we're in an incubator. Okay, so what I'm telling my good brother over here is, it's not so much, oh man, but that's so low. So what is in your house that's gonna make you polite, throw away your objects, throw away all your devices since you don't like it? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if on a minuscule scale, we can be impacted. Why? are we as a people, understanding the experimentation that they have conducted on us as a people for so many years? Why are we not saying, yo, hold up, we can't take another blow? Because it might be a death blow if we don't do more research. That's all I'm asking.
All right, Brother Jabari, you can respond.
I just want to be clear that I didn't really answer the question. I asked him about the electrical field in his house because he has power. We see the lights on right now. Where does that fit on the range? By the way, notice that you also are still talking about cell phone devices. You keep making that error, Polite. It's clear to me that maybe this is not intent and I shouldn't be upset with you. Maybe you just don't understand the topic. Because I keep showing you the graph and you keep making errors on the graph. You even clicked my graph and are still making the mistakes. I want you to be clear, where does the electricity on your house fall on that range? And if it is higher than the other things you mentioned, shouldn't that mean that you should not have electricity? Not the power on, not the devices on, but you should get rid of all electricity in your house.
All right, let him go.
Whether you're talking about the device that I'm looking at in front of right now, that's blue light. Whether you're talking about the router, that would be in gigahertz. Okay, I don't know what exactly you are looking for, because I answered the question already and I answered it again. You asked me what range or what frequency are the devices in my house on. I'm giving the answer and you making these faces. And I'm convinced that people, even when you give them the correct answer, they want to do this thing where they look like they can't believe the right answer came, to give people the impression that the wrong answer came. I gave you the right answer. And your question was convoluted and long as shit. And I still gave you an answer the first time, and I gave you an answer this time, but I will not be patronized. I gave you an answer, it'll check out, it's absolutely correct. And when I get a chance to ask you a question, I'm gonna ask you what the hell was so damn funny.
All right, Brother Jabari.
No, isn't that his time to ask me a question? Or
yes, Brother Polite, it's on you to ask Brother Jabari a question. Jabari, you got 2 minutes to answer his question. Brother Polite.
What's the difference between an RNA virus and a DNA virus, and how does that impact us as a people?
For the most part, most viruses work on RNA, not DNA. And I want to be clear that you should understand that viruses are not living entities. They hijack cells' reproductive systems and produce themselves that way. Hold
up, let him answer, Polite, and then you can.
And how they affect us as a people was the question. That was the other part that I'm going into. I want to say to you that ultimately, it doesn't actually matter whether what the makeup of the virus is with regard to RNA and DNA. What you actually have to do is try to find a way to assist your body's system in filtering out these viruses. They're not alive, so it's a little bit difficult to do so. We might have more success with things like bacteria. I know that people don't necessarily always understand the difference between bacteria and viruses, and I only have a short period of time to explain it. But I also saw you question why Lysol and Dettol were listed as killing the coronavirus, which tells me that you aren't really familiar with what coronaviruses are. It's a really large group of viruses, including the common cold. Brother Polite, you are out of your league here. Way out of your league. Maybe instead of misleading people, you should sit down and take a class. Because what I'm hearing right now is concerning. I know there are a lot of things that you do well. And my understanding, because I know someone who was studying on the stock market with you, is that you do that well. Stay in your lane, brother, because this stuff is getting people killed. And I think you should stop it immediately.
Okay, so I just want to say, Jabari, you are king. Like when you were asked, did you actually have the coronavirus? And what people didn't see in the clip was when you started talking about the New York Knicks got a chance to get a test, and Idris Elba also got a chance to get a test. And you went into all this. Well, you see, let me explain to you. And actually, you never even just told the brother flat out, yo, listen, just take the L, say no. You never got tested. You never got confirmation. But you got to tell everybody everything else that you think you know or that you do know. So in this particular instance, the virus is not using RNA. The way the virus uses RNA. That's one. We got to get that out the way. And the reason why I asked you that is because a lot of us are susceptible to RNA viruses because of SNPs, which are single nucleotide polymorphisms. And these SNPs are part of the haplogroups. And if we have understanding of the haplogroups that these viruses tend to take over or tend to have an affinity to, I should say, then we will realize the severity of this particular conversation as it relates to the coronavirus that you're talking about. What I'm talking to people about is the fact that whether it be this respiratory virus or another, you can't tell me I don't know about the coronavirus, because then I'll ask you this: what is the name of the protein receptor that's on the coronavirus that empowers it the ability to attach itself to the cells? And what are the name of the cells that the coronavirus is able to attach itself to? You can just give me the name of the protein receptor, and you can tell me what the coronavirus is compatible with in terms of cells. What cells is it attaching itself to since you had it? What cells of your lungs did it attach itself to? Since we want to talk dirty. I told you you can't do this with me. I'll listen, I'll wait. And let's see if you actually got it in you to say, I don't know.
Is he supposed to ask me a question now? I thought he was responding.
Yeah, because you asked me 2 questions and now I'm asking you 2 questions. My second question is, what is the name of the protein receptor?
Hold up, Polite. He asked you 1 question. He was just clarifying. No, he cleared it. No, he cleared the question up. He cleared it. Yeah, he cleared it. He said it again, the same question. Hold on, brother. He asked you 1 question and he said you're not answering the question, so he asked you again.
It's not a problem.
Question. Am I right or wrong, Jabari?
I am correct. I don't know what he was doing. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Okay.
All right, brother Jabari, ask the question.
He's freestyling.
Ask your question,
That's what
Jabari.
he's doing.
I thought he was, go ahead. Ask your question, Jabari.
Okay. I want you, because you continue to do this, and we did this in the beginning, I want you to explain to us clearly what the connection is between, as you call it, technology.
Okay.
Hey, Jabari, before any of you do this, there is some bills that I got to pay. I got to pay these bills real quick, y'all.
I'm with it.
I'm sorry about that, but I got to pay these bills. How many of y'all ever heard of moringa?
Damn, son.
You ever heard of moringa, brother Jabari?
I think almost everyone is probably, I hope people have heard about it now. Let me say that.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I can't wait till my order come in, and I'm getting me an order right away. The moringa. Let's get into it, family. Everybody that's out there.
Steve X, the owner of BodyAndHerbs.com. Moringa is actually the most nutritious plant on earth. Moringa provides nutrition, all your vitamins, minerals, and proteins. I have moringa powder, moringa capsules. It's simple. You can just simply be taken with water. Moringa oil for the body, hair, and skin. It's one of the most nutrient-dense oils on the planet. I also have moringa beard oil. You can find my product at 4508 West Slauson, right next to the famous La Louisiane, or online at BodyAndHerbs.com.
Yeah. That's not how a telephone works. Yeah, okay. I might mention it.
Some of you did.
Yeah. Let me go.
Real quick, y'all. If some of y'all missed that, we will play it again at the end. But I also want to go on with these commercials. I got to play my commercials. These right here is what pays the bills. Let me go pay some bills here. All right? So, family, let's get it in.
That's the information right there.
Yo, man, why you keep trolling, bro? Why you keep trolling, unbiased?
Wow.
You trolling, man. You just did this video yesterday. Why you keep trolling, bro?
We never played this.
You keep trolling, man. Y'all did this video yesterday, bro.
Oh, we didn't play this. It's my first time watching the whole thing.
You trolling, bro. You trolling, bro.
Remember, we had a bill, but nobody actually watched the video. Remember?
Listen, man. I was sent here to tell you to stop trolling, man. I'm gonna have to come see you, bro.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Stop trolling, bro. You can live if you stop trolling. You keep trolling, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have a problem, B.
Yeah. We gotta release the crackling. We gotta release his data.
Anytime somebody talk about pulling up, tell shit, well, I got that Rona.
Yeah, I'm gonna call.
What you say, bro?
Oh shit.
Yeah, switch up quick. Shit.
All right. So yeah. So this is some of us. This is some of us first time. Some of our first time watching the whole thing. You know. So we're gonna give a legit feedback. Yesterday we talked about it. Then we just went left with it. We never had a chance to play it.
Let's look at your channel and see how many videos you got with polite name in it. Pull it up.
Now we got to roast this video first. No mercy.
Rolling.
Put the cake down. Young Chopper in the building. We eating this shit up.
Yeah, well, you know what? You know what? Right now, he's a trending topic. You dig? Now, it'd be trolling if I was to get on somebody who's not trending. So right now, this is a polite names and everything. Debated Eric Muhammad. He went at Unc and Garfield. Now he's at Jabari. You dig? So he's trending. Trolling would be to get at somebody who's like not trending and just like if I was to dig up, let's say like Professor Larry, somebody that'd be trolling.
Yeah, we got picked to the top of the tree. We got Rob on next. Rob on next month. Rob on.
Yeah. So let me get.
No, we can't.
The return to Kemet. The return to Kemet, nigga.
So I think we got a few more, probably like a half an hour left.
Shit.
Actually, yeah. So what are they gonna do from this point on? Just ask each other questions. Like, nothing new is gonna be presented.
No, this is at the end of the day. The phone conversation comes in.
Okay. All right. All right. So let me see what do I have. No, but you know what? I do have a video on polite that I haven't played to anybody. I could do that now since I'm already trolling. Might as well finish. All right. Let's see. What do I have over here in the stash? Yeah.
Polite find out. Polite goddamn. Hit the block on your
ass. All right. So let's see. What do we have over here? All right. So I was trying to find his other video that he did. Man, I can't find that shit. So hold up. Let me play this real fast. I'm gonna find his other video.
Well, shout out to my girl Monique in the building, man. Shout out to Momo in the building. All right.
I got all these windows. I stopped searching because I don't want the computer to crash like it did last time.
I wonder what's something out of charging for them ads. That shit might be a little profitable move right there. Look, good look.
He said it's paying the bills.
Give him a question.
I say I wonder what he charges now. Like,
whatever it was, Chief said he wasn't doing it.
You already know. Contact your brother, and I got you. Contact me. I'm gonna throw my email up in the chat in a minute, and let's talk some business. Let's talk Black economics. Let's talk business, family.
Yeah, damn,
we're gonna promote. We're gonna keep this promotion going, brother. Jabari, it's on you, my brother, to go ahead and ask Brother Polite a question.
One of the things that am I muted? You can hear me, right?
We hear you.
But one of the things that I see you do in some of the videos where I'm arguing you're misleading people is you try to describe technology and their connection to different epidemics or pandemics, right? And I just want to play with one of them a little bit. I want to be clear.
Oh, this is crucial right here.
If you could talk a little bit more how you believe the Spanish flu was affected by radio waves. And I want you to give us the date for the Spanish flu and the date when commercial radio waves became popular around the world.
You understand the question, Polite?
Yes, I do.
All right, it's on you, brother.
So the purported date for the Spanish flu is 1918. Radio waves was introduced a few years back from that time. That the point that I was making is that when you're enveloping land masses with a new technology, it always has an impact on people biologically. That was the point that I was making. And we see it consistent in history. If we're expecting to see people immediately impacted the year of or the date to which time that technology is introduced, I wouldn't think that's likely. Well, what we'll see in history is that we'll find when new technology is militarized, what I mean by that is actually being used for security purposes by the countries and then also commercialized, we'll come to terms with the fact that it's something worth investigating, which is the point that I made. And several times in those videos, I said, I do not claim that this in particular is an absolute fact, but what I will do is say that I have fair skepticism. Go ahead.
You want me to go ahead? I want you to understand that that answer is incorrect.
Okay. What part of it? Fair skepticism?
No, no, fair skepticism. That was just you ad-libbing. Come on, man. Your dates are incorrect. Nice try. Okay. The Spanish flu did occur in 1918. I'm glad you at least learned that from your conversation with Ankh, because you said 1916 last time. The date was 1918, but we don't see commercial radio really heavily in the United States or around the world until the mid-1920s. So for you to connect those two things is not correct. I could show you sources if you like. There's not really time to do that. But I think that what you did is you probably heard something and you may not have done the research on the Spanish flu. And so I really want you to do a little bit more research on that so that you're able to maybe even make a better argument. You might come up with a better argument that defeats what I just said. But based on what you just said, you're not able to do that yet. So I think that that's really important.
All right, brother Polite. It's your go, brother. Okay. And family, I want everybody out there to get your questions ready. I do not want you to call in to try to teach. We already got the teachers tonight. Call in, get your questions ready, and when we open up these phone lines, brother Polite is on you.
Was telling me that after 1918, or was more popularized.
Stupid all things.
To another time of discussion. What I want to ask my brother Jabari is this: what are the specific cells he give me to that the coronavirus attaches itself to, and how is it, or what's the name of the protein receptor? And if you got more time, you want to bust down, break down what the cells do that it attaches itself to.
Well,
I don't know what that guy
first of all, let me say to you that
absolutely nothing.
You have to be really clear that there's a lot of study being done here, right? And so I think that you are proposing this like the book is already, the ink is already dry and the book has already been closed, but that is not where we're at yet. At this point, the most interesting study on proteins with regard to COVID-19 occur in what are called S proteins and N proteins. For the most part, it is believed that S proteins are connected to the manner in which COVID-19 is able to infect its host. But I think that there's another group of good studies that are coming out looking at the relationship with N protein. So I don't know if you are able to actually articulate that like you're making it sound, because there's a lot that we don't know yet. I want to be clear, however, also that after answering that question, that the debate is about something different than what you've talked about all night. And that's a little frustrating, because we could talk about S proteins and N proteins. I could talk to you a little bit about it. I'm not a biologist. I'm not an epidemiologist, but I have done quite a bit of reading in the area. What I really want us to talk about is the connection between this virus and 5G. You haven't talked about that all night. And that's a problem for me. So yeah, let's just say the spike proteins are the ones that that's the answer you're looking for. But it's not a clear answer yet because you have to also recognize that there are a lot of good studies that are looking at the nucleocapsid proteins. I just read a study about it 2 days ago, by the way. And so we don't really know all of that yet.
I just let you know that. Ask me to make that connection between technology.
Watch his face when he ace. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to that. I found the Dr. Mayat video.
Go to the next slide.
Yeah, he had caught him slipping right there. Damn it, that ain't it. Hold on. God. Okay, so I got all these tabs. Watch my thing end up freezing on me. Oh. So I end up finding that Dr. Mayat video. Really? All right. Okay. That was weird. All right, so let me share my screen. Yes, I know they had put an interesting thumbnail on it. I couldn't find it. It looked like an old, because it's an old picture. So I thought it was an old video right here. Old picture. All right, so.
You're wiping the banister down.
No, that's not it.
Oh, nigga doing something on Christmas? That nigga there, boy.
All right, so anyway, since I'm already here, start right there. Okay. So what I do with that Dr. Mayat video?
Man, you should have seen when a nigga called this. You missed the other show earlier with Curtis Carlson. That shit was.
Oh no, I'm glad I ain't checked that one out.
Oh man, nigga, polite called in, nigga.
You called in? Oh shit.
Oh yeah, like hell, all the beautiful presentation on the vaccines, my brother. All that good shit. Yeah, Nepal called in, nigga. George Macon called in, like it was like pseudo Sunday or some shit.
They ready to get everybody sick talking about let's meet up and riot on May 1st and we coming outside and all this extra bullshit. They really ready to get everybody infected.
Don't wear no mask, no gloves, take all that shit off.
They said that?
Yeah. They said the mask don't work at all. Mind you, you know the N95 mask works.
Yeah, take that shit off. Yeah. I'm good now.
Yeah. I don't worry, because when they let us back, that might be. Well, first of all, try to go in a store without a mask out here in New Jersey and in New York. See what happens.
Yeah. He said they're gonna do mandatory vaccines, and they're doing that because they're gonna put nanotechnology in the vaccines.
But notice how they went from 5G.
Nanotechnology.
Right.
Notice how they went from 5G. Now we to vaccines.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I don't know why they follow. It's one dude they all following. I don't know why people scared of the dude. I took him out last time, and I'm about to do it again.
Yeah, Bill Gates owns who? All the good shit, bro. That shit was crazy.
Bill Gates. Hold on real fast. Let me show you guys this since we're talking about Bill Gates. Let's see how evil he is, right?
Like Lynn on steroids, nigga. That shit was funny.
All right, so Lynn about to flip his lid right now. Hey, Bill Gates is paying off this country $76 million. Which country is that? Nigeria? So, billionaire philanthropist Bill and Melinda Gates will pay off $76 million of Nigeria's debt through their namesake foundation. The payments, which will be made over the course of 20 years, are due to begin this year. Damn, that's Nigeria?
Yeah, right.
All right, so that's evil Bill Gates right there. That's weird, bro. I had just clicked on that Dr. Mayat video, and it was supposed to save in my history, and that's a wrap. All right, so let me move on to what I was gonna do. All right, so he has a habit. This guy, research is just flawed. You know, sometimes you rush your stuff, you flaw. Okay.
Do you could talk all that? He's good because his showmanship and everything. I speak better than you. I think better than you. I read more than you. I write more than you. These are facts every day of the week. How you gonna be better than me at this? I trained too hard for this. So I got the right to talk when I talk. What's the virus? It's a submicroscopic agent that escapes from the genes of an entity that's I make a habit when I get ready to debate somebody, I read the first thing, 3 things on Google. I make sure I have a convincing memory. Because if I hear you do it, then I know, oh, you're dealing with the first thing you see. Oh, you like work. I'm going to get you out of here. I really go this far. I'm petty like that when it comes to scholarship. I can know 1 to 3, sometimes 3 to 5 down the Google search.
So he's that petty when it comes to scholarship. All right, keep talking.
So when I hear it, oh, he's reciting, he's reading Google. So even if you try to talk to me like you know it, I would know you reading it from Google because I got it up here. And I only had to look at it once. What are you talking about? We don't make Brooklyn come out of me, man. I'm trying to keep this shit scholarly, but I hear nigga shit. U.S. News. So now we see, I know the coronavirus is real. And I don't think 5G created the coronavirus. No more than I think Spanish flu was created by radio waves. No more than I believe Hong Kong flu was created by radio waves.
So there you go. You're hearing it.
What we arguing about?
Right. You're hearing it.
No, each of these have its inception in China. But what we do see was consistent with reality is that these pandemics find a way almost in or immediately around the vicinity of new technology. That we would think about it in retrospect. We would say that the radar technology is safe. And if we go further in retrospect, we would say the radio technology is safe. So you could talk all that, he's good because it's his showmanship and everything. I speak better than you. I think better than you. I read more than you. I write more than you. He's every day of the week. How you gonna be better than me at this? Woo! I'm trying too hard for this.
So you heard his entire argument. He laid it out right there for you. So no need for speculation. You heard it.
Yeah.
The math after the math. Let's do the math.
So I was looking for something else, by the way. Could this be it right here?
Yeah, he pretty much said right there the coronavirus ain't got nothing to do with 5G. So I don't even know why we still like that's it right there.
Highest internet trolls to spread ideologies on the internet. When you study correct the record superpop, this is where wealthy individuals who see people pushing ideas to the community, and they say that's going to become popular opinion. So what we got to do is get a group of people that look like they disagree with something, even though it's not authentic, and send them towards the way of people who have the ability to influence others opposite to the direction we want to take them. So they got internet trolls that are hired by wealthy people, such as a George Soros. You see, people say conspiracy theory.
All right, so let's get into it. You know, let's get into what we heard already. You know, everybody when they build on that, go ahead. I ain't gonna stop you. But look. When you say something, all right, that's it. Let somebody else go. Like, let's not dominate the conversation. You say something, let another person speak. Okay. Let's build.
Nigga, I'm short-winded, nigga. I'm
Go ahead. I literally just came out from a phone call. Is the debate over?
Oh man.
Melvin, you tripping.
I'm serious.
We've been on this thing for 30 hours.
Hey, y'all play the video yet?
I seen when you said you had to take a phone call, but damn it, man.
Yeah, I just literally got the phone call.
You watched it though previously though, didn't you?
Nope.
Oh.
I told you I don't watch any side of it until y'all have it.
Here for the cookies and milk.
Man. We can't do it again.
Nah, don't do it again. What are you talking about now?
Run that back, Turbo.
Damn it, man.
I got a question on what you just ended on, though. He's making an argument that there's sponsored trolls out there.
Yeah, I guess.
That sounds kind of dope. How much they paying?
I don't.
You know what? You say you looking for a work from home job? I need somewhere I can work from home.
For real. Who did he say? Did he say what's the big guy? That billionaire. What's that fucker's name?
Bill Gates.
The Democratic Party.
Talking about Bill Gates?
Nah, not Bill Gates, the other guy.
Bezos?
George Soros.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You know he dropping big bucks if it's legit. But I'll fall back.
Where's Unbiased at? Where he at? Where's Unbiased? God damn it!
My God.
Hey, I mean, like, how does he? All right, listen. How do you talk to like the other plagues is way worse? The bubonic plague, the Justinian plague. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you explain all the major pandemics that happened before that one? You know, that were way worse.
Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting.
I think we should talk about where all this 5G stuff come from in the first place.
Go ahead and tell us.
Can I share my screen?
Hold on, let me get my Reynolds wrap.
Yeah. I felt the breeze. I think somebody up the window.
All right, so which one we gonna show first?
That's Truth Ministries.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's up, bro? What's good with you, man? What's good with you, man?
Same mode. All right, so basically, I ain't gonna read the whole article to you. I'm gonna show you what the article is. It's from Wired, one of the science magazines, and they pretty much have tracked like where the whole conspiracy with 5G and Corona come from. All right, this is in Wired. All right, Wired pretty much tracked it from. It came from somewhere over in Belgium. Okay, it was in some type of. Let me just read it. Let me not speculate. Let me just read. It started with one doctor on January 22nd. Belgian newspaper, I'm not going to try to pronounce that, published an interview with Chris van Kerkhoven, a general practitioner from Puut near Antwerp. 5G is life-threatening and no one knows it. Read the headlines. One scientifically based claim in this article published in a regional version of the paper's print edition and since deleted from his website. It sparked a conspiracy theory firestorm that has since torn through the internet and broken out into the real world, resulting in fires and threats. Van Kerkhoven didn't just claim that 5G was dangerous. He also said it might be linked to the coronavirus. Okay, so pretty much this article tells you from the beginning of the coronavirus where these people are getting their information from. So when they tell you that you're the white, you listening to the white man or the government, trust me, they got their information from the white man.
It's always the root.
All right, that's just one article. I'm not going to go all the way into the article. That's just where the coronavirus theory came from. Let's talk about the whole 5G theory now. The Times Magazine did an article last year, right?
Oh boy.
And you can see the date, May 12, 2019, right? You can see, I'm not going to read this whole article also. It's in the Times Magazine, May 19th. I'm going to tell you what it says. It says that a news entity, right? A news media entity called RTTV or RT News, whatever they call themselves. Roughly, I'm not sure. But what they do is they are a Russian asset, put it like that. They interfered in the 2016 elections, and this has been proven. They are actually on the watch list. And what they did was back in 2019, they started putting out misinformation about 5G. It all came from one news report of they had a doctor on there that asked a question: could 5G be dangerous? Right? And from that little article, they spread that around everywhere, trying to make it seem like it was actually dangerous when she didn't even make a conclusion. Okay? These people are literally following Russian propaganda. What Russia is doing, right, is pretty much a technology war with Russia, China, and the United States. They are all trying to implement 5G, but each one of them wants to be the first. Okay? So it's like a race. So what Russia did was they put misinformation to try to slow down the European rollout of 5G. It wasn't just America, it was the European Union also. They was trying to slow down the European rollout of 5G with misinformation, and it kind of worked. People are really burning down 5G towers. You see what I'm saying?
Crazy. Yep.
So that's where it all comes from. These niggas is really, whether they know it or not, Russian agents. They really have let Russia get into their heads and manipulate them into thinking that this shit was real. But they call me, they say I'm working for the government. All of a sudden now, I'm an agent or something. Come on now, bro. Me?
Yeah, I remember when it came out. I remember like Sonetta was asking people, like everybody, like, yo, what's up with this 5G? Nobody knew nothing. She was so new, nobody knew nothing. You know what I'm saying? Devon didn't know, Curtis Carls didn't know. And then like 2 months later, like it's full-fledged.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. What are we doing? All right. So yeah, that was good info right there. A year ago, where were they at? You know, so that's definitely a good timestamp. I want to share this video right here because, as you know, every so often when somebody's on Sinetta TV and when they have misinformation, I sneak in and I drop that nuclear. You dig, that nuclear bomb, and I get out that back door without them knowing what hit them. So let's go right here.
Where they are able to convey information to the immune system of the agent. But if you're washing your hands with disinfectants that say antibacterial, anything that says antibacterial, most likely has triclosan in it.
You heard that. Anything that says antibacterial most likely has triclosan in it. Now look where we at. This is April 1st, 2020 when he's saying this. This is this month. One more time, Turbo. Come on, Turbo. One more time for us.
Where they are able to convey information to your immune system about the agent. But if you're washing your hands with disinfectants that say antibacterial, anything that says antibacterial, most likely has triclosan in it.
Okay, now he's saying convincing, and it's the same spill he did where nobody can touch him. He knows everything. He's a scholar. Okay, so he says it again on different times. And when he was on Sonetta, he said it again. And I called in on him. I pulled up.
Antibacterial soaps. Here we go again. And just like I said on the previous video I did, I said, hey, people are taking antibacterial soap, wiping down the arms of the chair, wiping down the chair, wiping down the table. When no one's looking, wiping their ass, hoping they don't get the virus. No way. But here's the problem with that. But if you're going to use soap, which you should, I'm not telling you not to clean your hands. You should have been going out your way to clean your hands before the talks of this virus. What was you people doing prior? This is some insane stuff that takes place. Use soaps and toothpaste that do not have triclosan in it.
So he still believes that this ingredient, this active ingredient, triclosan, is in some products in 2020. He specified antibacterial soaps and hand sanitizer. He believes that in 2020. This scholar, this researcher, they got a perfect memory. He believes he read that somewhere. So he said it again on Sunday TV. Okay. And look, I was not even, you talk about a troll. I can't be a troll. I was not going to call in. Sonetta yelled my name out like 20 times in the chat, was saying go in, Divine Prospect, even Jeremiah Judah, call in unbiased. So I was basically forced to call in. You dig? I was gonna let my man live.
Damn, come on, where you at? Unbiased?
See, now does that seem like I'm trying to call in? No.
Where you at? Unbiased. Come on, man.
Woo!
Where you at? Unbiased?
Okay.
This might be him.
So of course I edited it, so I skipped right to my phone call.
Peace and Black Power family. What's your name and where you calling from? Peace and Black Power family. What's your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, it's Unbiased Sports.
Oh man, this is the dude, Unbiased Sport Polite, and I know he got a lot of questions for you.
I have maybe one question or two. I just had a question for one thing you said. That's all.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Polite, when you said triclosan, that's in soap and different things. Do you believe that triclosan is in any soaps or any products in America today?
Do I believe it's in any products?
Yeah, or any soap.
So I said today, okay, because I'm hearing he keeps saying this as though he made it clear. It's in most products that says antibacterial, right? So he's and hum right now. Why isn't he so sure?
Well, what I say is I buy products that reaffirms that it's not there in it. So I haven't exactly been looking for products that has it, but what I do is look to see if the product does not have it. So you're not really obligated to put. It's not one of those ingredients that you're obligated to put in your product. But I know as a selling point, there are other companies that make sure we want to let you know it's not in there. So I don't know who's using it right now, but what I would tell you is
wait. So now all of a sudden he does not know who's using this bacterial soap or a hand sanitizer that says triclosan inside it. But earlier he said it's in most products. That means most people that buy hand sanitizer or antibacterial soap should be using this shit, right?
Look for the products that make it clear that it's not in there.
So he's backpedaling.
So if you got a thing where alcohol or banned, put me on. I don't know nothing about that.
So he knows nothing about triclosan being banned from hand sanitizers and antibacterial soaps. He just said that, 2020. So now I'm confused. Because he's a master researcher.
And the first thing I want to talk to you about.
So he keeps going in on it.
Triclosan. What about triclosan? Well, this is in your hand sanitizers and your antibacterial soaps.
So if you say something over and over and over, it must be true.
So if you got a thing with alcohol or banned, put me on. I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, so I was going to say that triclosan been banned since 2016. So, there are no soaps or any products that's supposed to have that in it in 2020.
So that was a nuclear. So this video is in 2016, by the way. FDA.
In a surprise move, the FDA has banned bacterial soaps from being sold. The agency instead advocates for the old school approach to hand washing for soap and water. Specifically, the Food and Drug Administration banned all soap products containing 19 active ingredients, including the infamous chemical triclosan. In a surprise move, the FDA has banned antibacterial soaps from being sold.
Automatic.
The instead advocates for the old school approach to hand washing for soap and water. Specifically, the Food and Drug Administration banned all soap products containing 19 active ingredients, including the infamous chemical triclosan.
Drop the bomb on him.
Oh man, this is the dude, Unbiased Sport Polite, because information.
Drop the bomb. He kept saying it over and over and over, so it must be true, right? 4 years ago. Matter of fact, 10 years ago, they started working on it in 2010. They started working on banning it. So anyway, I don't want to make that the discussion. I just want to add that in there. Let you know my brother's research at times it appears it's severely flawed. So let's go back to the debate for those who watched it. You dig? I know the chat was pitching in, weighing in. The watcher, did you watch almost all of it?
Honestly, about 75%. I didn't see the last round. I heard he said something like, I brought up solutions or something, and they didn't get to that round.
Okay. All right. So look. So let me first go here. So I got the Dr. Mayat video, and I'll go back to that.
Let me know if you see it, Si.
Watch this.
I see it. It's up.
Okay, so 5G, RF signals, wireless communications, radiation, what does it all mean? All right, so I want to give the family some food for thought. Intelligence can be measured as the application of knowledge. So hence your intelligence of or in a particular field of study is not measured by how well you remember and recite ideas or concepts in that field. It is measured by how well you can apply those ideas and concepts. So you have people on your platform, Brother Sinet, and I'm not going to call any names, but they brag about, I can remember this, I can recite this. And so I'm sure you taxonomy, family. And you see at the bottom, right? The bottom of the hierarchy of thinking is remembering, okay? So you're really at the lowest level.
Shit.
Oh yeah, that's a nuclear.
Level of thinking to just remember things. So remember means to recall facts and basic concepts. Define, duplicate, list, memorize, repeat, and state. And so this is the level of thinking.
Wow.
And what I do in my engineering courses is I encourage my engineering students to climb up the hierarchy of thinking. So I bring them to a level of understanding ideas and concepts, being able to explain them, identify them, recognize them, and then apply those ideas and concepts to, like I said before, design projects. So they actually use the information in new situations. And then not only use the information side, but also analyze. So being able to apply these ideas and concepts and then analyze and also evaluate what we do. And once you reach the apex of thinking, you will have produced a new or original work. So that means that you will have added to the body of knowledge that already exists. Okay, and typically when people get a PhD, that's what that signifies. It signifies that you have reached the hierarchy of thinking. You have created something new. You've added to a body of work. Okay, and so that's what that signifies.
Hey, you see, that was deep as hell, bro. I caught that one like, damn.
When was this presentation?
I actually agree, but isn't Polite being chastised for creating or producing a new or original idea, even if he didn't originate it? He, quote unquote, is being attributed to bringing it to the community.
Well, no, because it doesn't stand on anything, and that's what she was trying to say.
Well, I'm not going to say that.
Please.
I'll say this.
Listen to this.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I don't blame Polite for having these ideas. What I blame Polite is bringing these ideas during this crisis that we're going through, that is literally getting people walking down the streets thinking that 5G is creating a virus and the virus ain't real. People are literally not just being irresponsible right now.
So did you only see that once he came out with this, or did you see that prior to it? Because I know I saw it prior to. I heard.
Oh, it's other dudes. Trust me. It's other people putting out this information. I've been banging on them for a couple weeks now. Trust me, I ain't even got the Polite yet.
What were you gonna say, Melvin?
No, I was just gonna repeat after what Truth said. This topic has been out for quite some time. Polite hasn't created it. Yeah, he made it brought it to the community for people lack of doing research or coming across the topic, but he technically didn't create the subject matter.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm sorry.
That's what I said, because I know that's why I'm a little confused by the outrage, because he is not the originator of this idea and this concept. So the fact that he's like, and one thing I will say is, I can assume and make the assumption or the presumption that he's being disingenuous, or I can say that people are not paying close enough attention to the argument, or that some other people may have read some of the same evidence that he read, or some of the same things that he's been presented with, and they misunderstood the argument for 5G being responsible for, a virus. I'm not really sure what it is, but what I will say is he's pretty much being credited with this when it's not he's not the first person to say this. He's not the only person to say this. And there are people who are far more credentialed than him and many others that are saying he is wrong that do say that there is cause for concern, or should, at least at minimum, there's cause for more research. So that's just where I stand on the issue. As long as there are scientists, biologists, engineers who kind of are on the fringes and say there's something that needs to be looked at, I can't completely discount that there is not a negative effect, and not just from 5G technology, period, because the argument is not just pigeonholed to 5G.
Can somebody show me the study though? Where can somebody just post like a show me the study where they're saying that the technology is weakening your immune system and opening it up to viruses that are the precursor to these pandemics?
Good question.
I can send you a video.
Yeah, now somebody.
No. I mean, like I'm talking about like.
No, I can send you a video. They list several studies, and then you can. They actually talk about the studies, and you can go and look up the studies. But I'm not gonna go pull the studies.
Some of these people,
and they're talking about it leading to the weakened immune system, and that leading to viruses and pandemics.
They didn't say viruses and pandemics. Again, that's a different argument. That may be an additional thing that Polite hasn't added.
Yeah,
Maybe
because that's what I mean.
Creativity comes in.
That's what I'm saying. He's he's pulling from different people. He's making he's combining different theories and making it like it's his own.
Right.
So he's evaluating and analyzing and coming to his own conclusions, or he's thinking outside of the realm of, okay, well, if it could do this, then maybe potentially it could do this. But the argument is that it affects your immune system. So there is a basis for that. So if your immune system is the first line of defense against a virus, then I don't see how that would be a flaw in his argument. He's not saying that the weakened immune system causes the virus, but it inhibits your ability to fight it effectively.
Okay. Post. Just let me look at the article for the weakened immune system. Post that one so I can look at it.
I think the biggest issue here, yes, Pillay is definitely partially to blame for bringing the subject to a uneducated audience, but also those who continue to promote and propagate, this subject, is also to blame as well. And that's where the community has to be responsible for who's presenting what information to them, and they're not.
Exactly. Like people keep on saying it. Like
I'm posted in the back chat. I want to look at it.
I don't even see why.
As I said, it's a video lecture where the lady goes in depth. She lists several studies, so you can go through and pull out the studies.
Video.
I got the link. I'm posting it.
Yeah, I want to see if she was talking about weakened immune system.
Yeah, because some of these people be amongst their peers, they're called pseudo or pseudoscience amongst their own peers. And their peers.
Some of these people work for our government. So if you stop working for our government and then people deem you pseudo when you bring out some, I'm not inclined to believe that you're completely pseudo. At one point, you worked under our government.
You can work. Yeah, so that's something totally different. You can work for a government and do your job and then make some erroneous statements about something else. You had the right to that. You're just like I can work.
You could be deemed as pseudo for going against the grain.
There's scientists
both
that
things can be true.
They actually did more than that. Just call them pseudo. They actually read their books and critiqued it and beat it up and showed the errors and the contradictions in their own book and showed the flawed studies. And the people who they referenced were people who was found guilty of manipulating data. So like these people aren't just talking; they're actually out there showing and proving and beating up their work. So they're actually doing the work. They're doing what we're doing. They fact checked them. And they put it on blast.
Yeah, you can find scientists that have won a Nobel Peace Prize in one area. And then in the other area, they were off kilter and they were pseudo in one area because they just miscalculated or the formula wasn't right.
A perfect example is that there's scientists that are religious and they definitely tell you they're religious, beliefs or their connotations. And so they can be classified as pseudo when they try to tie in the science with their biblical history or their biblical knowledge. But it's the ones who put it in its proper perspective. You can still be religious and be a scientist. It's just you have to put it in its proper perspective.
Yeah.
Well, I will say if you can bring information to one government and they say that it's not substantial enough to rule on, but you take it to another government and they feel like it's substantial evidence. At the end of the day, it's relative to where you are, who you're talking to. You know, some person may say, "Oh, that's pseudo," but another government may say, "Well, I think there's enough evidence here to rule in favor based off of the evidence."
There's
So,
levels to it, Amber. There's levels to it.
and I'm not saying that there's not levels. There are levels. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a biologist. I completely
No, I'm
understand that
saying you
there's levels.
cannot put every government on the same level. You see what I'm saying? Every government is not at the same level scientifically.
But not just that. Let's say we'll use an example of U.S. will say it's pseudo, and then Russia says, you know what, you might have something here. The key is when they put finances behind it, and if it's inconsistent, no matter what government it is, they're gonna eventually give up because it's inconsistent.
And I can agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm saying you have a scientist won a Nobel Peace Prize, and then another area he just failed. He had an idea, and things just didn't work out. That's just, you know what I'm saying. So just because he was right in one area doesn't mean he's credible in every other area. Sometimes they fail in another area. That's just part of being a scientist.
My thing is, why haven't people moved on from this 5G thing? Why are we still?
I agree.
Because people are still promoting it,
right?
I
And
think
that's
they
the problem,
bro. I think they're getting paid at this point in time.
No,
I almost can prove it.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far because I'm gonna tell you why I don't believe that, because I have family and friends give me the same links that's on the internet, and I know.
I was gonna say that shit.
That's what I'm saying. It's being promoted.
Yes, I know goddamn well they ain't getting paid. So,
Yeah,
so
Lynn ain't getting paid.
This is what happens when you
I'm
put.
not saying.
This is what happens when you put incorrect knowledge in the hands of people who are not educated.
I'm not saying everybody's not. I'm saying I'm sure somebody got paid to like start it, but when it got to our hands, I don't think we are on a low level or getting paid to spread this stuff.
But and I also feel like part of the reason is that people have a really hard time when people just don't agree with them. Like,
yeah, that's true.
People are still pushing the information, yeah, but the goal to get out the right information or to convince them that they're wrong or they don't know what they're talking about. You know, like past the point of putting out the quote unquote proper information, there really shouldn't be any further discussion. The discussion comes where you're consistently trying to convince other people to change their minds, and the reality is you're just not going to be able to change anybody's mind. Like, they're going to change when they want to, or they're going to acknowledge your arguments when they want to, if they feel like your argument is credible. But at the end of the day, like, you can't get so obsessed with trying to change somebody's mind. People have the right to think what they think, even if we think they're completely incompetent in their thinking. They have the right to be incompetent in their thinking.
But this is the thing, right? This is the thing. People are dying. Are we supposed to allow people to make their own choices that can cost other people their lives?
It's
Even
not.
if
It's
they
not.
don't care
It's
The
not
about their
government
really.
own.
is, so why wouldn't we? The government is allowing them to make their own
Nothing you
choices
can do,
to
but
an extent.
Yeah, it's
should
not. It's
counter.
not. Yeah, it's not really about that to some people. As I said, these people, most of these people that continue to push these things along, they're uneducated. So they don't think in that manner. They only think, oh,
Light is
conspiracy,
not
conspiracy,
uneducated, bro.
conspiracy.
And
So
then and also too, because Jabari made a statement saying that this stuff in reference to Polite's talking points is getting people killed. And people are saying that, but first off, people were dying before. People will continue to die. If everybody went in their homes now and completely shut down and stopped believing that 5G and coronavirus were connected, people would still be dying. So I want to know, where is this? If we're talking about sources, where are the sources that people are dying more as a result of this 5G coronavirus conspiracy? Where's the evidence and the research on that?
I don't think they would have to die more.
That's just red herrings. People trying to get you to emotionally respond off of that, but that doesn't work.
But it's just irresponsible. I mean, it's just the key is just about being responsible.
It doesn't work. That's what I said. The point here is that we as a people need to be responsible for any information presented to us, and we have to hold the people who present that information responsible.
Especially when it's life threatening. Like if it's just
Even if it isn't life threatening, that's the whole point.
But like especially if it's life threatening.
But even if it isn't,
like I'm just saying, like when you talk when it's health, it should just be listen, man.
But that's
listen to the professionals.
But that's like an emotional response. What about credit?
Yes, and first of all, I feel like see that's where we come in the problem, because we want to make it this especially when case.
Right. You can't do that.
If people made it common practice to vet information when it's presented to them, they wouldn't be in this especially when case. It would be common practice to vet information and not believe everything that you hear. But if you allow on a smaller scale for people to tell you anything and you go for it, then you have this magnified thing where it is a serious situation and you can't get people to focus and understand that they need to listen to what they're being told and vet the information.
What I'm saying is that if you're giving information,
just a little bit, just tip in. Like the reason, my opinion on this is, I think it can be dangerous. I can't point to someone and say they're the cause of somebody dying. However, and I already explained this to Unbiased and also I believe it was Zen Rashu. When I just got on Facebook maybe like a few weeks ago, but when I'm getting and I look at my mom sees me and then she friends me or whatever, and I look at majority of her content and I see her pushing this shit and she's sending me messages about 5G and all that type of stuff. And she's watching my nieces and nephews, and I'm asking her, so what are you doing about it? And she's saying she's turning off her modem at certain times and turn off the computer and all that. And I'm like, okay, so what about washing your hands and making sure you don't go out stuff? Well, that stuff's not that important. It's more about the technology. Shit like that is what got me like, oh, fuck this. Where's this information coming from? This shit needs to stop. So when people stop believing in the science, or if they're not on that level and they're just putting all their mind into the conspiracy, then I think that's leading to the potential. Again, I can't pinpoint. I can't provide articles when my aunt or my cousin or a lady down the street decided to say, I'm believing in Fox News, I'm not washing my hands, or all that is fake, I can go outside, I don't need a mask, or you understand what I'm saying? So again, I can't really provide the information, but anecdotally, I see it in my own situation like, shit, this could be harmful. It has the potential to be harmful. So I'm more or less would want to stamp out or stomp out anyone who's demoting science in opposed to this 5G shit.
Right.
Let me say so too, man. Like, well, the thing is, like, when you talk about religion or history, right, and it's a battle of information. Okay, so the person's wrong. All right, that's fine. When you're dealing with stuff like giving finance information or health, you know, now you're talking about you can actually be liable. You understand? Like those anti-vaxxers in Samoa, like them niggas went to jail.
Right.
Like, because there's certain shit that you can't even play around with like that. Like some of the shit Sonetta says, like if motherfuckers really got to it, like can actually put charges against them. If somebody said, you know, blah, 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 I listen to Sonetta, whether it's valid or not, if they make a claim that I didn't do it because I listen to Sonetta, he can be liable in a sense, you know what I'm saying? Because he didn't say, this information is not blah, blah, blah by Sonetta. I am not responsible for the view. So that's why those TV shows do certain shit like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why the line has to be drawn in certain areas.
But that's what I'm saying. The community has to be the one that put that in check. But if we're not doing that, no one else will. So the community has to be responsible for itself. Right. And not just us. I want to say something real quick, and I'll let you go, Amber. Not just us. I also blame academia for this, because a lot of them, when you talk to these professionals and you mention some of this stuff, they ignore it. Every single one of them, they will ignore it.
Yeah,
because they don't
There
want to
is
waste
some
time on it.
buy-in from some of them too, depending on who you're talking to.
True, but I mean, even the ones that aren't biased, they will still ignore it because they
No,
consider
I'm
it a
saying
waste of time.
buy in. Some of
Oh,
them
buy
buy
in. Okay.
into these conspiracies as well.
Yeah. But the problem is like a lot of them just ignore it. Like they don't want nothing to do with it. They'll call it pseudoscience and be done with it. And I feel like that's a problem. That's why they're going around, getting rid of videos, getting rid of articles, getting rid of Facebook posts when they should have just addressed it in the beginning instead of just letting it run its course.
Yeah.
But you brought up a good point, Sosa, regarding Netta. And the same way Jabari played the video of Polite Darling, like he can't possibly, believe these things when he's allowing his child to do this. And that's where I kind of get like you can't be this adamant about it because Sonetta has made some very irresponsible statements, like very irresponsible. Just as irresponsible as the statements Polite has made, or even more egregiously so. So the fact that you're not debating him and you're not, banging on him or talking about how irresponsible he is and how this stuff is getting people killed, I have to wonder if you're as adamant about this plight as you are purporting to be, because there is a disconnect there. When people have these really strong views about certain things, but they only have them with certain people, even though other people close to them, share the same similar frame of thinking, then I have to say, or worse, then I have to say, okay, so what else is going on? Because I must be missing something.
Have you guys heard about that couple in Arizona? Well, I'm out here, so it was obviously blasted all over the news. That actually believed what Donald Trump was saying about taking some sort of fish pond supplement or whatever, and it would help out.
Yeah, the chloroquine shit.
And the man died, and the woman ended up in the hospital. Shit like
I
that.
see you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you can look it up. I don't want nobody. Again, it's not my source. It's just what the news saying. Who the fuck knows if they're telling the truth? But I mean, shit like that is the dangerous part. When you have figures that are respected or in prominent positions or positions of power who aren't certified to be saying shit that they ought not be saying, like wipe your baby's nose with fucking alcohol, Q-tip dip shit. That shit, it becomes dangerous because they're from a position that people give the benefit of the doubt. Like they have authority in their minds. Now, again, if you're uneducated, you really won't cite the source or ask for the accreditation for, is this person really a doctor? It's just, hey, I saw him with a blue smock, or that female on there saying that I can get AIDS by putting down what was that? Some iPod shit, or what was that? Those earbuds or whatever. It's just when you see something like that and you think they're a doctor, until somebody comes along and put them on blast or show you that they're not really accredited, so many people or a portion of the population is going to buy into that shit. And I think even though we may laugh and joke with Tobias and saying he's petty or he's bringing it out, but some of this shit needs to be said, or somebody really needs to critique this shit. And that's why, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, now I will say for this debate overall, I think both of them missed the mark. I don't see where anybody really did anything that they were gonna allegedly do. I don't know. They spent a lot of time doing nothing. One issue I have with Polite in particular is that he reuses the same sources. If there's this preponderance of evidence, then why are you recycling the exact same sources that you have used in your past two videos? Like, you should be able to offer some different sources. And I also feel like both of them missed the mark with their sources because they want to give us a summary of what the source basically said, instead of actually really going through the source. Like, if you're putting together a presentation or a debate, clearly you should have had some pieces of the source that you could have directly went to, pulled out, that were really going to be strong in driving home your point. And I think both of them missed the mark on that. It was just a lot of talk, and it seemed really emotional between the two. Jabari was calmer in his tone, but some of the things that he was saying was really emotional and didn't really have a whole lot to do. Like, I have a lot of notes on shit that Polite presented. So he tried to like stack his arguments with saying a lot of shit and presenting a lot of shit, but it didn't really mean a whole lot to his point. But I don't have as much for Jabari because a lot of times Jabari went on a rant about how irresponsible Polite was being, how disingenuous he was, you know, with a source here and there, how he's just doing this for clicks and views, how he uses sleight of hand and all these different things. And it was weird.
I mean,
Was it too?
Yeah,
I
see, like,
got Jabari winning it, like I said, because I look at just the rebuttals. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I should do a debate and then kind of see the scope of it. Like when it's not when you don't really have the sources, and especially a debate when it's kind of you really have to elaborate. Because I wanted a Big Bang debate, and it was the worst thing I could have done because in a time allotted, it was just not enough time for me to really break. Shit was too complicated for me to fit. So I had to summarize stuff in order to fit into, and this shit just didn't work out. But I think like certain points, like when Polite brought up the Lansing article, Jabari slammed it. You know what I'm saying? And when he brought up the towers being built, and he talked about it was built in 16 cities, and you don't see no outbreak there. Like you have to rebuttal that because that's like the base of your argument, and he didn't really hit that part of it. You know what I mean? So I think the rebuttal was good. Like I said, I think that the personal insult kind of took away from the whole debate.
mhm. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like these type of conversations where we're critiquing the presentation, we're critiquing the debates based upon method, based upon their approach, based upon information. That needs to be done more. So that way both parties can not only walk away from it and learn something, but also the people that listen to us critique it, they also can learn something. So that way, hey, if Polite goes using them same sources again, they call him out on it. They gotta hold him. He's now has to be responsible. So that's what I'm saying. We gotta do our part to make sure that this type of information doesn't go rampant. Again, I'm not saying we can prevent it all, but just making the necessary steps to properly critique presentations and information presented, debates, etc.
Y'all know the next problem I see about the rise is the vaccines. People are not going to try to take it, and it's because they don't understand vaccines. Like me, I understand completely. The only way that we're going to defeat the virus is to get the antibodies. And there's only two ways to get the antibodies, either the vaccine or to actually get the virus. And I think people are going to have to make their minds up which way they want to get it.
You know, I got a more cruel approach. My approach is like, good. Evolution is like the strong, you know what I mean? The more evolved individuals survive, bro. Like shit.
Yeah.
Like eventually a Hebrew community gonna catch it, bro. It's gonna wipe that whole little thing out.
Yeah. What they say, you're gonna learn today. So two things. Two things. Okay, so we got the community, which is online fake stuff, and then we got real life. So when I hear fake news online in this community, I look at it as sport, and I treat it just like that. So I will argue and break down somebody's argument and show the flaws in it, because I look at this as a sport. In real life, when I hear my family or friends and they send me links all the time, I handle it totally different than I do online. In person, I immediately say, all right, no. I immediately go to education. I don't try to debunk or I don't waste time. Yo, this argument here, triclosan. No. I immediately start to educate, immediately. When I hear the mandatory vaccine thing, I heard Polite say, is really, now, again, that's just, and I timestamp something else he said. But anyway, when I hear the mandatory vaccine, I calmly explain to them, because my family, some of them are Hebrews, so you know how they feel. So I gotta calmly explain that, like, dude, you ain't gotta worry about that. There's never been a time where vaccines were mandatory. Relax. I say you will have your choice. You did, like you just said. So you will have your choice to play with death. You did. So then I explain. So I don't even leave it at that. I then explain how harmless a vaccination is. So now they're forced to listen to me finally. And now when we leave each other, when we depart either in person or on the phone, they don't remember that as they think, daydream, whatever. And they're gonna say, wow, yeah, that made sense. And they're not gonna be as afraid as they were before to take that vaccine. At least they're gonna think about it more. And that's pretty much how I got turned over. I wasn't even debating. I was a anti-vaxxer just tuning into his live stream, and he was talking to somebody. It wasn't even me. I'm just listening to chat, and he said, "Where did chicken pox go?" So I had chicken pox when I was young, so I'm thinking that thing's still around. So when he said that, he said, "Ask anybody like 30 and under, or like 25 and under." So what I did was, as a researcher, I said, "You know what? Let me ask some of the young dudes I'll be around." And they didn't even know what the hell. They didn't even know what it was, and that was my first time saying, "Oh, that's HIT." Like, wow. I said, "Dang, so these vaccinations do work." You dig? And then I started digging deeper from that point on.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Unbiased. That actually works for me and my family and friends. I used to ignore it. I ain't gonna lie to you because it would get aggravating. But when I, explained it almost like I'm talking to somebody in fifth grade or something like that, or have like examples from colleges or like Khan Academy or some type of video where they properly lay out everything and it's so simple, like that works. Because once you do that, like you kill all forms of disbelief, and they begin to see how simple it is, and it gets rid of the mythology.
Right.
Yeah, again, I agree, and I've said it earlier. It's not really a problem when you hear other people saying it, or even family members, because I feel like above me, I'm gonna give you your respect. I'm gonna call you OG, big homie, whatever, if you're older than me, just because I acknowledge your experience and your years on the earth, even if you may not deserve it, just to avoid conflict. However, when you have younger children involved, or when you're watching nieces and nephews, and then you start applying your indoctrination to them, then I feel obligated to say something. So I'll see BS posts all the time, and that's what made me get off the book. But once I recognize that some of it is seeping into my family, and then they're passing it on to the children with misinformation or poor practices, then if we don't give a fuck, then we can let it go. But if you do care about your family or siblings, then you really got to say something, whether they want to hear you or not. That's just me.
Yeah, like I ain't never took the flu shot, right? But as you get older, up in years, like you got to take the flu shot. You know what I'm saying? Like you can do it when you're younger and your immune system is stronger. But you start to age, it's best to, it's best to start, dealing with that flu shot.
I'm pro-vaccines, but I'm still skeptical about that damn shot. When they're giving my daughter her shots, I'm looking at the doctor like I really want to do something. Every time I'm getting older, the flu, I'm noticing it's starting to get worse and worse. So I know what you're saying is right to a degree, but damn. I can have all these opinions about science and medicine, but when it actually comes down to sitting in that chair, getting that needle, I know it's probably necessary. However, it takes years to really get to that understanding. That's why I don't beat people over the head with they have their opinions about being anti-vaxxer and shit. But I try not to attack the people. It's more attacking the information.
And even in my anti-vax days, when I was saying no to vaccination and I was preaching that, and then one day it dawned on me. I said, damn, what if they actually contract a disease and they're handicapped forever or scarred forever? And I said, what am I going to do to, am I going to chip in their healthcare? Am I going to do anything like that? I said, no. I said, all right, let me just fall. I said, now I'm an anti-vaxxer thinking like this. I said, let me fall back from telling people. Now, I still did what I did as far as information. Like I'm still against vaccination, but I no longer try to convince people to not get them. Because I said, damn, if something happened for real, I'm not gonna voluntarily be liable to their expenses. I said, let me fall back until I'm ready to pay for some stuff.
My question is, right, if a raccoon ran up on somebody and bit them, one of these anti-vaxxers got bit by a raccoon.
Yeah, you will get the
rabies shot.
Yeah, no, you will die. You will die.
Yeah.
Are they going to dead serious though? Are they going to get the rabies shot or just?
That's
you're gonna die.
Every last one of them, because that's something realistic. The rabies, with you getting bit by an animal that contains rabies, that's normal.
Yeah, right. They ain't gonna get the shot, right? So my thing is, why are you so scared? I understand not trusting the government. Trust me. What I'm saying is, why are people so scared when they would do one thing, but are scared to do the other? And it's only because of people is making people scared. You see what I'm saying? They putting out misinformation. It's the craziest thing to me, yo.
And while I agree, there will be, some population of people who say they're anti-vax that will, in a crunch like that, get the vaccine. There are those who are extremists, and we've seen people refuse medical treatment for religious beliefs or personal beliefs, and to the point of dying because they refuse treatment. So there's still going to be those people that are going to be extreme about it. So I don't want that to be.
Okay, so let's be extreme back. Ebola, that's an excruciating. I guarantee you, if there's any drug that could get rid of that while it's working in your system, I guarantee everybody on this planet will ask for that drug when dealing with Ebola.
Can't say guarantee because there are some religious people who would just not do it. That's why I know what you're saying because you read the symptoms, you know the fatality rate. You're educated on it. But if you're talking, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, brother.
I'm just saying, like when you're talking to someone who is not educated, they don't have the IQ, they haven't read the books, they haven't seen the studies, they haven't Googled the images and seen actually what it does to you. It's easy for them to stand firm on their Bible and their religious stance. When I have the conversations, I take it out of their hands and I'll say, now, okay, you have a child. Now, would you not get your child the vaccine, or your child get bit by a dog or a rat? Are you going to let your child if you see your child getting sick and stuff, are you going to take it to get that shot? That actually puts them in a position of power as opposed to just standing and taking a faith in themselves, because now they're responsible for someone else's life.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, niggas don't want to take the vaccine. I'm like, you know what? Hey, I understand, bro. Give him a hug. Hey, good luck. All right. Shit.
No more hugs, bro. No more hugs.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you tell me you don't fuck with vaccines.
Yeah, that's out. So
Go ahead.
I'm going to play a few seconds of this because again, the dude really, like, for me, the dude research is just untrustworthy. He slips in stuff, he reads half his stuff, and if you don't know about it, then it seems like he has some validity behind it. Look at this.
Okay, so what I want to do is show people, because round two it says, is the coronavirus scare authentic or exaggerated? Is it responsible to see it as less than a threat or authentic? I'm saying that it is not authentic. How much time is that left?
Listen to this fool.
Okay, so right here, I just wanted you guys to look at the U.S. title code that shows you that people that produce vaccines do not have to be held accountable if you get injured or even.
Now look at this. I can't listen to the rest of it.
That was a complete it was unnecessary to even include that.
Yeah, okay, but being that he did, he misrepresented it. Okay.
Very wrong. Very wrong.
So the VICP itself tells you what they are doing. Because vaccines is something so controversial in this country, and and it just so happens that it's a lot of coincidences where you get the vaccine and something else happens, because we are an unhealthy country. So you're going to have heart failure at some point. You're going to have this at some point. So a lot of people attribute to a vaccine. So pharmaceutical companies don't want to deal with that headache. So they're like, no, we don't want. First of all, there's no money in vaccines for them, and then secondly, they don't want it to be in the paper. So they're like, nah, we good. So the government, as an incentive, they say, okay, produce the vaccines and we will cover any so-called liability. It will come through us, the VICP. That's what it's for. So he misrepresented this on purpose. He reads 2 paragraphs from this and he purposely misrepresent the ignorant, that's out there. So, and he continues to do this. I catch him all the time. Earlier, later on, we didn't play the part, the question answering, but at one point he went on a rant and he slipped in what kills viruses. He said alcohol, bleach, and he snuck in ethanoic acid, which is acetic acid, which is vinegar. So it's like, dude, why would you say ethanoic acid? That sounds good, right? But that's just vinegar. So if you, go ahead.
But that's part of the hustle, though. Like you see, like a lot of people didn't notice she was. Then when he had the doctor on with the ventilators, you notice he had 2 videos. He had 1 video on top of the other.
Right.
He cut where the doctor was going to kind of explain what he was talking about, and then skip to another part to make it seem like the doctor was really agreeing with what he was saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's two, if you look at it, it's two videos on top of each other. And when the doctor says a certain, he actually let it go like 2 seconds, a little too long. Then he stopped that one video to the top and then played the video to the bottom at another part. So two snippets make it seem like the doctor's agreeing with him.
So if you go out your way to be that damn deceptive to win a debate, it's like, dude, like, really, come on, man, you gotta have integrity when you.
Yeah. And even if you put that aside and say that, okay, maybe he made a mistake or misrepresented, I didn't like the frame that he put it in, like, okay, this guy's more certified than the black dude, and I'm not gonna use the black dude source, I'm gonna use this.
Like, what is that about? Like, does he hate black people? Like, what the fuck?
Nah,
a lot of black people that's smarter than white people. Like, I don't know what the fuck going on. And it's not even about race.
That's just his hustle, bro. Like everything is done like that. Even when he was reading about the birth certificate, like we read through that before already when Ja was on him.
Yeah.
Like it explains to you how they do it in more in detail. The category, how they go, this one, definitely COVID. This one, presumably COVID. You know what I'm saying? They break it down in stages. But he only read the one part.
That's what makes him, I don't think so. That's what makes him more dangerous. Like, it's impossible to talk about triclosan that much and not know the damn thing was in.
Right.
First of all, then it's a lie. I have Dow. I can show you. I can turn my camera on and show you my Dow antibacterial soap. They got mad bars, mad packages. You dig? The inactive ingredient is not triclosan or tricarban. It's not, because it's 2020. They replaced it. So I don't have triclosan in my antibacterial Dow soap.
You won't find it. You won't find it in any soap sold in America.
So I don't believe. So it's two things at that point. You got to say, okay, is he a horrible researcher like that, or is the dude purposely like deceiving people?
Yes, option 2, and that's why I think he's being paid.
Yeah, his goal.
His
goal is to be Dr. Sebi, man. That's why he's trying to correlate this so he can tell you what to eat and how this works. Like, I think that's his goal, bro. That's always his angle. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, because of the acid and this is the vibrations of nuclear. You know what I'm saying? Because he wants to be able to, I think he's going to get into like a Dr. Sebi mode eventually.
Hell.
Mm-hmm. So he can sell those $1,500 packages Dr. Sebi got on his website.
Damn. I didn't see that. I didn't want to attribute that to him, but damn.
I'm just saying what it looked like. He too smart to be putting out this type of information. He too smart.
You're giving him too much credit, man. You're giving him too much credit.
No, I ain't giving him that much credit. He's smart enough to know about 5G frequencies.
You're giving him too much credit, bro. Too much credit.
He don't know.
He's smart enough to read them articles and know what them articles.
Y'all giving him too much credit.
But let's be real. Are we going to take the stance that he's intentionally put this information out there to deceive the people, to get over on them? Or is he just really, let me pause the other part, or is he really just trying to be right and trying to win?
No.
And he's stacking it up as if he's a WWF wrestler and he's just a heel and he wants to get his point across and be right.
Nope, the information that he's putting out don't even say what he's putting out. So therefore, he didn't even read what he was putting out. So or he's just making it up.
That's what I said. Y'all giving him too much credit.
Do you think he really believed the cargo miniums thing?
No comment.
That's something separate, bro. That's something separate. On that shit,
that's all.
I'm charitable. When it comes to finances, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would say, I think that he partially, and maybe not entirely, but I think he partially believes some of what he says. Now, I think he's intentionally, playing around the 5G thing because he's getting a rise and a reaction out of people. It was a great way for him to kind of re-enter the community and have these different dialogues and debates.
Bingo.
Without people necessarily saying that he coming because he need money. When he shows up on his own, he must be broke. But when people call him out and he do a debate, you don't really get that. And he still gets the attention, because he knows people are going to be obsessed with, taking him down. What I will say, I have not seen him have a debate or an argument or really even like a face-to-face exchange regarding cargo miniums, which I would say is probably why I hadn't really heard it. But things that I feel like he knows are questionable, he doesn't really address head on. He may do his own personal video, but he's not going to give an opportunity to anyone to put him under, the fire. I think the fact that he's actually taking debates on these things and having these long drawn out discussions about them leads me to believe that he feels like it's an argument that he can to some degree win. I don't think he's coming out to lose these things. I think he feels like he has a strong enough argument to withstand the pressure and the criticism.
Facts.
Or he just thinks you stupid.
Yeah, I
But
think
honestly, like if we looked at
I agree.
Prior to him debating Jabari, I would have been inclined to say that he feels like everyone else that challenged him was stupid. I don't think that he thinks Jabari is stupid.
okay. So I stated earlier that he thought he had an advantage in this subject. You did because he was the one researching viruses and host cells and how they interact with each other. And he was also, and it's funny that he's mentioning viruses, but don't say the word symbiont. That virus or a symbiont. I don't know how you read about viruses and don't know that word. That word would be right there. And I didn't hear him mention it one time. Symbiont, right?
Well, I don't think he really reads enough about viruses. I think he's more so studying cells.
Yeah, because I kind of followed Polite to some degree in the beginning, and he was not really a scientifically literate guy.
Right.
He started adding that to his repertoire, like kind of more recently.
What do you think he was good at starting off?
Theology.
Theology was his thing.
Okay.
he
I mean, but
needed
this the conscious community. You can master anything if you put your time to it.
I can't say master, but you can get a fundamental.
No. This the conscious community. You can be a master.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's theological like a monk. Like he didn't even really embrace evolution in the beginning fully.
I mean, look, these the same people. You Egyptian, you Hebrew, all of a sudden a scientist.
You remember me?
Metaphysics.
You remember me? You remember me and Uncle argued one time?
Yep.
We actually thought Polite was scientifically literate. And I was like, nah, dog, I'm telling you. I'm like, nah, I think he's literate. You don't remember that? You wouldn't know it that time about it?
Yeah.
I mean, he must have gotten literate after Kimberly on trial.
Yeah, way after Kimberly.
First time I ever heard him talking about science.
Yeah, that's why he knows fine details about.
This is common. This is common in the conscious community. I wouldn't be surprised if Cyrus Susan said he wants to do a debate on this.
Like he knows about maybe he knows a little bit about cells and how to attack viruses, but like if you was talking like, yo, tell me about the Justinian plague, he would have no idea. Like he don't know the history of it. He don't know. Like you never hear him talk about zoonosis, zoonotic.
I mean,
but that's the thing. Everybody in this community is a master until somebody comes along that knows more than them. Yep. Then they're the new master. That's just the way it works.
Any less of a master though? Somebody knows more than you, or do they just make them on a higher level of master? I don't know.
Nah, everybody knows more. Like you hear a virologist talk about other scientists who talk about their field and be like,
yeah, but they put it in proper perspective.
Yeah,
most people in the conscious community don't do that. Most people in the conscious community most people in the conscious community will say, you know what, this isn't my field of study. I'm going to refer to such and such.
Right.
Yeah.
They won't say that. Oh, they have an opinion. They have thoughts. And they're the masters of every subject. So
But isn't that human nature? Because I mean, I've seen what's his name, SETI and Pharaoh do presentations on flat Earth, and then we got people who are on panels, i.e., us, who are sitting down breaking down information. But are we really qualified to break down information for people who aren't qualified to talk about it? So when it comes down to it, off that logic, if you got to stay in your lane, shit, you're not need anybody.
Yeah, science is sources. That's why I always tell people like, bro, do not tell me nothing.
If you have a fundamental understanding of something, you are qualified to speak on. You know, like for example, I did like a little brief video today about chemical elements, right? So I'm qualified. Somebody say something otherwise, I'm qualified to correct them, right? Because I actually studied this stuff, and I know, like, I studied what they were teaching college or high school.
Yeah.
About the periodic chart, noble gases, like the whole thing, you know, alkali metals and all that type of stuff. But and how, you know, protons, nucleons, the charges, the positive electric charge for protons, and the negative charge, the electromagnetic force, the nuclear force, covalent bonding, all that type of stuff. I will know exactly, and I've done it before when I was with Uncle them. When people go too far and they say the wrong thing, I actually corrected them on little things. Now I didn't go deep into it, you know, until chemistry, but the basics and about that damn atom and those valence electrons and all that type of stuff. Now I'm going to correct you, and I'm qualified to do that.
Right. So I would say, like, to some degree, I agree with you, Watcher. Like, people have their opinions, right?
Right.
The problem for me comes in where someone could be speaking and you say, "Oh, you're wrong." But then if they ask you how I'm wrong, you cannot verbalize why they're wrong or how they're wrong.
And that's not right. Right.
Yeah, you really shouldn't be saying that they're wrong. If you don't like when Unc asked Polite that question, and he like, all right, I'm gonna check and see, like, well, you shouldn't be asking the question if you don't have a way to qualify whether or not his answer is right or wrong. If you don't understand it.
No, but that's what you do though. Like I do that. Like if I don't
I know,
know,
but then you look crazy when you say, oh, I'm gonna check on that. I'm gonna have to check that out. Don't tell me I'm wrong if you're not. How about you go check on what I said and then you come back and tell me whether or not I'm wrong.
I know what you're saying.
I won't say it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good. I won't say I'm wrong on it, but that's what I do. Like because like I said, I don't believe nobody about nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, look, even if I'm biased, say no, I still check out. I don't give a damn, like homie or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to make sure the shit's accurate. You know what I'm saying? So
it's nothing wrong with checking, but I'm saying, like, the adamant position that somebody gets wrong, but you cannot verbalize why, how, where they're wrong. Oh, no, you was good up until this part. This where you fucked up at. Like,
yeah, I know what you're saying. I did to that wrong. I did to that. Honestly, and they argue me down. I'm like, bro, you don't know about it. Read it first, then come back and argue. I know exactly what you're talking about. Go ahead.
I hear you, but to me, I think it's two levels to it, because I think I understand what you're saying. You know, if you're not certified in this field, then you really aren't in position to question the next person who also isn't certified in the field. However, they can remember or they can regurgitate or paraphrase or even speak more eloquent than you about a specific topic.
Just one thing, not certified necessarily, but I don't know if you mean like technically credentialed or if you just mean have a level of understanding where you can follow the points that they're making and identify when they're not connecting or when they are misinterpreting something.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but there's two parts to what I was trying to get at. So, because what I'm trying to say is I understand the first part. There's certain science and there's certain degree to that. However, I'm certain that Polite may have read more, what's the word I'm looking for? People who, real estate information and home owning and taking out a loan and FCC laws and all that type of shit. However, if he came to me with a Cargominium pamphlet, am I not certified, or since I haven't taken these courses, I haven't done XYZ studies, to not call bullshit on some of the shit he's saying? I think we have to be careful with that point of view, because also, like, the point when I went to my daughter's doctor appointment and I'm looking at them skeptical, like, why do my daughter need all these shots? Well, let's give her these shots, but she don't need a flu shot right now. Why my daughter gotta get a hepatitis shot? Or why, you understand, it's like certain times when you may not be credentialed or certified, but you may have a healthy skepticism or use your ability of discernment. So I think go ahead.
But I guess maybe you misunderstood me. I'm not saying you have to be credentialed or certified. I'm saying you have to have an appropriate understanding of the subject matter in order to disagree. Not necessarily not necessarily skepticism, because it's okay to ask questions, especially if you don't understand something. But I'm talking about definitively saying that something is wrong or incorrect. You have to have an understanding of that, not necessarily credentialed, but you have to be able to identify where they're wrong.
Yeah, at least point out where they're wrong at. Like, you got to do that much.
Yeah, you could be like, you know what, I ain't fucking with that, just so you don't feel good about it.
Yeah.
But you can't just be like, you're wrong. And they'd be like, well, why? I don't know. You just wrong.
But I hear you. But I've seen people in this community, outside the community, in my own personal life, even homies on the panel, just because you may not know everything about finances, somebody who may know a little bit more about finances can get you to do something. And since you're not necessarily equipped in the moment to catch them in that, I think I see where I'm going. I just feel like there's degrees of it. There's degrees in what we're saying.
Yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying. I'm not saying don't question it. I'm just saying you shouldn't take a definitive stance against something where you're unclear. You understand? Like, how can I tell you you're wrong about something if I don't definitively know? I can feel it. I can think you're wrong, but I shouldn't be saying you wrong, and I have no idea if you're actually wrong or not. Like, that's taking it too far.
If I say you're wrong, Like, I'm finna show you. You know what I'm saying? Like, just hold on, nigga. Hold on. Let me share my screen.
And so that's why, that's why I said, when declined the debate with Divine and tried to throw me under the bus, I was like, well, damn, I gotta first hit a brother out. Like, I don't even know what he's saying. I might just agree with the dude, you dig? So I gotta hear him out. Like Amber said, I gotta hear the dude out, and then whatever I have a problem with, then that could be the center or topic. But I'm not gonna just go out there on a limb. All right, let's debate. But I don't know where you're about to go, but let's go.
No, that's stupid. Don't ever do that.
Yeah, you gotta read the source.
But that's what's been
The main contention that I'm having, what we're saying is because I see people do that a lot. Just like that's Polite's MO. That's his main MO. If he can remember something that's adjacent, not necessarily on topic, but next to the topic, and he can ask you a question and you can't answer it to the layman or to the audience, it's like you don't know what the fuck he's talking about, so you're not even qualified to say anything. He did that shit with Unc and he tried to pull it with Jabari. And so if he didn't answer it to his satisfaction, to the layman or to the audience, it's like, well, what the fuck is Jabari even trying to ask him for? And that's how he's going to frame it, to the point where it's like, you, my brother, you need to stick with your shrine type of stuff because you're not even on this information. And since I recognize that's some people's tactic to try to ask you a question and you don't know it, because I see the JJ guy do it, I see Pharaoh do it, I heard the Q guy do it. They have a tactic of give me 10 reasons why this. And so all of a sudden, if you can't come up with the 10 reasons, then it's just like, damn, you're not even qualified to even discuss what's going on in the situation.
Hey, you know why they do that, right?
Go ahead.
They're part of the same group.
Wow. Wow.
Yep.
But to me, that's like a red herring. So it's like, I know exactly what you're saying, Amber, and I agree with your example because I was wondering it makes you look real bad when you got to go tap on somebody else to question, or you're having a dialogue with someone and you're telling them they're wrong, but you got to say, hold on, let me go ask my kinfolk real quick. You look very, very, very bad. I'm not disagreeing with that. We're 100% locked in step. But also with that, we have to be aware that there's some people who master the art of putting you in those situations, whether they can answer it or not, but you answer this question for me, and it's not necessarily on topic, it's kind of side or adjacent to, but it puts you on defense. It's a tactic to put you on defense when you're the one with the ball, and you really don't need to be on defense.
So I want to say this.
I want to really put out there, if not just for us on the panel, more so for the audience.
Yeah, so I want to say this.
Sick tactic.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the asking questions because sometimes I feel like I have to. For example, if we're talking about vaccines and if they're talking about how dangerous they are, right? And before I can even try to, because they're trying to debate me, right? So before I can even give my argument, I gotta know if you know what a vaccine even is. You dig? So it depends how the conversation is going. I might just go ahead and just tell you what it is, to my best ability. But if you're being hostile, like Sosa said, or Amber said, Amber said, you're wrong, about you're wrong. At that point, I'm gonna say, okay, what is a vaccine? So we can be on one accord. You're saying they're dangerous, they're unsafe. What is it? What is it?
Yeah, I get it.
Some reckless needle that somebody sticks inside you and poison you. What is a vaccine? So at that point, like, you know, if it's so dangerous, so wrong, you should at least know that much. But
right.
so
to me, that's intellectual dishonesty. If someone's just claiming you wrong and they don't necessarily know how you're wrong, but they're that adamant and emotional about it. Like if we're in pseudo hour or conspiracy corner, and we have people who are just refuting us with BS constantly, and we're all sitting on the panel rolling our eyes like, God damn it, here we go again. And then we just get tired of BS and we start asking them specific questions and they can't answer it. Again, I get that. I wouldn't debate or argue that.
So the angle I would come is this, right? I would come from this angle, which I normally do. I would say, okay, all right, I might do two things. I might say, well, what's wrong with it? Like, I might be, you know, sarcastic and facetious. I might say, well, what's wrong with the vaccine? Like, what's wrong with it? And then have you tell me what's wrong with it, and then I'll go there with you. Or I might, depending on how I'm feeling, you know, if I'm in that mood, I just want to war, I'll say, okay, what's wrong with it? And I have you put your foot in your mouth, you know, or I might just say, listen, let me tell you what a vaccine is and how it works with your immune system, how it strengthens it, the real immunity booster. And then when I get done explaining, if they disagree, then I'm gonna say, what did I say that was incorrect, or that you didn't understand? Like, what are we doing here?
And see, I understand that. That only works if you're dealing with honest actors. But most of the time, if you corner them and they see that they're overwhelmed, they're going to shift, move the goalposts. I've seen you argue and debate many times, and they just start changing the facts, or they'll hop to another topic, or then they'll start dish out and just throwing out a whole bunch of shit and have you shoot multiple targets. That's why whenever I get into I don't want to say disagreement or debate, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to steel man your argument. I'm going to ask you what you said and put it in the strongest possible charitable light. And then once you agree, then I put the burner on that shit and burn it up.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Wujari does that. Don't do that. Don't do
Why do you say that?
Because it's, for one, it's offensive to a person who picks up on that, because you're trying to play their intelligence.
Patronizing.
Yeah.
So you tell me
it can be. It can be. Now, I would say it's in the manner that you do it, because I don't go to the extreme, you know, not necessarily the most charitable light, but just, okay, so you're saying this, that, and the third. Okay, so following that assumption, if we were to say that things are as this way, then why this? Or then how does this come? You know, like not taking it too far, but sometimes it can come off as patronizing.
Right, but like the way she did that was fine. Like you couldn't tell if there was any motive or anything. But when you slow it down and you try to pinpoint and target everything, like it starts getting personal.
Yeah, see, I don't see how. Maybe I need to give an example of how I do it. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so to me, because if someone's stating something, I think it's effective to at least identify or show the person I'm talking to I understand what they're saying.
Right. So let's do like a mock experience. I'm an anti-vaxxer. I say I'm against vaccines because it's white man science.
So then the first thing that I'll say is, so you're against all vaccines because it's the white man science. Is that what we're saying?
See, the fact that you repeated that is kind of offensive, because I said that, and I thought I was clear when I said that.
I'm gonna aim once before I shoot. I'm not gonna shoot it, but that's not what I'm saying. I hate when people do that to me, especially when I already gave out my point, and then I see once I threw my point out, they're gonna just go right around it and just start adding to it or subtracting from it. So I gotta make sure, because a lot of people use that tactic. They try to say, "Well, that's not what I'm saying." So if I'm
but that's when you, if you don't understand, then you ask them to reposition what they stated. You don't repeat that back to them.
Now, what I would say.
All right.
What I would say, because I somewhat understand what you're trying to do, Watcher, and I somewhat agree with what Melvin is saying, because that was a very simple, straightforward statement. So what I might have did in that situation is like, okay, well, can you qualify what makes something white man science?
Boom.
So then they give me that. So then I may say, so you're saying that you're anti-vax because A, B, and C, based on the qualification of white man science. Now I have you locked into a complete position, and it's not a basic, you know, kind of me just regurgitating what you said as if, you know, it was so basic. And you understand what I'm saying? Like,
that we had to ask her to get your face. That shit was hilarious.
Is that Sosa?
That's what he said. The fact that you have to ask me again is offensive. That's like how you get around. That shit was hilarious.
But yeah, the way she said that, it was like perfect because she understood the point. Like it was straightforward. Like it's different if she didn't understand. If you don't understand, then always ask them to reposition or to clarify. But don't just like on a simple stance like that. Just ask them to say that because it seems disingenuous.
Okay. Well, I suppose I don't operate out of disingenuous or shit. I can't even conjugate the word, but I mean, I don't move or think like that or operate that way.
Right. So. I don't know that. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't know if you were, but by doing what you did, it seems that way.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to recognize you gave me a very simplistic point, and I had to try to explain what I'm doing based off of that point. But the example you gave me, there's no need for me to strongman that argument because it's already shown.
But people do.
I'm sorry.
Some people do.
I wouldn't, but see, I wouldn't engage that.
Yeah, I've seen people do it. Like
I hear you.
You wouldn't engage it because the white man won't want you to engage.
But not even.
But if somebody, but
you think,
because the white man's. I'm not trying to convince you of anything based off of what you already told me. Like, you got it, dog. You right. And I'm making a move. You understand where I'm coming from? I'm not going to engage that type of shit. We haven't had any progress since racism.
That's because the white man not turn you against your brother.
You right.
That's because the white man not turn you against your brother. That's why you agree with me so easily.
You right. You got it, dog. See,
you can't get around the white man niggas, bro. I promise you.
Sometimes you got to know when there's no debate.
That's funny.
So I was simply saying earlier when we were playing the Jabari debate with Brother Polite, I was just simply saying this. I was saying, like, let's play the debate in between rounds. Let's, give commentary, but not really go back and forth, because I want to watch. The debate we still ain't watching. You see, it's very, very long, and so I was sensing each round it was getting to like a debate amongst us. So I was like, listen, everybody, let's just I was trying to give order, which a host is supposed to do, right? Spoken to the platforms. I'm trying to give order. And that's all I was trying to do. People got offended, but I guess that was a happy Melvin when I'm like so laid back, I get, people kind of forget, like, this is your channel.
Yeah.
Robo on in the back.
When was this?
It was earlier, but I mean, like, I definitely understood what you was trying to do. I had no intention of trying to, because it to me it wasn't even something like worth arguing. I just wanted to clarify that that we were all kind of under the same understanding, because what I didn't want to happen is because people easily kind of parse through the things that Polite said. But if we're having a unbiased, analysis of this debate, then I think we should equally parse through what the things that Jabari is saying. So if you're implying that there's some remedy that we could be, affecting, or that Polite should be focused on, I feel like that needs to be scrutinized as well, because one of the things that's been said on this channel is, all that stuff don't work. You ain't gonna boost your immune system. You ain't gonna eat your way out of this. Like, if your immune system compromised, then it's too late for you to be trying to fix it now. So I would want to know, what remedies is he talking about? Because if that's one of the things that he feels like is a solution, then what are these remedies, and are we going to fact check those as to whether or not they're actually viable?
No, the remedy is just wash your hands, wear gloves, wear a mask when you go out.
Was this in the beginning?
No, that was somewhere. I forgot where it was. Somewhere towards the middle.
But was that Jabari's argument though?
I didn't hear him say that.
Basically, he didn't get down to it, but he didn't really get into the whole aspect of it. He mostly talked about just being responsible.
Because
But,
previously he said remedies was elderberry and echinacea. Previously he said those were remedies. So,
Nah, that wasn't a remedy. He was talking about after you had it, like some ideas he had, but that was incorrect. But I didn't hear him say anything about elderberry.
Yeah, he was pushing that hard.
After that last conversation, like
that echinacea he was pushing.
Yeah.
After
the third round.
Elderberry.
Yeah. Are we discussing the third round?
Which is clear lungs. So there you go.
I forgot what round that was.
Earlier on, because Jabari didn't start out really positive in any position, I had to go through and listen to different statements that he made during his different rounds to kind of pick out his stance on different things. Like one of the things he said was, polite is irresponsible in making a connection between COVID-19 and 5G. So I took that as, one of his things that, him spreading this message is irresponsible. Another thing he said is, in a pandemic where Black and brown bodies are dying, polite should be offering real remedies. So for COVID-19, that's another thing that I jotted down. Something else that he said in kind of passing was that this stuff is getting people killed in response to something that he was addressing that Polite had just said. So these was different, kind of gave me his perspective on his issues without him stating it, because Polite kind of came in saying, what was his things? He said there is something to be concerned about regarding 5G, but not exclusively to COVID-19. Then he said COVID-19 is being exaggerated. And then he also said both are being weaponized against Black people directly and indirectly, be it intentionally or unintentionally. So those were kind of the things that he claimed he was gonna, prove that he did not prove. And according to what I kind of pulled from Jabari's arguments, as far as his stance, I didn't really see where he made any of his arguments either,
But like somebody said, I'm gonna prove you shot me directly or indirectly.
So I'm gonna say this, that Divine Prospect, Minister Inky, Ujawu, Raborn, like they were all, it turns out they were all right about health and eating good. You definitely is going to you stand a better chance at fighting this immune disorder that's happening through this virus. And every time we look around, a new article coming out, I just read one somebody sent me about exercising definitely helps, will definitely help. Is a fighting chance to fight off, to fight off this virus, this disease. So I want to just say that, so they were ignored. Some people ignored that and act like they were just pseudo, but
for good health, good health is, you can't argue against good health. That's got to be the starting point for damn it.
I did. I think I'm quite way argued against that.
And
that's because what Divine does is Divine.
But it's also he said it. He said, "Oh, like I could show you an old debate in Atlanta where it was face to face. Divine Prospect kept pushing health, and Unc was like, just look over that and just act like the vaccine was good enough. And he kept saying, nah, Unc, right now I can show you the Atlanta debate where Unc act like the health has to do with your health, as far as like fighting off the virus."
Yeah, but Divine believes that with good health, he can beat the coronavirus.
Hey.
So he's not going to take no vaccine. Like he will willingly say that. Like, yo, I'm in good health. I'll take it on.
So
what are people beating it with now?
Like I was gonna say, let's look at the numbers. Everybody who
what I'm saying to you was no. He said, I would not take a vaccine if they gave it to. Now that's different if there's no vaccine, right? Then you
Currently,
have no
there
choice.
is no vaccine.
Don't say he was
that's
saying,
why it was that's why I phrased it. He said, I ain't taking no vaccine.
Right. But
now a vaccine applies that there is one, and even if there is one, I ain't taking it.
Not definitely, but the context was the COVID-19 vaccine. He said that one in particular. And because of he looking at the stats, he's saying he has a good fighting chance to fight off it, and the doctors agree with him.
Yeah, ain't no vaccine,
not
so
only-
that's a new point.
But not only that, the whole conversation was around COVID-19 prior to him coming on. Nobody was talking about vaccines and getting vaccinated. They were talking about COVID-19 and how to combat the virus. He came on talking about, health and, kind of eating healthy, exercising, keeping your immune system strong. And then they diverted to this whole vaccine. Well, you ain't gonna get the vaccine, but it's disingenuous because there's no vaccine available. So let's not talk about 18 months down the road when the vaccine become available if I'm gonna take it. Who knows if I may have to take it? I may get the shit right now and have an immunity to it.
You have to look at
my question.
Irrelevant to the argument.
I got a quick question. Does if somebody was to get the vaccine, right, does that prevent them from being able to spread the virus?
Yes. That's the whole purpose of them currently creating the
Well,
vaccine.
then my thing is with Divine Prospect, he can be as healthy as he wants to. Is his grandmother healthy? Is his mother healthy? Is the lady that he meets at the grocery store healthy? You know what I mean? He can spread it to others.
Yeah, and if you go ahead.
So Unc said the same thing to them, or I think Corey somebody. He actually answered that correctly. He said, well, if I take it head on like I said I am, I'm going to have a 14-day isolation. After I overcome it, hypothetically, I will build the necessary immunity to it, and I will have I will have strong. My antibodies will basically fight. I will build up antibodies and immunity towards this thing after the 14 days, where I will not be, contagious, which is true.
But that was fallacious because a lot of people are asymptomatic. So just because you contacted, don't know that you have it and understand you need to quarantine yourself. And by then you have already spread it around.
But Sosa, he definitely said this. I heard him loud and clear. He definitely said, because remember, it was about him having it, knowingly he had it. He said that he would go into isolation for 14 days and then holler at his grand folks. And because they want him to be wrong so bad that they looked over that and they argued anyway, and he was completely lost. Like, wait, y'all disagree with that?
And not only that, he also said if I get the vaccine, I would still be contagious for a certain period. So that doesn't nullify me. I would still need to quarantine myself to some degree, even if I was vaccinated.
Yeah, 14 days. At the same time.
So if you get the vaccine, you still can.
Hold on. Are you saying that if he's vaccinated, he's contagious?
No.
Yeah. Wait.
Because I don't know. Like now, y'all can.
No. The purpose of the vaccine is not to kill the virus. It's not able to do that. The purpose of the vaccine is to stop transmission.
Yeah.
So if you get the vaccine, it's to help you be around other people who either have had it or haven't had it and not transmit the virus to them. That's the whole point of it.
Exactly. So if he has the vaccine, he's not going to spread it.
Hold on. No. When you get the flu vaccine, it tells you, the doctors tell you, and it's written, you have 14 days of probation. That means you can contact the flu in those 14 days. It takes about 14 days for your immune system to actually respond and overcome the particular virus where you build up immunity. So yes, he was right. He said the quarantine is 14 days, and so is the waiting period of the vaccine to kick in. That's 14 days also.
And that's true just with influenza or all vaccines.
I don't know about okay, it may be all because your immune system it responds slow the first time. That's the whole point of a vaccine is to put it on guard. So it's not always guaranteed 14 days. It can respond faster, but they say up to like 5 to 14 days. Like that's pretty much.
Yeah, I think we'll give it definite when they test some people who have already had this virus and see if when they get the vaccine, how soon they can be in public.
But I thought Wujawu said last night that there's no known immunity to it. Like even once you contract the virus, that there's no known immunity to it.
Immunity to what?
Saying that this is a new strain that no human beings ever came in contact this novel coronavirus. So basically, yeah, he's right. And because nobody has developed, see the flu, we have contracted the flu many times over. We're 30, 40, 20 many times over. So we build up some immunity to certain strains because we don't know which strain gonna pop up each year. It might be the strain that you're immune to, right? So like this right here, we have no immunity to this because we never had it before.
And keep in mind, it just mutated. It mutates like every 15 days.
So Divine isn't as crazy as everybody thinks. He be spitting some facts out. They just people overlook it because they're so into the person and not the information that he's actually saying.
And I if I'm going to not give Polite the benefit of the doubt and say, oh, he's being disingenuous, he knows what he's doing, then I would have to apply that same logic to these other guys that are so well read and know so much. I would have to say they're not overlooking it, they're intentionally overlooking it because it does not suit their argument. You know, they're being intentionally disingenuous and because they want to frame it a certain way, or they want to, you know, get a certain response or to appear to be winning, or you know. So and to me, that's just what I see throughout the community. I even seen it with some of what Jabari said. He brought up some valid things, but with the whole, why is he laughing at my brother? You know, this is a black man, and then he's laughing and this, that, and it was like, you know, you're taking that out of context. Polite was wondering how that reference applied to y'all's conversation. The fact that he climbs the 5G towers, he was trying to figure out where you were going with it in the argument.
When
he called him Tyrone.
And started talking about the brothers with the cornrows in the back, and he didn't even have any cornrows.
Yeah, he definitely called him Tyrone, though.
He was doing extra. They both were doing extra.
He did call him Tyrone, just like y'all call Polite. Who y'all will call someone else? You know, you give him a little nickname. You said what?
He said not only Tyrone, but then talked about the cornrows going to the back. You know, we're talking about them two and their
That's
argument.
what white people call black people Tyrone.
Right.
No, that's what Erica Badu. That's what Erica Badu calls
black people.
Daddy friend Tyrone. But honestly, I thought the guy's name was Tyrone. Seriously, no, I did. I thought the guy's name was actually Tyrone. I didn't know he was making a dig at him. Now the braids to the back, yeah. But again, a lot of this stuff is said in jest. I didn't take it. He didn't diminish his job or anything like that. He was just.
He actually did. He said the brother may not know the information. He's the one climbing up the towers. He's not the people who build it, and he really demeaned that dude to the best.
But no. That's not demeaning his job. But how is he credible to the argument being made?
But the point is because he was talking about the 5G and its relevancy as far as line of sight, that it was 200 feet in the air going straight forward. And the point that he tried to bring on the white scientists, and he just opposed to both of them and said, I'm going to listen to him, and he disingenuously chopped that up. That's pretty much what caused the critique of it. Because he took one and said, I'm going to counter that with this. And I'm also going to shit on this one and then raise this one up.
So quickly, you don't think that, so we just had this discussion about people making arguments and then people overlooking them and presenting things that have nothing to do with the argument. So based off of what Polite argued and what he was saying, because like Jabari says, he's not talking about 5G. He keeps talking about cell phones. This is what Jabari is saying out of his mouth. So even if you had decided prior to that, I'm gonna pull this clip and I'm gonna play it, it was kind of out of context of the discussion that they were having, because 5G wasn't like the topic, or even if it was a topic in the title, it wasn't like the focus. So him bringing it up was just kind of like it wasn't really in
the Tyrone dude.
Jabari asked him like 3 or 4 times. Now the fact that Black kept running from it is the point.
Come on, the dude that goes up the dude that went up the pole.
Yeah,
you have to do that. Like that's part of the debate. Like even if the other dude doesn't do what he's supposed to do, you still got to stay on topic. That's how you judge. Like you can't say, well, because he didn't go that route, I'm not gonna do that. No, that's part of the 5G. Even if you don't bring out 5G, you got to stick to the topic.
Yeah.
I just felt like if we could disqualify both, but I'm not going to hold Jabari's counter or calling him out on doing it as a strike against Jabari. Because he tried to play it initially, it didn't play, and then Polite, without even hearing it or giving him credit, he shot homie down, talked about his name, which wasn't his name, talked about his hairstyle, which wasn't even relevant or visible. We don't even know what type of hairstyle he had, and then talked about his job not being as sufficient or important as the person who created it
Basically,
or
he
on
was
the
saying,
ground.
why should we
He
listen
has
to
to climb the
Homeboy
damn
from the
pole. But then his counterpoint was a scientist, or excuse me, a doctor that didn't even reinforce it. He was just showing a guy in the suit who's a doctor, opposed to a nigga that got to climb the damn pole. So
But
it's
he probably knew what that video was going to do, and he was just trying to discredit it before it came.
And that was my point.
That video was old. That was all over the place.
Take the sting out of
Everybody
it.
probably seen
You know what I
that
mean?
shit.
Yeah, it was optics. That's how I looked at it. Again, that's just
Yeah,
my humble opinion. I don't know shit. I don't climb poles. I don't work in a hospital.
Yeah, he didn't try to be slippery. I think that Jabari did a little maneuver with like the, call. He's gonna like it's like when you tell somebody in public like what they're gonna do in front of people, it holds a person that may do what he normally does to switch up. Because now they looking at you like, yo, what are you gonna do, right? I'm gonna ask him a question, and then he could be like, I don't know, and he's gonna sidetrack. So now, when I present that to you, you can't go to your normal rigmarole because, you know what I'm saying? Because Polite he didn't really do his debate like he normally do. He normally come with the word salad. He didn't really hit you with the word salad.
I also think that that's a tactic that people use to try to disarm the audience and have them on guard against a person. Like this is what they're gonna do. They're gonna say this and they're gonna do like it's a tactic both ways. Now it may throw him off his game and he may not do as he normally would, but it's also a tactic, a cheap one at that Jabari pulled. Press forward when you see him doing this, and then see he just did it again, family, and
that's how it is. Debate is psychological.
Honestly, if he was absolutely like, if I'm strong in my argument and I know I'm right, I can give a damn about how you may try to use all my strong arguments in the beginning of the debate or tell people what my tactics and my style is. Because if I know I'm right, that's irrelevant. But the fact that a lot of his tactics are stalling.
That's called tu quoque, where you basically it's a logical fallacy that basically you try to discredit the opponent of their argument by asserting that they won't act according to how they normally act within an argument. So it's basically saying that they won't be consistent.
Strategy.
Hey, brother.
I don't know if that's accurate.
But some of the worst, I mean, the Polite talking about Jabari claiming he had COVID-19 but didn't get tested. That was like, why did you even put that in? It was such a ridiculous argument to make.
He used it every round.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Yeah, that's a straw man.
Yeah, he did.
That's Rob Warren.
Yeah, it was a now I feel like one of Jabari's strongest maybe two of Jabari's strongest points in my opinion was the 5G being tested in 16 countries in China but only had the coronavirus outbreak in Wuhan. Another one was when he was talking about
the Lancing.
The Lancet.
Because that's dealing with cell phones.
That's the one about the dirty electricity.
No, I think that's another one. I think, but that's another thing too. When somebody uses the abstract, watch out.
Is Polite trying to say that Jabari had radiation cancer?
No, he's just making an argument to trying to
just trying to figure out what exactly is he trying to claim by saying Jabari didn't have COVID.
He said he think Jabari was a hypochondriac.
Yeah, he said he was making it up.
Yeah, and his paranoia led him to believe that it led him to falsely diagnose himself.
Now that was like
that's foul.
That's foul.
Hey, brother, unbiased.
3 weeks, fucked up. That
Brother,
probably
unbiased.
threw me off my square. But the fact that Jabari was able to stay focused and still keep hitting the target, he knew he was on the winning side of the argument. And the fact that Polite had to keep relying on that and playing the same video over and over again as if he was driving home a winning argument, he didn't help himself at all. At all.
Brother, unbiased.
Sir.
You here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. I got this for you, man. May 1st, baby. Make sure you tune in. Make sure you tune in, baby.
Okay.
You got what? What you got?
You looking at the screen?
Oh, hell yeah.
Make sure you tune in.
Oh, yeah, you already know.
So
Whose book is that? Whose book is that?
May 1st, baby.
That's you doing it?
That's Chameleon going over Fard Muhammad.
What's Chameleon?
And the other book,
right, come out
the other book, unbiased.
Chameleon talks about him being white, blending into black society, basically.
Yeah. The other book though, that's the newest book on, son. And they want $100 for that fucking book, bro.
Who's the author of that? I can't see that.
Which one? John Andrew Moreau. He's an Islamic scholar. So that book is printed by Cambridge. That one.
Good.
You're gonna find this real interesting, Mr. Unbiased.
Yeah. So MBK?
Huh?
MBK?
Nah, I'm not doing it on MBK. I'm doing it on the channel that you see. That I'm under.
Send the link.
I'm not doing it.
Click it because I'm like the host. I can't click it. Like it won't send me to your channel. So send the link in the chat.
All right. So make sure you tune in. You're gonna like that one.
Yeah, I could put the Amazon link in there if you want it.
Yeah,
I bought that one though from I bought the Shyamalan from Amazon. This one I bought from the Google Books because I like the ebook because it's easier for me to like put stuff on a slide versus taking pictures of the book and shit. Shit still costs $100. Them niggas crazy with that shit, bro. But I wanted that book, son.
Word.
I'm sorry.
When you doing it, Robo? So I can check that shit out.
It's on May 1st.
May 1st. Damn, you fucking like Jabari. I mean, goddamn Garfield book, nigga. That shit ain't coming out.
Nah, that Garfield book been coming for 5 years. Like that abandoned town be coming for 7.
Right, on, post your link to your YouTube channel.
Oh, my bad. Let me go.
Hey, could you type in the chat the author name again? I know you had it up, but I was trying to type it in.
Andrew, hold on. Let me put this in there for him first.
Yeah, go ahead.
How you go to my homepage? My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just
quality.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't, Amber. I don't want no problem.
Talking shit.
I don't want no problem.
What's Sister Nandy at?
I was just about to say, then you beat me to it. I was gonna say she's real good in chat now.
She must be gone.
Didn't she call in with them two dudes that was on the night?
I ain't hit a whole joint.
I think she called in close to the end when Unbiased first started his live.
Yeah, once I see his calls, I wanted no smoke with that live, man.
Oh man, bro. Hey, Rob, what's going on with brother George, man?
What I missed?
Curtis Cross was on there. I just seen him. I just couldn't do it.
Yo, I don't know what was going on. I wasn't even watching that shit. I was chilling, doing my 1-2 step. I was just in the chat, just typing. I don't even know what they were talking about.
Man, that shit was crazy.
Telling them the virus ain't real.
This nigga Polite tagging me in all kind of fucking posts. I'm like, yo, man. That nigga said, I'm like, yo, son, get out of here, son. That nigga like, yo, this nigga's alone, bro.
Yeah, George making it go full blown.
I found it.
You found it?
Yeah, John Andrew Moreau. Okay.
Yeah, that's the other one. You already know the Sham. I'm not too fond of the
author
Shyamalan book because it's like the dude, he's used newspaper clippings. A lot of them I have, but most of the stuff he's saying, he don't put a source by the shit. So I can't like I can't fuck with him like that.
Right, but there is no source to any of that.
So who?
That's why it's like some of the claims that either the NOI has made or people from the NOI has made about Farid. There's not enough information on it to begin with. So
but there is information because what happens is the only thing that we can go off of is the early records that we have of this person. So you have to go to newspapers and the genealogical records. So now one good thing that popped up was this dude is supposed to have a son. And when you see the dude, you're gonna be like, oh shit. And then it's a bunch of different stuff, y'all.
White boy.
But you're right though. It's kind of convoluted. I mean,
it is. I mean, you could find like legal docs. I sent that to him, guys. You can find some legal docs on them, but that you really won't find really anything of him.
No, you're not gonna find nothing. That's the reason I'm doing it, but because I'm building my other channel up because I wanna. What I'm gonna do on my channel, I'm going through all the lessons, bro, and whatever you can't prove, I'm telling you straight up, this shit is fake. There's no his story. This is what it is, and whatever I can prove, I'm going through each one of them. But I'm starting with this dude. You know what I'm saying because that has to get started. You know, this dude got 14 theories of where this nigga from, son.
Yeah,
they got this nigga from Jamaica. They got this nigga from America. They got this nigga from Pakistan, Afghanistan. Them niggas don't know who that nigga is. So once that's solidified, there's some things though that I'm gonna show that a lot of people probably don't know, but you gotta go to what the dude taught. What he taught is gonna tell you exactly, will give you a better option to say where the dude from. But I like that part. I'm gonna just save that, but that's what I found out about.
Did you track down the son?
Pakistan.
There's a whole.
Where's the channel, bro?
Huh?
Where's the
track down his son?
Where's the what?
Channel link.
Huh?
Your channel. We don't see it.
Yeah, he wants to link to your channel.
Yeah.
I just put it back there.
Really?
Nah, I was asking about more information about the son though. What? Cause
man, you gotta tune in for that, bro.
You
gotta tune in for that, bro.
Keep your brain there.
Yeah, you didn't put it back there yet, Robon.
Huh?
Yeah.
You didn't put it back there yet.
I did. I just put it again.
Yeah,
I put it on the YouTube chat. I just did it the third time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, damn. My thing not even live on the YouTube chat.
All right. Oh, so you saying put it in the Zoom?
Yeah.
Oh, I can do that. I'm sorry. My bad.
But I don't see it in the YouTube chat either, though, unless you did it earlier before you came on.
Right, Robon, you didn't want to rinse.
Shit. Yeah, hopefully.
Nah, I don't want no wrench.
Sorry, so that's not showing up.
How you go to the chat?
Oh, he came up with a different name.
Yeah, you're on the phone, right? That might be a little different.
Oh, that was him with the nigga.
Yeah, he's stupid.
I throw it in a.
I didn't know that was
you want me to go?
So
you want me to log in with the computer?
I'll throw it in there, Robon. I'll go in there and damn MBK channel. Throw the link in there. I'm gonna go to MBK channel and throw it in there.
Boy, you ain't want a link, so now you can't source up without a link.
Well, he did put a link, but I think it might be just to me. Hold on.
Nah, if you ain't got a wrench, it's gonna appear it's there, but it's not there.
Man, that's
no. He put a link just to me. I'm gonna post it. Here you go.
Okay.
That's massive.
Here you go right here.
You got it.
I just put it right now to everyone.
No. That's to me. It says privately to me.
Oh, so why did it say to you instead of everyone?
I don't know.
Look. I just put it in the chat.
Oh, I picked the wrong thing, man. Come on, man.
It's in the chat.
Y'all gotta work with me. Now I did it. I got it now. Boom.
It's in the chat, man. It's in the chat. Bang.
Nah, that's MBK.
Oh, that's showing true.
That's the wrong link.
You ain't on the MBK. You ain't on the
Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not. Certain
He
things
not putting it on there.
Certain things we
I'm
don't.
biased. I'm biased. Check the Zoom chat.
Yeah,
certain things
we don't do on MBK.
Yeah, Melvin put it in there.
We don't do
religion on our channel. We don't do no nothing Kemet on our channel. We don't do that. So it's just history on the channel. Yeah, but this is just my project or something I've been wanting to do, and I think it's time for me to do it. And I'm gonna be on that for a little minute.
Sure.
I don't know who that was. Stolen. This nigga said I don't know.
I got the ill symbol though. Like I said, I should have became 5% for a minute just to make me a fly ass gold chain.
Yeah. No, man. The only thing, yeah, you know what? I had went when I was rocking my black and yellow. I went down. I don't know what I was thinking. I went down to Perth Amboy at some house party. My black and yellow on. I don't know what I was thinking, man. I started to see mad Hispanics with black and yellow. I'm like, oh, 5%. Oh shit, they didn't like king shit out here.
In the South, it was like, yo, them Garbati niggas is crazy, yo, the killers.
You was finna get fucked up.
That's how it was. That was like a reputation that you heard down south.
And this dude, what's his name? Jeremiah Judah. Like he cursing me out in the messenger, telling me, fuck me, fuck the gods. I say, yo, son, you gonna keep saying that shit. And when somebody catch your ass, don't get mad, son. Don't get mad, son. I'm just telling you, son, don't get tight. You keep talking shit. You better off directing whatever you saying to me. When niggas touch your ass, nigga, you leave that little state you in, you gonna have a problem, son.
Yeah, you know, JJ be drunk and shit. that nigga be tagging me to watch parties like early in the morning, like 7 o'clock. Be amped up. I be like, bruh.
Funny as hell, yo.
Yeah, you funny as hell. Crazy as hell.
On the channel, oh my god, that was hilarious.
And he stay amped up, stay hyped.
What did y'all conclude about this debate?
So Amber said a draw.
Yeah, I got Jabari.
Yo,
I got Jabari.
I got both of them failed.
You got what?
Yeah, I'm with Amber.
I got both of them failed.
Got you.
All right, I could let's say that because I don't know. Jabari actually did present some good information, but he could have did better. You see what I'm saying? But this is Polite with his trickology, so I don't know. But Polite was full of shit. I think
and let's not act like both of them don't have trickology either.
Yeah. I guess I'm a little biased.
Yeah, I mean, and my thing is like, at the end of the day, like Sosa said, because he just said it, it don't matter what Polite do. Jabari got to stick to his arguments. His arguments just weren't that strong to me. Period.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and but it makes it difficult because of what the dude is doing. I would just stick to the point, like, yo, son, you are comparing the beginnings of pandemics with technology. So I would have went to the history of pandemics, period.
Yeah,
and be like, yo, what the hell was you talking about? I mean, so now I want to know only about pandemics. I don't care about the flu-like symptoms and all this. I don't care about none of that. Show me the scientific articles of anything relating these goddamn technology to any goddamn pandemic. You can't do it because it don't exist.
And start with the Justinian plague.
And I would even
go to the cancer shit. Because
I wouldn't even go so far as that because he's still been really vague in how he's framed that. Because he's not saying that pandemics originated with technology.
No. I'm not even talking about 5G though. I'm not
talking about 5G period. I know what you're talking about, but he's talking about technology, radio technology or radar. You see these larger pandemics, around these technologies but he didn't say exclusively because of technology. So I would first want to nail him down to, are you saying that pandemics are a result of technology or are they, made worse by technology? Like, what is your argument?
Yeah, that's the point. So
at this point, you still asking him his argument?
But that's the whole thing. You have to get people to clarify in that discussion what they're saying. You have to do that.
Times?
And it's just until it's clear enough so you can hold them to it. It has to be clear enough so you can hold them to it.
So then if he says, no, pandemics are around, but, technology, they worse. Okay, show me the evidence where this is having an impact and it's making the pandemic worse. because our immune system is weakened.
That's not in a debate. The debate is the topic. Is there a correlation between 5G and coronavirus? Polite is taken, there is a relationship. Is the numbers of the coronavirus being exaggerated? Polite is taken, yes. That's it. There's no more where do you stand on this conversation.
But this isn't a debate. Keep that in mind. If it was a debate,
no,
yes,
they had a debate. That was a debate.
That's not really considered a debate. They make an
that was a debate topic. That was
again, Sosa, I would say, if you're saying 5G, is there a relationship or is there a connection between 5G and coronavirus? I'm gonna say you're not saying that you really can't say that Polite did not, quote unquote, prove his point. 5G is technology, right? So if he's saying, well, under the banner, technology has been proven to have some negative effects in some studies. It may not be accepted by mainstream. There's the need for more research, but I would go and say that 5G has a connection because 5G is a part of technology, and technology has been proven to have some effect on how our immune system works. Our immune system, it supports our ability to effectively, fight a virus off. So yeah, indirectly, it does have a connection. It may not be a direct connection. I'm not saying 5G comes from coronavirus or coronavirus comes from 5G, but the argument can be made that there is a connection. So
you would have to produce.
If Polite had Amber in his corner, that phrase right there, he would get away.
You would have to produce a scientific article that relates 5G to the coronavirus.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
The debate is 5G, not 4G, not 3G. It's
5G technology.
You didn't listen. You didn't listen. He threw it under the banner of technology. So he said, okay, this is part of technology. All technology has.
Jabari called that shit out. He said you like to play around this and that.
He's a master debater.
But that's the whole thing. It's not playing around.
You're giving him too much credit.
That's the thing. It's not playing around.
No. He's giving him too much
debate
credit.
him and win.
No, you giving him too much credit.
Call it what it is, nigga. You think right. You ain't staying to the points. You jumping on. Nah, bro. You called him out on that shit. We called him out on all of this. I don't know what the
but that's the whole thing. That's not a call out. Truth be told, I feel like Jabari is being disingenuous because you want to make it like he's not making a connection when he indeed is making a connection. It's just not him saying the argument you want him to say so that you can disprove what he's saying.
He made a connection with cell phones. He talked about the Samsung cell phone and put it in your pocket and need to be keep 6 feet away from you. He did not make a correlation.
Also mentioned Wi-Fi, and there are other technologies.
But the reason why he used Samsung is because it's under the banner of technology.
No, but he also brought it all the way back.
Is it 5G technology out right now? Like
that
No, it's still under the same banner.
This is what it comes down to. If you're not able to understand the argument and follow the argument, and if you're just hinged on, well, he said this and you got to prove this, and you're not paying attention to everything else that's going around, you're going to be lost every time. I don't know.
It's a debate. Everything is structured around.
It is a debate, but that's why you gotta understand.
The reason why Dr. Ma'at lost the debate. The title alone destroyed her.
Thank you.
It's 5G technology. It's 5G technology.
Yes, it's technology, but we're talking about 5G
conversation over.
Technology. No, specific. It's specific. It's not is technology. It's specific to 5G.
Okay. Check it out. What's the title of the debate? Let's just look at that. What's the title of the debate?
Will 5G put us at risk?
And that's the title of the debate?
Yep.
Is the COVID-19 Is the COVID-19 scare authentic or exaggerated? Now, I would say he definitely
those are two different topics.
No, it's five.
Those are two different topics.
The actual wording of it.
That I wrote it down. That's what it says.
Show on the screen right there.
All right, let me see.
Well, 5G put us at risk.
5G and went to technology.
Like I said, they never stay at risk for what?
Yeah, so 5G. What is it? That's 5G.
He gotta put a question mark after that.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a question mark after will
So
5G put us
it's
at risk in the
5G.
COVID.
5G put us at risk.
At risk for what though?
Is the
Exactly.
COVID-19 scare
Exactly.
authentic or exaggerated? Those are two different. Those are two different subjects.
Yeah, it's
Talk
two different
about.
subjects.
But
Yeah,
this
it's two
is
different
this
subjects
is
all
the
in one.
original.
You gotta hear when we play it. Sonetta, he reads it more clearly when he says before the debate starts. He reads
Yeah, but
off.
that's what be confusing people though.
No. Listen.
That's what confuses people.
Initially, when I asked why Jabari didn't posit his position, you said it's in the title. It's in the title. It's right there in the title. So I went back and I wrote it down in the title so that I can make sure they both stuck to the argument.
Yeah, I didn't look at the title of the show. I'm talking about the title of the debate with Sonetta saying. I'm looking at that as the title. Like before, this is what happened. When you have a debate, right? Let's see, me and Polite is about to debate. Before we have the debate, the agreed upon title is already set between me and him. And then we set it before we arrived to the show.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why I say this is not a debate.
Melvin, you being too technical. Yes, it's not a debate.
You gotta be technical.
No, it's a Sonetta debate, Melvin. I ain't gonna do that.
What's the difference between a
It's not
Sonetta
real
debate and a
and that's
regular
my
If you
debate?
don't know the difference between a Sonetta debate and a real debate, then you ain't seen a real debate.
Sonetta debates are not
if we're not
debates.
gonna give a quality analysis, then what's the point of even doing this? If it's
It's
a
not a
Sonetta debate,
quality-
I'm not on here to give a Sonetta analysis. That's not what I'm
No.
doing.
I'm saying no. It has nothing to do with the title. We talk about the style of debate. All like this. He's talking about a regular debate. Both people submit their sources, and both people get to review their sources. That type.
That's the only way to debate.
That's how debates. That's how real debates done. This is Sonetta
No.
debate.
That's not how real debates are done. That's just how debates are done. There's no
That's
difference.
not how they do it on Sonetta.
Yeah. But he right. That's not how it's done. And these things right here cause a problem. Like for instance, right? Once I had my sit down with Zion Lex, we agreed to the topic. He actually told me what he wanted to debate, and I said,
Right.
"Say it again."
Right.
When it's time to debate, I'm like, "Yo, there's one day before I call Sonetta. I'm like, yo, son, how many rounds we doing? What's the time of the round?
Yeah.
Like, how come y'all not saying nothing to me? What's going on?" He's like, "Oh, yo, we gonna do it when the day come." I'm like, nah. Call Zion Lex on the phone right now. So he calls Zion Lex. He's on the phone.
Is the COVID-19 on A need to be deleted?
And then he called Reggie.
Hold on, finish.
And then he calls Reggie. Reggie's on. And then Reggie's like, yo, what's the debate? I'm like, this is the topic. Once the topic is set again, Zion like, nah, I think Reggie's right. Maybe we got it. I'm like, nah, son. You agree, dude. I made 60 slides I got 120 slides, bro. Based off of what we said. And I did this in 7 days. Dude, like, this is the topic.
Yeah.
Now he hung up the phone. Don't want to debate now.
Yeah, I got that like that a couple times. Niggas try to switch
We're
that
not
debate.
gonna do when he does this shit. It has to be talked about. They talked before this even happened, bro. So if I'm looking at that debate and I'm looking at this topic, these are two things. Will 5G put us at risk? So that's the first thing we talking about. Risk of, okay, all Polite got to do is show that this shit put us at risk of any fucking harm.
Anything.
And all Jabari has to do is show that whatever he's saying about what is causing is not correct. Now, is the COVID-19 scare authentic or exaggerated? Them niggas ain't really get into that. They didn't.
No, not too that.
Slightly, but nobody presented any real information.
So what was they talking about? That's the point.
So what we talking about is this is not a debate.
Melvin, man, we already know that shit, man.
But that's my whole thing. Even if you want to call it a debate, at what point do you say you have to talk about the subject matter? Like what?
Right.
And you're saying that the subject matter was talked about, or he didn't talk about this, or he didn't talk about that. But I mean, it's so vague. You want to pin them down to something, but at the end of the day, I would say that on part A, he presented some information that Jabari just did not effectively dispute. Now, I don't think that
like what?
Strong enough argument because
like
it was
what?
something I've seen before. You said
like
what? Like talking about the spinning frequency compromising the oxygen intake, which leads to.
Nah, he made that up.
No, he
made
didn't.
that up.
No, he did make that up. We discussed that a couple of weeks ago. He did make it up, but it's out of context.
Did he mention it in the debate?
No.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he
It
did.
was one of the first things he talked about.
It was the very first thing. Yep.
I think
Yeah.
60 megahertz or something like that. I didn't read.
But see, the response to that though is like, listen, if you say 5G has an effect, and I say, nigga, they put 5G in 16 cities. Why it ain't no place else? You have to answer that.
Right.
Or your shit's dead.
And from my research, Iran don't even got 5G, and they was one of the first people to get it.
But that's the whole thing. We keep limiting it to 5G because that's what the community is talking about. But when you broaden the scope of technology and 5G falls under technology, you cannot say that he's not talking about 5G.
You can't, like, in a debate, like if
Nah,
that was a
because
rule,
it's
that was a rule.
the topic says 5G. So you just can't just throw
That's what
all
I'm
of that.
saying.
It's 5G technology.
But I'm saying,
no,
if you can
5G is a
Amber,
specific
technology.
It's 5G technology.
This is why
Amber,
it's a
that's why in a
specific
debate,
technology.
yeah,
It's
in a debate, you
5G
can't.
technology.
Yo, this
Amber.
is I'm
Yeah.
biased. This is why I have to be technical because of all of the confusion. So you had to specify, hey, is this a debate or not? If it is a debate, we need a specified topic. If you don't have a specified topic, this is a debate.
All right, Melvin, what would be a title if we're debating 5G and we're specifically talking about 5G?
So if we're specifically talking about 5G, you could use the first topic that they had originally when they first brought up 5G when Ankh was debating and
What was the
Lord Apple
title?
was debating.
What was the title?
I have to pull it up one second.
That's what I'm saying. Because like once you say, that's what I'm saying, if you take that approach amateur debate, shit, anybody can squeeze out of that shit. Like if you can vaguely take
what I'm saying is in a debate, if it's about a specific topic, you can't use a general term. If it's about 5G, you can't just say technology because it's out of context.
Technology is technology in the title?
No,
I thought it would just say 5G. It didn't say technology.
It's
It says
5G, but understanding Polite's premise, his premise is using technology.
Yeah, but
This premise has nothing to do with what the actual. It's your.
Agreed, but nobody has.
Why would I come to debate something that I never asserted?
And Jabari started off first of all. But anyway, your premise, if you come up with a faulty premise, that's on you. That has nothing to do with the actual topic.
It is on you, but it's also on the person you're debating to identify that and acknowledge that and put it in check.
Unbiased. Didn't you show a clip where Polite explicitly said coronavirus has nothing to do with 5G regarding that the virus didn't come from 5G?
Yep, he said that.
That's not relevant.
But yes, it is relevant because the whole thing is Jabari said that he heard his brother saying stuff that he just disagreed with. So if you think you hear me saying coronavirus comes from 5G, then that means you heard my argument wrong.
See, you're making an argument as if they're on a panel having a discussion. No, the debate is set upon a certain standard. If I say I'm red, I'm saying why red is good. You're saying why blue is good. It don't matter what was said before. You agreed to this topic, 5G in relationship to does 5G put us at risk? That's what your topic is. You have to show that 5G puts us at risk. That's it, because you agreed to that topic. If you didn't agree to that, then it should be different.
And it's 5G technology.
Of course it is.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can never.
I'm biased.
Yeah.
Yo, let me share my screen for a minute.
Okay.
I don't know how y'all sit in front of y'all computer. Y'all niggas is crazy.
Oh, my phone.
I'm not even the phone thing, man.
Yeah, I got my computer up, but I just go back and forth.
I don't do that. Fuck that. All right, check it out, right? Y'all see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Damn, man, where is it at?
That's why computer is better.
Yeah, hold on, let me get my blue
glasses.
glasses.
I should have went on the computer. Damn.
See, that's why you need a computer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, check it out. See this, right?
Yeah.
All right. So if we are talking about like what she's talking about, okay, 5G is specific technology. So the technology is dealing with EMF and radiation. This is what it's dealing with. These people right here, International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection. So this is what we're all talking about. We're talking about the effects of non-ionizing radiation and does it have effect on humans. This is the 2020 conclusion of 7 years of study. This is what they say. No evidence for cancer, no evidence for infertility. This is the shit that he was saying. No other health effects. All it states here is that it raises the temperature in the body. That's it. Studies that's done before that, which he brought up, which is the WHO, they said in 2008 that they'll consider it as a carcinogen, but more study needs to be done. So now we go from 2008 to 2020, and this is what these people conclude. He then goes to say that to get away from this, because he thought Jabari was going to bring this up, these people are funded by the companies and there's no independent study. These people, same people here, what it says here is an independent, non-profit scientific organization chartered in Germany. It was founded, blah, blah, blah. He then goes to say that they fund these people. This is what it says. The INRCP consists of a main commission which membership is limited to 14 to ensure efficiency, covering the fields of epidemiology, biology, and medicine, physics, and dosimetry, and optical radiation. Its members are scientists employed typically by universities or radiation protection agencies. They do not represent their country of origin nor their institute and cannot be employed by commercial companies. So at this point right here, everything this nigga saying, he repeating the shit that the white woman told me the other day, which I knew was bullshit.
Definitely right. Yeah, I heard some
so
of that shit.
At the end of the day, anything that he's showing, if you look at the dates on the shit that he's showing, it'll say that 2000, I believe, in 8, 2011, and 1999. Nothing up to date on this shit. So now when you telling the people, you telling us that this radiation caused this specific problem, now we showing you this is what they saying. Now the excuse that you saying that they fucking funded niggas, get that shit out of here. Nigga, you making this shit up with this oxygen and all this other shit. What are you talking about, bro? Yeah. That's my point with it. So if Jabari did this and showed that nigga no 5G, now we get to the next subject. Then that's what the next round should have been about. Then it's over. But that shit, it appeared that they was both talking from, he's thinking that he's connecting 5G to the coronavirus because how he's doing that. He's bringing up pandemics and then he's talking about the technology. Nigga, we showing you right here, you bullshit.
Yeah.
That's my point, though. I mean, I don't understand this shit.
Yeah, I feel that, Paul. I feel it. Like I said, shit, me personally, I'm over it. Like, I'm ready for that shit to die down.
Yeah.
But
Thanks for inviting me on that.
But hold on. Wait a minute. I think we all forgetting this. Jabari did do that, but he did it in a different way. He was showing a chart that showed that this shit don't affect people.
Show the lowest level and bring it on up. That's what he was saying. You need the electromagnetic field of Earth. Nigga, you telling people that we might as well be afraid of that.
Yo, what people don't realize is all these different frequencies of radiation are coming directly from the sun. Every last one of them. The only thing that's happening is our atmosphere is blocking the higher levels of radiation.
Can I add to that, please?
Oh shit, stupid.
Stupies in the house. Stupies in the house. All right.
Going on, man.
All right. Before I say anything, let me talk. Let me say what I used to do. I went to UTech in Jamaica, where I did engineering. I dropped out. I didn't give up. I started smoking weed and I dropped out. I didn't care. But right now, I'm going Broward College. I do computers. I do networking. I have my CCNA1, I have my A+, and I have 2 other certs. Right? Lots of studying. What people don't understand is when we talk about frequency, they need to break that down. Right? We need to break that down. People don't understand the frequency of the wave. And we talk about radio waves. Right? is the same radio wave that we have in the AM transmitter. It's the same radio wave that they use in microwave transmitters, telecommunication company. What only happens is that these waves oscillate at a higher rate. And this oscillation allows them to carry more data. When it was AM or low oscillation rate, we used to be analog. Right? In the last couple of years, it's a higher oscillation rate, which allows us to be digital. Your voice that I'm hearing now, Truth, your voice that I'm hearing now, Rambo, is not your actual voice. What we are hearing is that your voice, when you spoke into your headset, was broken up into bits and transmitted via wire, cord, light, whether it want to be light, whether it want to be wire, copper wires, or whether it want to be radio waves, and transmitted, and we receive it on these headsets that we have that reorganize them back in a way that the computer, what would I say now? Like if you speak Spanish and you speak English, what do say them do? The computer translate it, right? Yeah. And give us a facsimile of what you should sound like. Right? No, what people don't understand that these waves have existed for the last 100 years. For the last 100 years, since 1880. Right? 200 years?
Yeah.
We have been transmitting waves all over the place. Right? No, before I go any further, all of us carried our bias into listening to that debate. Some people still believe that 5G have effect. Some people don't know. Some people think that it must have an effect. But what they don't understand that we are bombarded by these waves. Certain animals, like the bees, people are saying that these waves are affecting bees that don't allow them to find their way back home.
I heard that.
That's why you have heard that before?
Yeah, I've heard that too.
That's why they might have less. They don't know. Science is still researching. They don't know. They don't know if it's pollution or they don't know if it's radio. Because as society get more condensed and people live closer together, we generate more pollution and we generate more radio waves. So they're still researching that, right? But what I got from Polite is that Polite was associating technology with disease transmission. Now, I also went to public health school. I'm a public health inspector by trade. When I look, my mother never gave up on me. She sent me back to school every time. So I had to finish one thing, right? And I know about disease transmission. We studied that. So there were several things that were said. Vaccine don't cause diseases. People need to stop that foolishness. Read any paper. Vaccine don't cause diseases, right? And even when you get the vaccine, you're unable to spread the disease. Because what the vaccine does is that even if the disease is coming to you, the disease cannot multiply to a level that allows you to be, to allow you to transmit it. We get that, but you have lag phase, you have a total graph of how disease enter the body and when it becomes transmissible. I can look it up
real quick for myself.
Yeah.
So you saying that it because of the vaccine, the virus can't replicate itself.
It cannot replicate in you to any level which allows you to become virulent. You understand? Because you have to have, certain level of vaccine of the germs inside of your body in order to transmit it to somebody else. Right. So if
wait, are you saying that vaccines can't cause a disease?
I said, how it's supposed to cause the disease? What are vaccines? By their very nature, what are they?
It has to cause the disease for your body to.
No, it causes a reaction.
Yeah. You gotta listen. He's trying to explain it.
The vaccine don't cause a disease. It causes a reaction.
Yeah,
it causes your body to react to the foreign entity that came into it and develop antigen.
It's really right. A disease is lab. It's a virus, and the virus creates a disease, right? It's a virus first, and the disease is afterwards.
Right. The vaccine causes a reaction.
It's like a parasite causing a negative reaction to the body. The virus is
muscly or something.
the virus is technically a parasite.
All right. What most vaccines are? They are. What we put them now. The word that we use is an A word. Antenated. I smoked too much weed in that class. But what I got an A. What the vaccine is oftentimes is like they will give you a piece of the virus, which cannot multiply. Which all it does when it enters the body, your antigen, it produces antigens. And then the body remember these antigens. And when it faces something similar in the future, those antigens are readily available.
Yeah, they stop it before it can replicate.
Before it can replicate. No, if the virus can't replicate, because remember, if you listen to Pasteur, if you go to Pasteur who did pasteurization, and it tell you about diseases, early diseases. In order for a disease to spread, in order for something to first be classified as a disease, when people tell us a virus don't exist, this is what you need to argue with them. If the virus didn't exist, how come you have all of these diseases? Because each specific disease have its specific virus.
And what the color
have its specific virus, right? AIDS have a specific virus, right? Measles have a specific virus. If viruses didn't exist, what are causing these conditions? Right? Rule out the virus. Call it something else. Call it, if a lot of people walking around with bites.
Malaria and rabies.
A dog must exist somewhere to be biting the people there. Or something must be biting. Right? But why are all of these bites so similar? What are the causative agents? Right? When people argue certain points, is that when you look at it, you realize that people go to school for many years for this shit. And it's almost like a discrediting expert.
Facts.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time.
You're discrediting somebody. You read 2 books. Right? I will never ever step to Rawborn about West African history. Because although Rawborn do have the certification, which he deserve a beating for, because if a man reads so much books, he might as well go registered under the community college and do it part-time and get the degree and then get the master's and get the doctorate. You're reading too much to not have the certification. You have too much knowledge walking up and down with to not go to the community college and do it even part-time, right? Because the amount of knowledge Rawborn have, the amount of books he read, it's equivalent to a master's level now. I could never step to him after reading 1 book on the slave trade. He has 30 years of experience. When somebody come and tell you that 5G caused this or antenna caused this, telecommunication companies have been experimenting for years. When we're using fiber optics cable now, it's something that is 25 years old.
Yep.
Where was the issue before? Anyway, give somebody else a chance to be.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask him because I asked the guy previously and I didn't get an answer. So I wanted to know what's the difference between power and pulse, and like what role do they play in non-ionizing radiation or electromagnetic waves?
All right. No, I'm going to tell you something a teacher tell me. One time, a teacher tell me, say evaporation takes place at all temperatures. You understand what evaporation is? Evaporation is if you have water on the ground, you don't necessarily have to be boiling for the water to be turned to steam. You don't have to reach 100 degrees. Evaporation takes place at all temperatures, right? Now, what power is, and it has to do, power can directly affect the rate, right? The higher the hertz is, the more power it takes to generate it, right? Simply like an AM transmitter, an AM radio. If you're transmitting AM signal, you can almost have a car battery and you can transmit in a 10-mile radius. You don't need so much power to transmit an AM signal. You know what I mean by AM signal? When you go on the radio, in your car, you have AM and FM. You don't need so much power to transmit AM signals, right? It's the least powerful. That's why a lot of people, it's almost like AM is similar to CB. You know what we call CB? Like what the truckers used to have back in the day, where they have this big long antennas, right?
Yeah,
It
that's
don't
why
require
sound
that.
quality is so bad, right? Yeah.
Right. Beautiful. FM now, right? When you go on the FM frequency, it's a higher frequency. It requires more power to transmit. It's the same thing like anybody near the computers have a computer at the home.
Yeah.
It's like if you have a video card in your computer, and it's one of the latest video cards, T2080 Ti, you need a bigger supply. Because the more work it's going to do, the more power it's going to need, right? All the power is allow you to transmit more waves. These waves don't directly impact you any different because all of them travel at the speed of light. Is that this junction can carry more oscillation than this junction, but all of them traveling at the speed of light. Dr. Maya can tell you about that, right? But that people don't understand. When they hear about the power requirement, they're saying that, oh, if it requires so much power, right? Because what people must understand that this come back from Tesla. Anybody ever about Tesla? I'm not talking about the cars. I'm talking about the power.
Yeah, I remember Tesla. Yeah.
No, I just asked the question, Fitz. I wanted to get but I think I got you. You said so the power directly affects the rate. The higher the waves, the higher the hertz. The higher the frequency.
The higher the hertz, the more power it needs to be transmitted.
Yeah, the higher the frequency,
Yes.
more work requires more waves.
No.
More frequency requires more power.
More frequency requires more power. The higher the frequency, the more power it requires to transmit it. Right? The only reason why 5G might be different is that 5G is not transmitting for any far distance. The 5G towers transmitting for like 500 meters. 500 meters per antenna, right? So you don't have to pour that amount of power in it because the distance of transmission is so short. If you wanted it to transmit it further, you have to put more power in there, in the antenna, for it to transmit, to send out a stronger signal. But because the area of transmission is so small, you don't really require that much power, although you're transmitting so many more oscillation on that wave band.
But then you require more posts, more antennas.
More antennas.
Because you're only going so short, so you got to increase the amount of antenna.
Right. It's a trade-off. They're doing the maths. They realize it. Because what they're saying is that, all right, let's be more efficient power-wise. So we need more antennas.
Okay. And then with the pulse?
Which pulse are you talking about?
I guess the pulse of the
waves,
pulse? Yeah.
When
you saying pulse? P-U-L-Z? P-U-L-S-E?
L-S-E.
Pulse.
Yeah, okay, I thought you were saying pulse. All right, you said pulse. Okay,
pulse.
All right.
It's actually when you talk about pulse, is basically how constant it is, right? We don't use pulse like that back in the day. When you was using telegraph, you would more talk like pulse, right? Because these devices almost transmit and receive continuously. It's not like back in the day where you do a telegraph where you go tap, 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 and each tap was a pulse.
Yeah.
These devices transmit constantly, meaning that even when you're not talking to your phone, it's still receiving and it's still transmitting. You know that, right? Even when you have
I saw that, man. That's just scary. I saw the whistleblower talk about that.
The device constantly transmit now. So even if you're not, these companies can open your line even when you're unaware.
Yeah, even if you got your laptop computer off, they still communicate with that laptop, that they can get that camera on.
No, but more likely a phone. Even when they can turn the camera on. Once you have it in sleep mode and it's on the internet, they can turn it off.
Yeah.
Right? Because these devices transmit constantly. Right? So pulse, as how you would use pulse, it doesn't work like back in the day. It's almost you're transmitting constantly. So you're bombarded constantly with waves. So it's not like you have a quick flash and it off on. These devices are transmitting and receiving frequency. It's all around us. Every device, when you're if you're in a subway car, I have 100 phones in there. All 100 are transmitting and receiving constantly.
Yeah,
Right?
that's why I always thought too. Like if you gotta think about somebody who these people that go to a football game where there's 40,000 people in the stand.
40,000 devices.
Yeah, and they all they got season tickets and they've been going there for 10, 20 years. You see what I'm saying? Like if it was like harmful, like man, I think some folks would be falling out. We would have definite signs of it. That many devices all in one stadium compacted to keep and curved for sound. You know what I'm saying?
You live in the projects. You live in New York.
Yeah.
And there's 1,000 houses, 1,000 apartments in a small area. Right? Because let's be honest, let's count devices. In my house, it's just my wife and I who live here. Right? I have a laptop upstairs in the bedroom. I have a computer downstairs. I have an Xbox, TV, downstairs, TV upstairs, 2 TVs in the bedroom. We have 5 TVs for 2 people. You believe that? We have 5 TVs for 2 people. And I'm not talking small TVs either. Right? And cell phones. I have 2 phones, she have 1. What else do I have? Tablets. I have a tablet, she have a tablet. Right? She also have a laptop too. So the amount of bombardment. Shouldn't I be coming down with the COVID-19? No, count the amount of devices in your house that are on right now. Any one of you, count the amount of devices that you have on at this particular time.
Yeah, I got probably about 6 of just in this one room I'm in. What are you talking about?
Who's talking?
So I just want to ask in summary.
Yeah.
So all things considered, you're saying no matter the pulse, no matter the power, if it's non-ionizing radiation, there's no such thing as an unsafe dose.
I am saying that no matter the pulse, no matter the power, if it's non-ionizing radiation, we are not going to be exposed to any amount of intensity to cause any real damage. More than your back get very hot and have to get out of there. By very nature, ionizing radiation, all it is excite the molecules and cause them to vibrate. And that vibration.
That's what a microwave oven does.
Yeah.
When you use a microwave, that's exactly what it does. It generates
what ionizing radiation does is that it allows the amount of energy to cause electrons to release. And when electrons release, those compounds now become ions. Ions like acid, and acid is an ion. Right? That means it reacts with other compounds and other elements. It wants to steal electron from that. And by that stealing electron, it causes that thing to break down. When you see people with radiation burn, if you see pictures of radiation burns, it's almost the skin dissolving, the clothes dissolving, the metal from the cars dissolving. Look at pictures of Chernobyl. Look at the movie on HBO that dealt with Chernobyl.
Hello, can I say something?
Yes.
I thought the topic was about Polite saying that there's a connection between 5G and Corona.
That's what we want to disprove, that there's no connection. There's no connection between 5G and Corona.
We know that, but what I wanted to see was Amber.
Yes.
Do you not think Polite's trying to sell that kind of position, that there is a connection between 5G
no, he's
and
actually stated that he does not believe that there's the connection, not in the way that people are assuming it.
Why does he keep bringing it up in the same argument?
Because it's technology. It's new technology
has something to do with Corona.
You said what?
Technology has something to do with coronavirus.
Well, if you understand his argument, the argument is technology is weakening the immune system due to the non-ionizing the non-ionizing radiation that it's emitting. So it's
The
weakening the
ionizing,
immune
right? He's saying ionizing.
No, non-ionizing.
non-ionizing.
Non-ionizing, not. But this is what I'm trying to say. So he is making a connection there, then, because he's trying to say, well, our immune system is weak, which leads to us catching
the
corona
coronavirus
more easier. That's the connection he's trying to
that's
make.
the connection.
Or not being able to fight it off if you catch it, because I mean, let scientists tell it, you won't be able to keep yourself from catching it. So even once you catch it, you're not in a position to effectively fight off the virus.
So
Because
one question. Let me ask Amber one last question before I go away. So how are we still able to fight off staph aureus? You know staph aureus, right? Staphylococcus aureus. It's a bacteria that is found on our skin in our throat, right?
Right.
And that bacteria can cause severe
that's the
illness.
thing. He's not limiting it to. He's not limiting it to coronavirus. It's just the topic of discussion for now. So
No, but
he's saying that.
But how come we can't fight off? How come we're fighting off all other diseases that we used to fight off?
Well, he would argue that we're not actually doing that because increasingly Black people are getting sick. We're one of the unhealthiest demographics in the country. So he would argue that.
That's what diabetes. That was other stuff.
Amber, but then we're getting sick quicker. Yeah, but he was one of the guys earlier. If you go back to some of his videos, he was saying you don't need to use certain things like soap and stuff like that. Now he's not an expert on these things.
He didn't say you didn't need to use soap. He said you
All right,
shouldn't
he
use
said
an
an
antibacterial
alternative.
soap.
He said there's an alternative to soap. There is no alternative.
He said there's an alternative to hand sanitizer.
Hand sanitizer. But all right, which is that good advice to give people in this time? Why do we not go to the expert? Who is he? He has no authority on anything to do with viruses or even 5G.
Well, you would have to ask yourself that, because I didn't really know that Polite was making these arguments until I heard him in this community, because I don't go to him for my guidance. So the people that knew he was saying these things, I would wonder why they're going to him for their guidance.
But
you would have to ask them.
Has he made you a bit more skeptical now from what he's been saying?
No, like I said, I pay attention to the arguments. that's all I do. I just pay attention to the argument. I'm not in agreement with Polite.
Because it seems like he was skeptical. He was he's the kind of guy who will make people skeptical and not listen to their advice.
Well, that's the whole thing. I'm not the type of person to follow people's opinion. I follow argument. I just like to hear good arguments. That's the only reason I'm in this community. I'm not looking for any enlightenment or any real information. I just like arguments.
I thought that was what it was.
That's wrong. I'm looking for information.
Yeah, when I come
not,
in here,
not here. I'm not. Yeah.
Do you know what, Amber? When I come on here, I'm really disappointed. Not with this channel, but with all of that Polite and Jabari, because it doesn't seem like it's about information. It seems about who's gonna win. Every time I hear it, it's about who's gonna win. This is a serious topic we're talking about, and everyone's talking about, oh well, did Polite body him or did Jabari win? What about the information? What is meant to be serious? It's not about entertainment,
I don't feel like
is it?
either of them did an effective job. I feel like neither one of them defended their position very well. I don't think either of them did that.
I feel that Jabari win just with the one chart he showed, where he showed the frequency. That one chart
killed him.
If somebody go and research that one chart and realize what radio waves are,
exactly.
what these waves are, because I believe that our people still don't understand what these waves are. That they exist, and they exist from the earth was formed. Because the sun emit more radiation through those waves. There's something that the sun do every now and then. It's called a sunspot, where it sends out an electromagnetic storm. That's why most equipment now have shielding.
Let me say this real quick. A lot of people don't know that the Earth's magnetic field is weakening and it's allowing solar rays to enter into our atmosphere right now. You know what I'm saying? Right now, we're getting extra solar rays from the sun, higher levels of radiation that is way higher than 5G can ever emit.
Well, yeah, because the ozone layer has been deteriorating for quite some time now.
It ain't even about the ozone layer right now.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that's part of it too. The ozone layer has been.
You're right. But
wait a minute. So you're saying that the sun is emitting non-ionizing waves that's higher than the
The
waves
sun
he's
is
talking
emit,
about.
the sun is emitting
Yes.
all the radiation.
Oh yeah,
Right, right, right.
Ionizing and
Listen, listen,
Ionizing rate. It's
listen to what I'm
it's
saying.
emitting.
Li-
It's
Listen to what I'm
emitting
saying.
ionizing rays, Amber, and the
Right.
reason being is because
But
the sun
can
is
I finish?
expanding.
Let her talk, bro.
Can I finish before you? Yeah. So you're saying that it's emitting all of this stuff and it's having an effect on, what did you say? The atmosphere, the magnetic pull. What?
No. What I said was the Earth's electromagnetic field has weakened, and this, by it weakening, it has allowed more solar rays to coming to our atmosphere.
And would that be harmful or would that be okay?
This is what they're saying. It can. I don't know. What science is showing right now, they're showing it has not been any extinction level events because of it. But what they're saying is it will knock off some, like, it's like an electromagnetic pulse. It can knock out our electronics, these solar rays that are entering our atmosphere right now.
So would you say compounding additional radiation, non-ionizing radiation would make that problem worse or better?
I would say go to the.
It's gonna make it worse, Amber. Amber, it's gonna make it worse. The sun is expanding. That's why we're getting more rays. The sun's gonna be a super mega sun soon, and we won't be able. That's why they.
Not soon. No, yeah, 5 billion
not
more
soon.
years.
You know what I mean by soon.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying
you know
is,
what I mean.
I think y'all missing his point and where he's getting his point from. So their underlying thing is not that these things are harmful just by themselves. Like, yeah, the sun is cool. We know the sun is emitting radiation. We know that our microwave is emitting some form of radiation. We know these things. The question that most scientists are confused or worried about is we don't know. We keep adding these things to the pot, and we don't know when you put them all together what effect they're going to have. So if you're saying that the sun by itself, without no help, is damaging, then would it stand to reason that adding on to that is gonna exacerbate the process of weakening the electromagnetic field?
Well, why not go to the people who are trained and have the know-how and the actual way to test it and see what they say? If the consensus says no,
you can't do that because that's the enemy. That's the white man. That's the government. That's the companies. You can't do that.
You can't just connect dots. Yeah.
But here's the thing. The reason why I'm even positing certain arguments is because I have gone and sought out scientists who make this argument. That's why I asked about power and pulse, because they say a lot of tests that study this thing do not factor in power and pulse and how they have an effect on the waves. So my whole thing is I don't listen to one group of scientists or no, I listen to the argument. I'm not yay or nay. I do. If you're saying that the sun and this is common knowledge, why would that would be kind of common sense to me?
Did Polite add the sun as his argument as the sun is supercharging me? Because I didn't even hear him mention the sun.
No, he wouldn't do that.
The sun, though. That's the whole thing. If the sun is doing
but see,
this thing,
adding. You're saying it's implied. He didn't say it, but it's implied. Like you're adding to it. Like he didn't say that.
Again, yeah, and he didn't say that he didn't know that the sun emitted rays. I mean, radiation. Y'all adding that. Yeah, the sun do this. He never said that those things don't. So you're adding that in. He never said
I'm
that.
just like I'm so tired of the.
Amber, can I say something? Amber,
it can drive you crazy, but my whole thing is you get mad at me for drawing a conclusion from things that y'all said.
You cannot draw a conclusion. What I'm saying is don't you draw your own conclusion. Let them draw, because they have the ability and they have the skill. They went to school for it,
but
and they can
have
better understand
from the consensus, because another scientist is saying this is happening, and you're saying, well, that ain't the consensus. I'm gonna go over here.
And I always
so
tell
you're
you,
allowing them to draw the conclusion for you, right?
Ambers.
But you're allowing consensus to draw your conclusion, right?
King Sosa, let me say this to Amber.
Things that you work
because you have a stance on the matter, so let's not act like you don't. Let's not act like you don't have an opinion on which one is right. So you're going with consensus, right? Correct?
Yes,
correct?
I deal with the consensus.
Okay, so who's making up your opinion? Not you. You going with consensus.
That's what I said. I'm not, and I said, I'm not using my own opinion. I'm using the opinion of the experts. And when it comes to science, I deal with the consensus. If the little man overtakes the consensus,
aren't the only experts though. Consensus aren't the only experts.
Nobody.
What
part did I say? How
are consensuses overturned?
How does with better
science?
science?
Can I say something?
Let me answer that. Let me answer that. Let me answer that. Let me answer that.
Say something. Wait, I've been saying something. Sweet pea, sweet pea. Let me say something.
with better science. That's it.
Sweet pea, let me say something.
Stew, not sweet, stew.
Scoop, let me say something. Amber, you know what the thing is? You see with radio waves, yeah, we've been having them, they've had over 100 years of testing them and knowing what they do to the body. Yeah, that's radio waves. So they know, and over 100 years of knowing what non-ionic waves do to the body. Now, 5G is a bit different. They haven't had the long testing, but they know radio waves go straight through the body and don't harm us. Now, rays from the sun they do harm you. They're very bad for you if you stay out in the sun for too long, no matter if you've got melanin or not. That can lead to cancer. Now, what the problem is, what you're saying is, with all this other technology what's come on, does that add to more radiation? No, because it's non-ionic radiation. It's not like it's not like the sun, or it's not like ultraviolet, which can cause a lot of damage. And that's all it is. No matter how much more radiation you add, radio waves you add, it's not going to cause no problems to you. It will cause problems if you keep the phone to your ears for over an hour. Yeah, you keep things close to you for too long, it can cause problems.
Yeah. All I'm saying, man, is look, the consensus is what it is. Like, you can't, and maybe you don't like it. Like, you always, that's what you're saying. Like, when in science you say the consensus, that does not mean every scientist in the world is in agreement. Like, there's no science that you find every scientist in the world in agreement. You just go with the consensus, and the only way to overturn science is with better science. And then when that science overturns it, then guess what? They're the consensus. Like, if the person that you think is right or you agree with what they're saying, if they win out, they gonna become the consensus. And then there's gonna be somebody else like, yo, well, this guy is saying he don't agree with that. And then that guy has to prove his science and make his science overturn that one. Until then, consensus rules out.
Yeah, I listened to the argument. So yeah.
So Amber, what's your belief on 5G? Let me hear your chain of thought.
I don't have a belief on 5G. That's the whole thing. I think there's enough evidence to warrant more research regarding non-ionizing radiation. Period.
And
not,
you believe
not exclusive to 5G. I think there's enough evidence that warrants more study in the area.
So what caused you to think that way then? What effects of non-ionizing radiation have you seen or experienced through your research that caused you to think that?
Not
through
through my
your
research.
reading, through your reading, through your what we call
That's
it?
what he means.
So
perusal of
Yeah, you talking about things that you saw or read.
Let me step in right here.
Let him answer.
Y'all ganging up on it, and y'all.
No.
I'm good.
No. We never gang up on her.
Good.
That's a good question, by the way.
Yeah, we're just trying to see where she's coming from, bro. It's like,
Yeah, I'm good.
it ain't that deep, bro.
Yeah.
I'm good. Yeah. So from what I've seen from a couple of different sources is that they have in a number of studies, they have shown women who typically carried their cell phone in their bra, they developed tumors in the area where the antenna was. And of course, I know that's outside of the usage of how you're supposed to use a cell phone, but it's still an effect nonetheless. A lot of people don't know that they're not supposed to have the cell phone next to their body for extended periods of time. That's something new that they're starting to put out there. Another effect was that they said in the study that men were having lower sperm counts due to carrying the phone in their pocket. It was having an effect on their sperm count. And a lot of it was offset by them just removing the phone out of their pocket over an extended period of time. The sperm count started returning to normal levels. Another study.
Can you post it? Because I want to see like.
No. All right. Let me see the
number of people.
Let me stick a pin with the sperm count one for you. Let me explain the sperm count one. You know why men balls are outside of them body? Just like a woman ovaries are inside of them body, men balls are outside of them body. You know why? Nobody don't know why. But one of the reasons why your balls outside is that it's cooler outside than inside. The temperature of your balls is actually lower than the temperature of your core. You know that, right? So if you have a cell phone, right? No, that's why your balls are outside. So if you have a cell phone in your pocket, which causes non-ionizing radiation, and what non-ionizing radiation does, it excites the molecules and cause them to generate more heat. So if you have more heat, what can happen? Right. It can increase the temperature of your balls. Yeah. But they don't do the research like that. They don't do research. It's a common sense thing. Right? But continue now, Amber. Continue, sorry.
Let me say this.
So it was another study where they monitored the brain during a brief phone call, and they seen increased, I think it was glucose levels in the brain, which they said it did not conclusively show that something negative was affected from that, but the glucose levels were raised, so they wanted to do more research in that particular area of study. They also said that the current guideline says that the rate of exposure is the same for adults and children. And the lady gave a scenario of why that may be true, because it's like two people going outside on a summer day. One is, fair skinned, one is dark skinned. Their rate of exposure will be the same, but their absorption is going to be different based on different factors. So the argument that was made was, while the exposure rate is the same, the absorption rate of radiation is different. Children absorb more radiation, and it travels, like, say, a phone call. It travels further into their brain than it would for an adult because of the size of the brain. So they're prone to absorbing more radiation.
Let me explain that one again for you. Stop. Every time you go, we're going to explain. You know that a lot of people like to say, when somebody says black people are white people, some people visually close them eyes and think that black people black like your car tire, and white people white like the cloud. Sure. Yeah. A lot of people still believe that black people black like a car tire and white people white like the cloud. The difference in our U's, H-U-E, is not so significant as to cause any great absorption or reflection. Why we get over the sun is the presence of melanin, not the U's, because black people come in all different sizes and shapes. So when people use that, said like a lighter skinned person, a darker skinned person going out in the sun, the difference in the color scale and the absorption of sunlight based upon those two factors of black people and white people. We're not talking about black like the tire now and white like the cloud. We're talking about complexion. Is not that significant when compared to the tire and the cloud. You understand what I'm saying? So when it comes to absorption of sun rays, is not that significant. It might be like 1 or 2% more, right? But some people, when they think about black people and white people, or darker skinned people and lighter skinned people, they look at the two different ends of the spectrum. They're not looking at people in terms of how it really is. because most people, most Black Americans, not really dark skin. 95% of Black Americans still have 15 to 20% European genes in them. So the complexion not that significantly darker, right?
Well, I wasn't really like trying to measure the significance to like an extreme, just that there is a difference.
Yeah, but not a major difference or would excite anything.
Difference in what?
I need
Difference
to
in
say
what?
something real quick,
In
bro.
the absorption.
All right, yes, I mean,
I'm gonna be real quick. I'm gonna be in and out.
Yeah.
All right. What I want to say is basically, I don't think y'all understanding what her argument is.
Go ahead.
What she's saying is these devices does give off radiation. This is a fact. All right.
True.
And this radiation has been demonstrated to cause cell damage. Now,
lie.
See, that's you adding.
Lie. That's lie.
That's what I'm saying. Go get the study, bro.
Right now, I can get
the studies show that
string.
Direct cells, not cells protected by skins, not cell protected by
That's
skin.
what I'm saying. That's what I was going to ask her.
Not
Emma,
cell protected by skin.
Do you have the
Direct
one where
cell.
where the guy didn't account for skin?
Exactly.
Right.
There's one when a guy. There's one when a guy
didn't account for what?
He didn't account for skin.
They didn't let me finish talking, but I mean,
I'm gonna let him finish. But I sent you the video of the epidemiologist and the toxicologist. And like I said, you can go through the video or not. She lists several different things in there. I think she even speaks about cell damage in that one, because I didn't bring up cell damage, but it's in there. So if you want to go and find that in your spare time, then you can do that.
I got a textbook.
I feel like I presented sources before in one of these discussions.
We're not talking about sources. I don't need no source now. We just stop. We're having a conversation. We're having a conversation.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Understand this. Let's understand this. No, let's understand basic science. Does radio waves heat your skin? Does it heat your body?
We already said yes.
Yes.
So all right, yes. So yes. All right, cool. So I had to ask for another reason because y'all act like y'all didn't remember that. Does heating your skin possibly cause cell damage? We know by the sun. No. Let me finish talking. Stop interrupting me. Let's stop with that interrupting shit. I didn't interrupt y'all.
Ask the question.
Listen to me. I kept myself on mute or didn't comment at all when y'all were talking. I would like that same respect. That's what I'm asking for right now. I'm asking for a complete silence while I'm explaining this. I don't need no. I don't need that shit.
All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Now, what I'm saying is, I have seen reports. I don't care what y'all have seen. I have seen reports personally that have said that these radiations have been causing cell damage that can possibly over time lead to cancer. This is what people are scared of right now. You see what I'm saying? Yes, it's all over long terms that this shit can happen. What we can look at the reports right now says there is no conclusive evidence either way. Okay, so you cannot sit here and say, "Oh no, it doesn't." No, it doesn't, because there's no conclusive evidence that it doesn't. There's no conclusive evidence that it does either. So all we got to do is wait on time. 5-10 years from now, we don't know what'll happen. Somebody might pop up with cancer from these signals that we getting. Who the fuck knows? But you cannot sit here and tell me what science doesn't know.
Are you talking about 5G or
tell
just
me
radio
what
wave?
Science doesn't know. Okay?
Are you talking about 5G or radio wave?
How y'all know when they don't know?
Let me ask you a question.
None of you niggas can make a conclusion.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. And this for Amber and Truth Ministers. Based on now everything that you've read, right?
Right.
What are you going to do differently in your household when it comes to cell phones and other TV and so forth? What are you going to change now?
I don't have to.
No. What are you going to change? What are you going to change?
I was on this 5G shit 3 years ago when y'all should have been on it.
I get it, bro. Just listen. Just ask me. I was asking for you and Amber. Just ask the question, bro. What are
That's
you
the whole
going to?
thing. I'm not going to change anything. Remember, I'm listening to the arguments. You want to put me on one side or the other.
No. I'm not putting you on.
anything.
I'm just saying what you can't prove.
Hey, hold on. Hey,
No,
hold on.
One at a time.
Excuse me. He has the floor. Let me answer some of that question since nobody was wanting to. I am going to start putting my shit on what's that, airplane mode right now when I go to bed. I'm putting that thing on airplane mode. So I am going to switch something up.
Fair enough.
I don't know about you guys, but I am.
I have a solution. I have a solution. Anybody want to hear my solution?
Go for
Yes.
it,
Yo, can I share my screen for 1 second before you go?
All right, but can I hear the answer though? Like Amber, you said you ain't gonna do nothing different, right?
This is real quick. This is real quick.
You can share.
This
You can share.
is
I just
for
want to hear
everybody.
Amber answer. That's what I hear Amber answer. You ain't gonna are you gonna do anything different, Amber?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do anything different. I'm going to continue to listen to the argument.
All right. Good. You're not really concerned about it. Truth Ministry. Are you gonna do anything different?
I hear what Unbiased just said. Yeah, I might put it on airplane mode every now and then.
All right.
The thing
Boom.
is, it's really not that.
All right, boom. That's cool. That's cool. All right, Rob Bowen, you up, bro. That's all I want.
Yeah. Y'all can see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
this is how we could solve all these problems. Since we are really concerned about non-ionizing radiation, I just happen to have 2 books on it. And I will email the book. Now look at this book. This is 2017. See this? Non-ionizing radiation protection.
What are the findings of the book?
Huh?
Can you read them? You read them. So what are the findings?
No, I didn't read it. No. Trust me, brother. I did not read this. I did not read them yet. I looked at some things, highlighted some things. I didn't read it in whole. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not going front.
You reach about 20% in there, knowing you.
Book. But you see, who is edited by, you see his PhDs and all that, so it ain't no wacky dude. But what I find interesting in this, I only read from 1 to 1.4. I haven't read nothing else going down. So what I find interesting here is what they're actually talking about. We all need to know what is ionizing, what non-ionized radiation is, the types of NIR, how dangerous is NIR, overall summary of NIR, health effects, evaluation status, and tutorial problems.
Go to page 16.
Huh?
Go to page 16.
16?
Yeah, 14 or 16.
Human volunteer experiments. Hold on. This book is big, bro. Well, it's not that big, but it's 400 pages. So you said you want me on page 16.
Page 16.
This is interesting too. This is a whole different.
Oh, beautiful! Even that page. That don't freeze it there. Freeze it there. Freeze it there.
Nah. Hold on. I'm gonna freeze it, but you know what I mean. Let me get to where you want.
Yeah, page 16. We want to see the study size. What they have for the human experiment.
Oh, the one that said how dangerous the NIR?
No, page 16 has to do with the humans.
All these experiments are inconclusive. They don't come to a conclusion on whether or not it's dangerous or not.
I'm gonna read something.
Well, let's see what see what he said.
I'm gonna read something that I underlined. To the peanut gallery. The other, see.
Oh,
no, focus.
Calm down.
So it says the following represents a brief overview of the status of NIR health issues at the time of writing. So for ultraviolet rays, that's the sun. The immediate effects on skin is well established. Delay effects, skin cancer, and cataract are also well researched and accepted. Safety limits are based on the notion of preventing sunburn. The assumption is made that if the skin is not allowed to burn, the risk of and now malgenic melonia are not elevated. We know about lasers. Since we're talking about these are the things we're talking about RF, ELF, and static fields. The thermal effects stemming from temperature rise within certain sensitive organs is well understood. The evidence for the so-called non-thermal effects is currently not compelling. However, research in this area is continuing. Some epidemiological studies have reported an association between heavy mobile and cordless phone use and brain cancer. However, other research has not confirmed these results. ELF, protection levels of ELF exposures are based on the prevention of activation of nervous tissue in the most sensitive areas of the body. Epidemiological research has left open the possibility of a raised risk of childhood leukemia in homes where average magnetic fields are within the top few percent of the total range. However, these results have not been shown to be causal. Static fields. The mechanisms by which static fields affect the human body are well understood. Exposure within guideline limits will protect against established effects. Specific procedures will minimize transition effects experienced in certain situations, for example, moving within a strong magnetic field, such as when undergoing a magnetic Renaissance imaging examination.
MMR,
Right.
MRI,
So,
MRI.
dude, this book too big, bro. Well, it's 591 pages. I like the way the book is structured. See, it got the scientific method. I like how I just love how that reads. This is a method for distinguishing truth from falsehood.
So it is
Huh?
a threat.
All right, Robon.
What's up?
You know how we establish proof? If you said to me, Robon, that the car you have can go 150 miles per hour, right? And you write it on a paper, say, my car can go 150 miles per hour. And I get an exact car like your car under the exact same conditions. And I cannot get it to 150 miles per hour. What would I say about your findings? And then two more people do the same thing and cannot get your car to 150 miles per hour. I would call it non-conclusive. But at the same time, by using the term non-conclusive, is a scientific word to save face enough, non-conclusive enough. When scientists use the term non-conclusive, what they're saying is that I have done your research as you have prescribed it and not come to your finding.
Hey, that's a great point. I'm glad you said that.
Oh my God.
So that's a great point. Wait.
Go ahead.
I'm just talking. So, hey, Robon, send me that book. So put that link in the chat.
Yeah.
Now, secondly is this. I'll be very quick. I do want to say we got to be careful using scientific words. He's actually right. When science says theory, they're not thinking about a theory like you. When they say the Big Bang started from nothing, they actually don't mean nothing like nothing. You dig? So those are actually scientific words the way they're using them. And when they say a virus is killed, they don't mean kill like we mean kill. Like how we could say kill the
and when they say non-conclusive, right, what they mean is a pretty word to say you're wrong.
Right, exactly. So I'm glad you said that. So we got to be very careful on how we use these terms because it's not how we think. It's not how we use them. I'm done.
Right. Yeah, man. Just give me 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks. I'll kill all you niggas.
Does it also mean because you said that they used the method that was used and they didn't come up with the same results, so they say it's inconclusive. But it does not mean that if they revamp the method that they cannot come up with a conclusive result. So they don't definitively say that they've concluded.
No, you cannot argue on that point. No.
You see now you're rearranging it. You can't do that.
You cannot argue like that.
I'm not rearranging anything. I just really repeated what he said, and he
No.
That's not how it works.
Amber, it don't work that way.
It's not how it works, but theories are remodeled. What are you talking about?
All right, Amber. Let me
understand the scientific
method. Let me rebut it. Amber. You see,
you don't understand scientific method.
No.
You don't. So you're saying that. So you're saying models aren't restructured over time.
That would be a new experiment, but it wouldn't be the same experiment.
Exactly. A new experiment testing the same thing.
But
the
guess what?
effects
No.
of non-ionizing radiation, right?
Your findings would have been disproved from your original experiment.
Right, from the original. But again,
so therefore, it's a new experiment. So therefore, you cannot.
Listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that they could not. The result was inconclusive from that methodology, right? From that method, I just repeated what you said and you agreed. So
I didn't say inconclusive. I said I never come up with your findings.
With a new methodology.
Keep on interrupting, bro.
If you do a new experiment with a new methodology, whether or not it's a new experiment, it's testing the same thing. If it's testing non-ionizing radiation, my thing is If non-ionizing radiation is just safe all around, then why don't they conclusively state that it's harmless?
Because science never works.
Excuse me, I'm still talking. Because there's the possibility for them to remodel or critique the model later on down the road and come up with a conclusive result that does show time and time again that the effects are harmful. So they're saying, we don't know right now with the tools we have, we cannot conclude that it is harmful. That does not mean to say that the tools won't advance to a greater stage later on and they will have a conclusive decision. They're saying for what they have at their disposal right now, they cannot come to a conclusion.
You asked a question, right? Let me just say this one thing, Stupid, and I'll let you go. Because you asked a question. You said, why doesn't science come to a conclusive stance? Because science does not work in absolutes. That's
exactly.
Why.
So it's not an absolute then, right? So why are y'all saying it doesn't have any effect?
Because they always leave room for error.
That there's no known effects, right?
And that's solid. Go ahead, Stupid.
They're saying in this.
Go ahead, Stupid. Go ahead.
Let me.
I'm talking right. Come on, y'all know you heard me talking.
Y'all working in absolutes, but science don't. But then you saying you I don't understand the scientific method.
What I'm saying is, in this particular case, they don't have the research done because it just hasn't been enough time to test the technology. We're just coming out with this technology. How we know what's going to happen 20 years from now? I know people that has actually been diagnosed with brain cancer that literally believe it came from cell phones. I haven't seen their evidence. I can't say it was from cell phones, but I know people that literally says this. You see what I'm saying? That actually had brain.
Okay. What does that mean, though? What does that mean, though? Like, I'm curious.
It means that we can't dismiss it.
No. I'm saying, like,
dismiss
how
when somebody says it's inconclusive.
No, listen. How did he determine that he got it from cell phones?
Because the doctor told him that from holding the cell phone to his head could have caused.
His doctor?
This was back in the day. This was the earlier cell phones before they had the correct casings on the cell phone.
The regular doctor he walked into at the hospital told him he got it from cell phones.
Of course, it
brain
wasn't
cancer.
The doctor at the hospital. It was probably the doctor that was treating him for cancer. I mean, can we be serious about this, or we just?
No, but I'm just saying, it's like what's the whole point of science don't work in absolutes, right? Then you're like, then you're like, what if they come up with a new experiment? Well, until they do that,
right? We got to leave it.
It's solved,
right? No, it's not solved. It's unconclusive. They clearly said unconclusive. It's
that's why
it's not solved.
And Stupid, in science, what does that mean? Until another science comes and overturns it,
then
this is law.
That means
how you overturn a solved problem? How do you overturn a solved problem?
You asked me that already. I said until science overturns it, it's law.
All right. Can I make a statement? Can I make an observation? Let's be realistic. Can I ask the panel a question? How many cell phones are in existence now worldwide? There are 6 billion people in the world. How many cell phones?
Like almost 8 billion. Almost 8 billion.
What are you arguing right now?
No, I'm just asking a question. How many cell phones exist?
Probably a couple million of them.
Not hell no, niggas. It's 8 billion people on the planet.
There are about 3 billion cell phones worldwide. 3 billion cell phones. Right? Let's do the maths. Because maths don't lie. We have 3 billion cell phones. We have 3 billion. We have a live experiment going on now with 3 billion people every day with cell phones. Right? Yes. But what's the occurrences of brain cancer? What occurrences of brain cancer?
This is the question, though. I understand that. This is the question. How many people are standing directly next to those equipments for all that time, though? People have to literally be standing directly or laying directly next to this equipment. This is what y'all not understanding for these effects to happen.
You caught me. So let me cut you back.
Directly to their modem every day, all day.
Let me cut you back. In 1972, Ford Motor Company had a defect in one of the vehicles. You can research it if you don't believe it. Right? The actuaries from Ford was able to determine that the amount of vehicles that will suffer from an accident as a result of this defect would be far cheaper paying the compensation.
Hey, Rob, go back up,
than
man.
fixing the vehicle.
Russian Republic,
right?
man.
Than fixing the vehicle.
You
So
said where?
Go back
what
up.
I'm saying,
Talking about Russian Republic.
We can agree that it's
what I'm saying that the maths is out there, people out there doing the maths.
I have a quick question because I'm a little confused because I know I said it and I know Truth said it that we're just listening to the arguments and we don't fall on either side. We render it as inconclusive.
Try to go down.
So my question is, why are we still having this
Based on
discussion?
what?
At
Based
this
why you
point, you're
render
trying to
conclusive,
convince us. You're trying to convince
It's a
us.
settled matter.
Go back up. Go back
We're
up.
arguing settled matters.
Wait. Right there. Right. Yeah, you're right. You got it. Right there. 5.1.
Defense of an argument that hasn't been proven.
International relations continue.
It's settled. This
Right
is a settled
there.
argument.
Struggle.
It's only. It's a settled argument. It has been settled for years.
It's not a settled argument. That's why they rendered it
settled. The antennas wouldn't be up.
Yeah, never mind. You go. That's something different.
Yeah, they be taken down, bro. Like I said,
Right.
that's why 5G.
Is gravity still an argument? Is the roundest up still an argument?
Is 5G going up?
Is that conclusive or is that inconclusive?
Wait. This is almost. Guess what? This is similar to the flat Earth argument. This flat Earth is a settled argument. It's similar to the flat Earth argument. Yes, it's not.
Because it's
flat Earth doesn't bring science to you. This is
I'm biased. I know you see what I'm seeing, bro.
Yes.
You looking at what I'm looking at. Yo, this dude made an argument based off of the lungs and the radiation that comes from ionizing radiation, bro.
Right.
That's
read
fucked
it.
up, son.
Read it.
That's bad, son.
Read it.
Now I'm gonna scroll back up. You see this right here? I want you to remember. I want you to remember Polite's argument. See what this says? Radiation tissue toxicity. The lung is the most investigated organ for the study of radiation tissue toxicity because radiotherapy is extensively used. Blah blah blah. All this is talking about ionizing radiation.
Right.
Damn, son. Damn.
Ionizing, not non-ionizing.
Yeah,
Ionizing.
that's a problem right there.
That's fucked up, son. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No. Continue. But that is
ionizing. Nah, I'm looking for something.
Yeah, ionizing.
Right?
I'm looking for something.
Look here. The 5G argument is the flat Earth argument. And
well,
that's
who's making the 5G argument? Who?
Thousands of people. The same amount of people making the 5G argument is making the flat Earth argument.
But nobody on this panel is making a 5G argument.
All right, here we go. On bias.
Yeah, I see.
You need to find non-ionizing.
Oh shit.
There we go.
Yeah. Don't. Yeah, you got to read that much too. Don't let that abstract get to that conclusion.
Not all change in gene expressions are necessarily reflected in the.
Yeah. I just want somebody to show me anything scientific that's 100%.
It's not repeatable. Anytime somebody do an experiment, it is not repeatable by anybody else. That's the problem. Anybody who would experiment and come and say it caused gene damage, nobody else can repeat it. It's not repeatable. That's the problem with all these experiments. People writing long papers, and when somebody else go out to test it.
Oh, yo, everybody listen. Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
This just says to date, only one study examined the effects of RM EMF on prototype in humans.
And that's another reason. They saying there's not enough tests.
Wow.
Done. They saying all the people like Verizon and AT&T, they haven't done any tests on people.
Yo, somebody look this word up for me. Somebody look this. Yo, I'm biased. What's this word? What that mean?
Look at it right now.
Which one?
Proteome. What is that? Proteome. Proteome. What is that? What's that word mean?
Wait, can't see. Wait, go back.
Right here.
All right, hold on. Oh shit, I'm on airplane mode. Hold on, turn my shit back on.
Oh my God. See what I'm saying?
I'm on airplane mode.
Nigga Polite already affected unbiased, man. Like that.
So it's pronounced proteome?
Yeah.
No, proteome. Proteome.
Yeah, it's the entire complement of proteins that is or can be expressed by a cell, tissue, or organism. It's a noun, it's a biological term. The entire complement of proteins that is or can be expressed by a cell, tissue, or organism. The human proteome. So it's the entire set of proteins.
Yeah, the study of protein. Basically, the study of protein.
Then tomorrow they said there's no study on amino acids, and then the day after they're going to say there's no study on cell wall, and the day after they're going to say there's no study on epidermis, and the day after they're going to say, look, there's no study. There's no study on the kidney, on the heart, on the liver. There's tomorrow, and the day after that, there's going to be no study.
I'm gonna read the conclusions on this.
You need to keep on studying this stuff.
And you have to. How you gonna do it? Like you would have to take everybody off the planet. Like where you gonna? Like how you gonna eliminate the variables? With radio waves
I'm gonna read
everywhere.
the conclusion, yo.
I don't think you do. I think you. All right.
It is necessary.
We know it's pretty much safe.
No, I'm talking about until no.
Hold on.
I'm talking about
the conclusion.
It is necessary to keep in mind that the execution of a screening study using proteomics or other high throughput screening approach is just the beginning of the process of finding out the biological effects of EMF. The validity of expression changes detected and identified protein targets needs to be confirmed by other non-high throughput screening models. Such validation experiments were performed only in 4 of the 9 published proteomic studies. In 2 of them, the authors were able to confirm that the proteins identified targets were correct, whereas in the other 2 studies were not. However, the success of the validation experiments depends on the availability of antibodies directed against the identified protein targets. Once the affected proteins are confirmed, this information can be used for determining what physiological functions of the cell might be altered by the observed protein expression change and whether the observed change is of sufficient magnitude to change cell physiology. Only when the altered protein expression is able to alter cell physiology, we can suspect that the effect might have some potential to cause biological or health-related effects. But if the cell physiology will not be affected, then there will not be any risk of health effects. In summary, because of the small number of executed proteomic studies with the variety of shortcomings caused by study design and by the availability of methods and regions, the information provided by them is very limited at the best. In the future, proteomic studies should be continued in order to get the sufficient amount of information that will permit to draw valid conclusions about the impact of EMF on cell proteomic and consequently all cell physiology.
Break it down in layman. Tell them what that means in layman. Let me see if you understand what that means in layman terms.
In layman terms, Saya, let me tell you what that means. Let me tell you what that means in layman terms. In layman terms, they haven't done a lot of studies on this like we thought. And if I listen to the people who came on Sabnetta and said there was 1,300 studies, now that I'm looking in a scientific book, I'm seeing the exact studies and they lied.
No, also in layman terms. You know what it means in layman terms?
Man, they
that
ain't
there
no
are
on the shit, bro.
No, it means that
Let
they
the man
can't.
speak, bro.
Let me say, they have not designed a study yet capable of understanding it. When they say the lack of reagents and design, it means that somebody have to sit down. And when you develop a study, you have to sit down and think, say, how this is going to work, how it works. It has to do with study design. Probably have to lean on Amber on this. The technology don't exist yet to perform an adequate study. That's what it means in layman terms.
All right.
That's what sometimes.
That's part of the scientist argument. I just wanted to know that. But quick question, Robborn. The 1,300, you referring to what Jabari said?
No, what the white lady said. What the white lady said. What's your name?
Daphne.
That's what Daphne said.
Oh, okay. Because I know Jabari mentioned that number too. But I think he was talking about scholarly articles, so I was going to clarify that. But you was talking about somebody else.
Yeah, Daphne said study. He said articles.
But they always again the anti whoever they are, They always got an extreme amount. They don't have 420. There's always something ridiculous.
Oh, hold up. Wait a
said
minute.
like 100 and some thousand or some shit.
Hold up. Wait a minute. This next chapter here says global protein expression in response to extremely low frequency magnetic fields. Daily exposure to extremely
Abstract
low
don't matter, bro.
frequencies. I know. I'm just reading what it say. Raise public concerns on human health. Epidemiological studies suggest that exposure to these might associate with an elevated risk of cancer and other diseases in humans. To explain and or support epidemiological observations, many laboratory studies have been conducted to elucidate the biological effects. All right, we're gonna get to this shit. Let's get to the conclusion.
They're talking about electromagnetic fields. And
Yeah,
those fields they're
now we're
talking
talking
about is the power line fields they're talking
Saya.
about, not the cell phone fields.
Nah, Saya, calm down.
Look at it.
Look at this. Generally, let me blow this up.
Yeah.
Generally, recent studies on global protein expression responding to ELF, MF have been conducted in different biological systems by applications of different proteomic approaches. The mammalian cells seem more sensitive to ELF, MF exposure. However, the bacterial and yeast cells as model organisms did not react to ELF or MF exposure. Some proteome analysis showed that ELF exposure could change protein expressions in the mammalian cells. There are lacks of confirmation. I'm tired of reading this lack of confirmation. Ain't no confirmation. All this shit is unconfirmed.
Yeah, cause see when they say that, bro, when they say that, there's a reason they word it like that, bro. That's like it ain't nothing shaking.
That's not true. Just ain't enough experiment been done.
Nope.
Yes.
It means that the question that you asked,
man, if enough
you can't answer.
Done, they would come to a conclusion. They would say, no, it does not do it. Okay, this is what science does. I don't know what y'all talking
Science
about.
does the opposite.
I keep telling y'all, science don't work in.
I have an important question here, though.
Why we looking at electromagnetic? I know. Go ahead.
Right, like when are you gonna ever find yourself in a position to be in direct contact of electromagnetic fields?
I live under a power line.
But do you hug the power line? Okay, so that means that this is not a logical.
If you did hug a power line, if you did hug that power line, if you did do it, was it
power
damage?
I hope so.
Yes, it does.
Stop saying that these equipments don't cause cell damage.
I'm not saying I didn't say they didn't. I'm just trying to understand why we're talking about electromagnetic fields.
All I'm saying
a
is
power line?
off electromagnetic fields, man.
You said a power line.
These electromagnetic fields are close to these electromagnetic fields for a long enough a period of time.
But my statement truth is, how often do you find yourself in direct contact of an electromagnetic field?
That's not the argument, yo.
That's my argument. That's why I said I had a question. That's my question.
I mean, of course, nobody actually thinks that's why we're saying that 5G isn't causing anything, and it's not.
It does. I have documentation that it does cause some things.
What it caused?
All right, no, it caused.
Let him explain. Let him explain what he said, so we can get his. Let him explain what he said.
I can show you. It's a lot, but I can show you. And I can give you guys a link.
Cool. You hear what I'm saying, though?
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is exactly what you're saying, but you're trying to make it seem like I'm not saying exactly what you're saying and trying to cause an argument, but I ain't got time for it, so it is what it is. We can move on to the next subject.
I want to see the effects of 5G so we can get, cause like I want to get the end of this shit, man. Like for real.
Okay, so we can,
come on, Melvin. Come on.
All right, we can do the 5G. Hey, Rob Bourne, I'm gonna let you know I'm gonna take over the screen share.
What you say?
I'm gonna take over the screen
what's
share.
all this Egypt shit, God?
Yeah, right.
I got like most of that.
Secret Kevin on the low.
All right. So first I'm gonna show the actual link where you can get it. And I'll put this in the YouTube. So this is 5G wireless communication and health effects, a pragmatic review based on available studies regarding 6 to 100 gigahertz. This is published in September 13th of last year. So I'm going to also show you, I have the actual PDF. I'll show you that right now.
All right.
If you guys want the link, I can send that. Now this
Drop it in
PDF is
YouTube.
this PDF is very extensive, and you do have to read it. I'll pinpoint certain points. So first, what they do is here's a table of the examinations, and they started with lower frequencies. So they started from 1 up to 30 gigahertz. And so basically, they're saying that the first group of tests, they introduced the 5G frequencies directly to the millimeter wave exposure directly to bacteria and fungi. And when they displayed it on bacteria and fungi, they immediately had an increase in cell growth. So that's within the gigahertz as well as the range of direction. It also was performed on fibroblasts and gave it a genotoxic effect with high SAR levels.
Get
That's
the humans, Mel.
I'm gonna get to it, bro. Just give me a second. So the next frequency group is up to 40 gigahertz. So they kicked it up 10. And as you can see here, the responses in the Vivo studies showcase that the endpoint ranges ended up showing inflammatory responses, morphological changes, as well as changes in skin temperature, blood pressure, heart rate, body temperature, neuronal electrical activity, as well as EEG analysis. I'm going to go down some more. As you can see, they keep bumping it up to 2 more gigahertz. And in healthy volunteers, a double-blind study was performed to investigate the effects of millimeter wave, which is 5G, on experimentally induced cold pain. And they're telling you this is the gigahertz as well as
How many gigahertz?
42.25 gigahertz.
All right.
And the range is here, as well as how long they put it on. So they give you the
30
gigahertz.
minutes. Yeah.
Yes, 30 minutes.
Less than 17.2
Correct.
megawatt per centimeter cube.
Correct. It says here the authors found no difference from the placebo effect. The study was a repeat of a previous study with volunteers, and the results of the other study cannot be confirmed. So that's
Oh, Melvin, what does that mean? What does that mean when it said cannot be confirmed? What do they mean by that?
So there is a test.
We gotta do that, bro. We gotta do that.
Placebo effect.
There is a test that was done.
Placebo effect.
Yes, there's a placebo effect test that was done. That was saying if you could induce a cold pain, the person who's being induced could feel it or have some sort of response to it. They nullified that based on 30 minutes. Had they went an hour, maybe a different discussion.
Stop. What placebo mean? That was a double-blind test. You understand what a double-blind test is?
Yes.
What they did is that they test some people with a real thing and some people with a fake thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
And what they've showed is that they showed no difference between the people with the real thing and the people with the fake thing. Careful what you
I'm gonna do one more, and then we'll go.
10 years? Was it done over 15 years? Or was it done over 30 minutes?
But it has to be direct contact, direct.
Was it done over 30 minutes or was it done over 5 years?
It was done 30 minutes of direct contact.
Let's not even talk about it because it's not even talking about the same thing that I was.
We're talking about direct contact. You finna be in direct contact.
I'm gonna go up. I'm
talking about the same thing I was talking about. So
I understand. I'm gonna get to it. I'm just trying to explain to you the different types of tests that they've done.
Hold on, pause. Just let me say one thing. At that range, at that distance away from 30 minutes, is similar to almost 10 years of exposure.
Correct.
It is not. That's 10
it
years.
Is.
How do you, okay, hold on. Explain to me how it's not.
No, it's bullshit what y'all talking about. It's like 10 years in regular proximity from electronic equipment. We are talking about whether or not if you stand next to electronic equipment over time, will it cause cell damage? That's what I say.
Okay, so look, I'll skip this. I was going to show you. I was going to show you the exposure Because I'm still broadcasting. I'm still showing it. I was getting ready to
Just
show
let
you
them go, bro. Like it's no, they get that upset.
Yeah, I was getting ready to show you the exposure that it had to frog nerve cells, but we'll skip that. I'll just keep going down. Here's another one where they bump it up again, but I'll skip that. There's another section down here.
I missed the whole shit.
Y'all knew what I did 3 years ago. Where was you at then?
All you niggas should give up. Amber was right.
Yeah, she was right. She was dead right.
Amber was right. All you niggas shut up. Ain't no conclusion. Everybody shut up.
Facts. I'm shutting up too. Facts.
No, read the last part.
Okay. Meanwhile, 5 years from now, 5G is in full effect.
Probably will. It probably will be.
I mean, obviously, we're not decision makers, so that goes without saying. That's not the argument, though.
Exactly.
So I mean,
argument at all.
No, the argument is that they decided.
They didn't.
It's safe. It's going up, bro. That's it.
All I'm saying. All I'm saying is they have not made any conclusive evidence on either direction. Yes, it's more. No. Let me say this. It's more information pointing to and not causing any of this stuff than is, but you cannot make a conclusive decision.
Okay, that's fine.
It's not there to do so.
Hey, you know what, bro? Guess what? I'm cool with that right there. I'm cool with exactly what you just said. Me and you rock.
I've been cool with it. That's why I was wondering why we were still on this. Like, but okay.
I'm cool with it, but I describe it another way. They cannot prove that 5G caused any health effects.
Yeah, and it probably doesn't.
I was gonna get
man, come on, truth mystery, man. You just fight. Don't say a problem.
The only thing 5G does to humans in direct contact is cause high temperature response. That's
we keep ended up at the damn like every time.
That's the only thing that's been conclusively proven, or that's the only thing.
The only thing that has been conclusively proven based upon their testing.
And every time we had this argument, then people come on in the field, and we end up at the exact same conclusion every time.
We gotta understand it just hasn't been enough testing yet on that. We can leave.
Well, how long do you suspect?
Let me say this though. That conversation needed to have been said before this pandemic or after the pandemic, not during. You see what I'm saying? That's when all the confusion is being had with this 5G conversation. We was talking about this 3 years ago. I swear to goodness. I hit Signet up, said, "Sign, let me do a whole show." He'll tell you. I said, "Let me do a whole show." I still got the text message. You see what I'm saying? Before I did the show that I did on the Netta and the Netta route. Before I came on Side Netta with that shit, I hit Side Netta up and said, "Let me do a show on 5G because 5G might be fucking us." But what happened was, I found out that I actually went to the library.
What had happened was, see.
I found out that it wasn't actually I found out the information that we just displayed today. So I couldn't make a
cohesive argument.
I couldn't make a real argument about it, so I just left it alone. You see what I'm saying? Now coronavirus and 5G pop back up. That's how I know so much about it right now. I've been studied it already. You see what I'm saying? I understand that. Yeah, it might be. Who knows? We just don't know whether it's possible or not. We don't have any evidence.
We do have evidence based upon the amount of testing. Like I
can agree and I can disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll take that.
I respect that.
I would take that right there.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, I got
it can't be a truth ministry and a true story. Like one of y'all got to drop the truth.
Right. All right. The question is, what we're trying to say that 5G might have mutated an organism to cause this illness that we know as coronavirus.
That is the dumbest shit I ever. Like people who came up with the 5G argument, the Russians it's just they knew we were stupid. How about that? They ain't stupid. They knew we were stupid and we was gonna believe the bullshit 5G. That's what it was. They knew it, and we believed it.
Who's his they? Who's the they? The Bilderbergers.
I ain't gonna put all. I ain't talking about us. I ain't talking about us that's been fighting this shit from day one. I'm talking about our people. They knew our people did not have enough education on the subject to actually sort through the information.
Right. Yeah.
We haven't been taught enough. You know what I mean? It's not that we stupid at all, because near one of us stupid. You see what I'm saying? It's just that we haven't been taught about certain situations to actually have that information to make a correct move on whatever. You know what I mean?
So we will be actually stupid then. So look,
we ain't.
No. That's the truth. Look. A lot of this stuff is supposed to be basic information in our small little community. And matter of fact, not in the community, the population in this country. A lot of basic information to us seems like it's expert information. You know, some high degree stuff, because we lack the education in these areas. So that's a true statement.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it real. I wasn't studying no 4G, no 3G, no fucking radiation until I heard this shit come around.
Word, me too.
I don't know what the fuck these niggas talking about.
No, we
Yeah, everything I'm reading is as a result of it being a topic in the community. I knew nothing about viruses and vaccinations, vaccines, and immune systems until, you know, the last like a year, a little before a year.
All right, let's kill the 5G. Let me ask your opinion on vaccine. Do you think that we should take vaccines?
Yeah.
All right. Well, good. That means if you believe in vaccine, you believe in diseases and the causative agents.
Yeah,
I can rock with you.
Viruses, bacteria.
This is my opinion on it.
They all
My
alive.
opinion is I'm going to take a vaccine because I know know the amount of cigarettes I smoked back in the day. I don't know how good my lungs is. You see what I'm saying? So I don't want to take a chance. You see what I'm saying, with my life. So I'm going to take the vaccine, but I'm not going to advise anybody else to make a decision that they don't think is right for themselves. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna give them all the information, all the vaccine science. I'm gonna be teaching the whole time, but everybody has to make their own choice on the situation. See what I'm saying? Unless they make it mandatory, and then
Yo, we got to stop saying that word mandatory. Like that's some conspiracy Illuminati DuPont shit. There was never a vaccine that was. I hate to even hear that. You know, we can't be scientific literate when it comes to vaccination and say the word mandatory. Stop it. You know, that has context. Yes, if you go out to a public goddamn place, you will be required to have a vaccine because you are at risk. You are a biological weapon, as we see right now. Okay. But yes, if you go to certain places, you will be required possibly to have a vaccination. You know, that might be required, but you're not forced to have one. You dig? It's a difference. But when they say mandatory, these crazy Negroes think that they're going to say, "Hey, you got to take this vaccine, or you're going to be locked up." That's not what they're saying. They're saying you will be limited to where you can go without proof that you've been vaccinated, which is responsible.
right.
Because I know one thing.
I'm gonna ask a crazy question right now, yo,
go ahead.
about the whole vaccine thing. Do y'all think? All right, say it's this major virus going around right now that if you get it, everybody's going to instantly die. If you get it, you instantly die.
Right.
Should vaccines at that point in time be mandatory for all citizens?
No.
Because
you know why? Because you've been educated. Like, for example, Ebola is one of those diseases you're talking about. It's like a 90% kill. Yeah, so in Africa, right, whoever contracts Ebola was damn near gonna die. Like it wiped out like 80% of some populations, and even larger than 70%. It wiped motherfuckers out in Africa. But it still wasn't mandatory. Like they would highly advise it because they know the public is ignorant. So like the doctors will put up a little fight, the nurses will put up a fight with you, but they're not going to strap your ass down and inject a needle in you. Right. Unless if your ass if they think you could be that damn monkey from that movie, The Outbreak, if they think that could be you,
oh, you getting strapped up.
Yeah. They might not vaccinate you, but you damn sure be locked up and contained.
Oh yeah, they're gonna take your blood and everything.
Yeah, well, I don't know what they're gonna do, but I know they might not take anything from you, but I know you will not leave that area, just like the Chinese doing over there in China, where they got forced quarantines over there. Nobody leave their house in certain areas. That would be that. You would be that person in that country, because again, they're not gonna let one person kill the entire nation or wipe out. Like they learned their lesson from like bubonic plague and wiping out like a third of those Europeans, and smallpox wiping out half. They learned them lessons. They learned the lessons from how these diseases can wipe out populations. So they're not gonna play that.
You seriously don't believe that vaccine will be mandatory?
Nah. Well, bro, why would they make a vaccine mandatory now when that was never the case ever? Like that just goes against all type of constitutional rights. Nah, no. You will be limited. You will be limited where you can go. And that's
or if you're trying to go into a certain country.
Oh yeah, of course.
They might reach like certain parts of Africa, like you have to get that yellow fever.
No,
because you are
right. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, because those countries look at you as again a biological weapon.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? So that's the only time like you may encounter a situation where you have to get a mandatory vaccine.
Remember, you don't have to get it.
I'm talking about if you want to. Yeah, I'm saying, like I said, if you want to go into their shit, then that's just mandatory. If not, get the fuck on.
But don't forget, they're using mandatory as they're forcing it on you. Like you have
I know. Yeah, that's why I broke it down. Like if you're trying to go into that shit.
Listen, in Jamaica, there's no such thing as homeschooling. Right? There's no such thing as homeschooling. You cannot be homeschooled. But every child entering school has to be vaccinated. Isn't that mandatory?
No. Okay. Yeah. No. Again. Hey, brother Stewie.
Yes.
We're talking about two different things. Man, I understand. You understand. We understand what mandatory means. But listen to me. I'm saying the way that the irresponsible people are using mandatory, they're saying it like it's going to be forced on you against your will. That's how they're using the word mandatory.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
you're like, they're for to kick your dough down, nigga, and tie you down. Like, nigga, get this vaccine,
nigga. That's how they're using it.
There's a difference between mandatory.
So that's how I respond to it. I know how they're using it. So I respond to that way.
Right, but if you need entrance into schools, you might have to get the vaccine.
Yeah, right. But you don't have to go to that school.
Oh, that brings up a
school, alternative school. You don't have to go there.
Did y'all see the video with a dude? He had the coronavirus. I don't know what he had. He was in the hospital and he was wilding on the police that was dressed in the hospital gowns, but he was.
Yeah, I seen that shit. I don't know if he was mentally.
Gave him a shot. Y'all think it was right that they gave him that shot?
I don't know if he had a mental issue or not, bro. Like
I think he had a mental issue though.
Yeah, like you don't know the.
Yeah, so let me say that. So I'm not an expert in that area, but I do believe that if you have some type of mental issues, like I think the state controls you. Like you're not your own individual at that point.
Yeah, they said that at the beginning. They said that we don't think that you have the right capacity to make medical decisions for yourself.
Yeah.
They actually said so.
Right. Yeah.
How true it was. He was sitting there like, I got the right to decide.
Because like understand, ain't no vaccine, so what shot are they giving?
And this is why they have a problem with parents trying to dictate what their child can get, because they believe a child can't make their own decisions and a parent can't make the decision for the child. So like they kind of go with science on that. So there's like a little argument amongst that. You know, the scientists look at parents like, I guess, like abortions, or not abortions, but I guess pregnancies and just children alone. Like they look at the child as separate from the parent. So the parent don't have like total say over the child.
When it comes to some life or threat type
exactly.
shit. Yeah, like if you disobey and that child die, nigga, your ass is going to jail.
Yeah, so they can override parents, like intentions, something like that.
Yeah, you saw the article of the Ugandan people going to China to airlift the mistreated Africans over there.
Yeah.
Oh, they did?
No, I didn't read it, but I read the headline. Yes.
No, they did. That's so word. They went to pick them dudes up. See, we ain't got nobody like that. Man. We just got to fight our way out there.
I think they was getting ready to do it. I don't know if they actually did it.
Oh, nah, they on the move, bro.
I'm about to lead a whole campaign in Baltimore getting Chinese people to fuck about.
Man, them Chinese people ain't got nothing to do
with it.
Yeah, my thing is, if y'all kicking us out of y'all country.
Nah, but again, dude, you can't say y'all, because if the Nigerians do some effed up stuff to, let's say, Italians, if the Nigerians do some effed up stuff to Italians, Can a Chinese
and there's African Americans involved in that too.
Yeah,
and China's
really
a communist country. Like it's a communist country.
Yeah,
so like
we can't
the
look
person
above
working
that.
that's selling you shrimp fried rice.
They don't like black people over there.
The person selling you shrimp fried rice.
Well, wait, no. Hey, brother, you can't say that because that particular city, brother, is called Little Africa, by the way. See, we gotta read a little more. They call that area Little Africa. So how they don't like Africans, but let them take over a whole damn city and shit.
Hey, they had a sign, McDonald's sent a party. They had a sign at McDonald's like, sorry, we're not serving black people. We're not serving black people anymore.
We call them chinks all the time. What are you talking about? Like I'm
saying the dude, hey, that dude ain't.
I don't use that terminology. I don't know.
But I'm saying that the person that work in the Chinese store, boy, he ain't got no money, bro.
These Chinese dudes really be on some whole type of racist stuff.
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I don't know what you're talking about, but I do know I got Chinese clients, and they pay me like everybody else. And
I'm not. No, I'm not saying in a racist sense. Yeah. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Listen to me for a second, right? These Chinese people literally are putting Africans out their country right now for whatever reason, right?
The entire country or particular like authorities? Which one?
It's the authority, so it's got to be the government, right?
Right.
Particular part. Yeah.
Be sure to separate that from the entire population. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I'm not. No. Trust me, I got Chinese. Trust me, I got Chinese friends, Joe. I'm not talking about like each individual. I'm talking about Chinese because the people that I'm talking about.
But you can't say authorities because the authorities are against that. The authorities spoke out against it, like the ones that's over them.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, you gotta. No, but bro, the same way.
If you haven't seen it, bro, know what that means,
brother. That's not fair, and that's like.
Yeah, just explain it to me. If y'all seen something that I didn't.
So I read up on that the other day. So
I'm gonna say goodnight. Peace, y'all.
So yeah, I read about this the other day. Haskell's getting on me, but yes.
Nice meeting you, Amber. Good night.
So you have authorities that's like saying that's wrong. They're speaking against it. So we can't say the authorities are in on it if they're like split. So yes, they are being treated messed up. That's true. The authorities acknowledge that and they're like condemning those actions and they're promising to remedy it.
They got 2 weeks.
No, but
I'm sitting here telling you, they got to the
and then you're gonna take repercussions over the Chinese people who ain't got no control over the government.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna be peaceful about it. I'm gonna be very respectful about it. Excuse me, miss. Y'all gotta shut y'all store down.
See, that ain't right, bro.
But listen, brother, check this out. Okay.
I'll be polite about it.
Hold on. How about this? Because they got a lot of power control in this country, by the way. So how about they say, okay, what stores are in the black neighborhood that you guys go to? Walmart and everything else. All right, let's pull our products from those stores. The stuff that you use every day, don't know it's made from China.
That's what that does for me. It makes me be able to build my own products to replace their products.
Wait, brother.
Oh, God.
Okay, now, dude, stop that. All right, you got to stop with that.
Y'all got to stop.
You got to stop with that.
I'm just saying, all of a sudden, we finna pop out with factories.
Yeah, we don't got no factories. Yes, we can.
So we don't wait. Slow down. Let me challenge you. So you're gonna make your own. You're gonna make your own phones now. You're gonna make your own TVs now.
Damn right. I'm gonna get my African Connect.
All right.
Got the mineral.
That's some black guys.
My African Connect that got the mineral.
But listen. Why not just do that now?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Why wait for the African? Chinese? Go do that now.
One of them dudes that's waiting on nobody. I'm trying to make food now here and now.
Yeah, but it's too late. You already reacting. It's too late, bro. You already reacting. It's too late. Right now.
Yo, they got 2 weeks, nigga. All this fucking phone operation is intact, nigga.
No, but the underlying thing with this, whether we want to believe it or not, it's the same misinformation, because they're saying Africans are responsible for coronavirus.
Yeah.
Hey, what does that have to? What I'm saying
is it misinformation?
But listen, do you think is a part of the whole recent when it was like more African Americans are being affected by it, so they're translating as that meaning that we're the carriers?
Yes.
Wait. Stop.
So how would
no. Back up. Don't forget. I read this article. I was trying to find both sides. Now, there's a lot of lies going on about this.
Yes,
the Chinese are not saying that the Africans that's over there are responsible for the inception of the virus. They are saying they are capping, they are over exaggerating, but a few, not a lot, a few Africans have come into the country with the coronavirus and they tested positive. Just a few, not a lot. So like they are over exaggerating and they are discriminating. More Chinese people came back into the country with like 80% of all the returning cases are their own people, Chinese. So they're capping on that, and they are discriminating and going too far. They are exaggerating on that, but they
let me clean it up a little bit more than that, unbiased.
But the claim is, but the claim that they said Africans brought it there to begin with, that's a lie.
Yeah, it's a complete lie.
We know that.
They're trying to evict people from their homes. What they're saying is these people are illegal immigrants.
Wait, right. What you should do, Truth Ministries, what you should do instead of spouting out stuff, you should actually go be responsible and read up on it.
No, I actually did. That's what I just said was actual from a post.
Wait,
like
so
they're actually saying that they are trying to do. They're really what they're doing is eviction.
Okay, now stop. I have a question for you. Since you read it, I got a question for you. So what about the Africans who are allowed to stay in their home, but they're just being self-quarantined?
I'm not talking about, you didn't even let me finish. I said like 2 words.
Yeah, but you just said they're being evicted. So wait, it's also when you heard that.
When I heard that, I thought it was a massive eviction going on.
Exactly, but you gotta be more careful with your words. That's all I'm trying to say. Go ahead.
All I said was, all right, let me be clarified. Some Africans are illegal immigrants in China. What some reports are saying is they're just trying to remove the illegal immigrants out of their country, and they're trying to. That's what they're doing right now. They're putting them out their homes and they're telling them that they got to go home, even though we know that it's more than that. You
should have led with that though, man.
I mean,
that's pretty important right there, now. I'm just saying, like, you could have led with that. You put a 2-week time limit on a goddamn black cell phone at the beginning of the conversation.
Go back on mute.
Yeah, I'm finna call my Nigerian connect and cancel the goddamn cell phone. Nigga, I thought it was going down.
Real talk. We need to get on that though. I was saying that what black people need to do is we really need to get on this stuff. The economy, a lot of people have lost their business. It's not going to be the same way it was when everything opened back up. We have opportunity right now.
Trust me, I feel that.
We need to get with our people. We need to start investing and starting businesses, like real businesses. Not
investing in what though? Like, what do you think is going to be?
Like
face mask.
Broad and
Don't answer that question. I have a question. I have a question.
I got one last thing, Stu. I have a bunch of financial books in my crib. So, dude, don't answer social question, because if you answer that question, you're wrong again. Nobody can tell you what to invest in. I guarantee you that you're gonna be successful. That's irresponsible.
I was just saying face mask because
you go ahead, Stewie.
Unbiased. I have a question for you and anybody in the panel. What do you think our people are going to do with the $1,200?
Well,
how much people who have the $1,200 how much they have left out of that $1,200?
I'm gonna give my opinion. I don't know. I'll give you an opinion. I think some black folks are going to be responsible and put that to groceries or back rent or bills or stuff like that. And you'll have some black folks who are going to take this light as this some advanced money and go shopping or buy some bullshit.
Let me tell you what a Baltimore nigga going to do with it. They going to flip it.
They gonna flip it? Oh, damn.
Instant flip. My thing is, I don't care how you flip it and keep flipping it, whether it's legal or illegal. Get that money and get on your feet. Start your businesses and let's go. They gave us $1,200 to start. We all can start our own business if we know how.
Wait, stop it. That's almost like everybody in Africa was a king. Everybody's not built to be a businessman. First of all, it's very stressful. It's very stressful. It's not something that's a dream. That's a dream endeavor. No, it's very stressful because you're on your own, and it fluctuates. Business is nothing constant. It go up and down. You have your good weeks, your good months, your bad weeks, your bad days. and did something like this, luckily the government said they're gonna pay us some money because it didn't. Everybody who owned a business would be asked out right now. So there's no unemployment for us for the most part. So,
but this is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people hear that they need seed money. A lot of people tell you that, oh, you say if I had $1,000, I could buy that power washer and start a power washing business, or I could start a shoes cleaning business.
Well, that would be good. That would be good if you do it for that.
But what we're telling people, because probably that's the show that you need to do with the guys. So what can you do with the $1,200? And throw some ideas out there and ask people for them ideas, ask them to call in. What is your idea? What you think is a good idea? It's not a lot of money, but trust me.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty dope. That'd be pretty dope.
It's hard to save $1,000. Trust me. Every time you reach 5, something happens. The car puncture. You need 4 tires. You need some bullshit happens. So now that you get $1,200 in your hand, hard cash, that you didn't have to save, are you going to put it away and act as if you didn't get it until you find an idea? Or are you going to buy the latest Jordans?
Now I know some people are pressed right now, like landlord down, push back down a lot of rent to go back behind, the car people down a lot, the car note to go back.
Cell phone, wireless.
Yes, yeah. As soon as they unplug that cord, man, it's gonna go down.
Mad mail, mad phone calls.
Yeah. We just built.
I represent the collection agency.
Yeah, like I said, we just built the dam. That dam gonna break eventually, bro, and it's gonna be a goddamn
shit too.
Yeah, it's gonna be a goddamn tsunami when I got when it comes to.
That's the problem that a lot of people
face.
face.
I don't even know what I want to do with my money, though. My thing, I really don't know what I want to do with it.
Cell phone, nigga. What are you talking about?
I don't know. My cell phone work though. I ain't one of them dudes that's real fancy. Like my cell phone work. I don't even do it.
No, I'm talking about your own. I mean, you want to call that Nigerian Connect?
Oh, my own cell phone company. Yeah. Yep. Because real talk, why are we really allowing China to make the cell phones and everything when we?
Shit.
Think about it though, unbiased. We can
because they're good like that. And look, we got to find our lane. They choose Truth Ministry. The reason why we're going to allow them because that's what they do. Look, there's a reason why countries trade with each other because they're good at what they do and they're good at what they do, right? So we got to find out what we're good at, what we're good at, and let's sell that.
I'm good at it.
Trade that. Yeah, maybe trade and get it. Yeah.
Question:
Where is middleman?
No, but we don't have any skilled people again. When last you see a black shoemaker? When was the last time you see a black tailor? If it's the only thing we do is black people's barbershops.
Yeah.
I think that everybody should turn be Rastafarian so that we find something else other than becoming barbers. Why the only black business we have is barbershop and car wash?
Because that one thing they know, like, man, a black person here can't go no longer about 2 weeks.
I look crazy right now.
Shit, I'm looking like Rick Ross.
Right, but we need to see because a lot of people already. I know that the bills are too much, that the $1,200 gone already. But for those persons who didn't have the bills, that money needs to be seed money.
Person out the gold rush. The richest person in the gold rush wasn't the people that dug for gold. It was the people that made the shovel.
Right.
You feel me?
Hey.
You gotta make some shovels. Y'all feel me?
Yeah, but what? Okay, what is this? Yeah, that's what we know. What is a shovel a metaphor for?
Yeah, we got to figure it out, bro.
Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing too. Like
at this point in time, I think it's face mask.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, this is why though, because we can go to Home Depot right now and get the air filters right for your AC unit, and you could take them out the pack and cut them up and use them for filters. You see what I'm saying? For your face mask. Now we have, other than the N95, now we have the only face mask that actually protects against the virus. I think that we'll clean up.
Shortly after? You don't think that's limited time though? Like,
I mean,
this is not going on for the next 2 years.
All I'm saying is,
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
$2, right? The material is only, we can make 40 of them out of that one sheet. It's only gonna cost $20. So we doubling our money first off. If we sell them for $2, we gonna make $2 million. I mean, no, really.
Damn, so I mean, it's $2 million.
That's
So,
$80.
Yeah, you feel me?
$60 on their money.
Yeah,
But you'll have to buy the stapler and the elastic band.
Yep.
All right, so what you looking at right now?
Now y'all see what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's a whole industry. But we just got to get into it. A lot of people don't know how to make money, yo. That little shit is what make money. That little shit become big shit. The shit that you sell for $1, all you got to do is get 1 million customers and you got $1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a floodgate. It's just finding out, trying to find out where it goes. That's what I'm saying. I think like this. It's just gonna make a whole bunch of new millionaires. You know what I'm saying? Like some people, there's gonna be a lot of millionaires going downwards, and some brand new millionaires coming up.
That's how Soulja Boy did it. Soulja Boy did it with the ringtone for 99 cents.
Yeah.
Came up on $1 million the next day.
Golden age. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you first to jump out there. Like this gonna open the door, definitely open the door.
There's ways to make money.
Yeah.
I'm almost finished with this virus, but bruh, listen. Man, it appears that viruses are designed to take out mankind, man.
Yeah.
Viruses are everything that make our bodies work, no matter brain, lungs, liver, bloodstream, they are designed to attack our majors. Like they don't attack bullshit. They attack our major shit, and once it's there, you can't even get rid of that damn thing, man.
Bro, you gotta think about a parasite. They gotta attack those major points that you need, so that way they can continue to thrive.
Everybody always thinking about themselves.
All right. You think about the issue with viruses.
Listen to this, yo.
Viruses.
I'm about to fuck with that whole idea. That whole idea is about to be expanded on down by just said. Listen to this. What if, right? You know the earth is an organism, right?
Yeah, the virus was a way of keeping shit balanced.
What if the virus is the earth's antibodies, right? And the humans on earth is the virus. And the antibodies just come around to try to fight the virus. Do people act let's look at the human nature.
You are funny.
I'm just saying, when I look at all
I mean, you gotta look at it like this. The way that there's some credence to it, because the bigger the population gets, the denser the city gets, the more proximity you are to animals, bro. And that shit could lead to a pandemic. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the recipe for a pandemic, bro.
Yeah, that's the history of it. You're right. Pandemics have always existed when society numbers become very large.
Yeah.
And we start in close proximity to each other and animals. The blue-bonnet plague, the black plague, was a result of that in the 1400s. Where Europe population exploded, a virus came and spread throughout the population. And knock it back several hundred years.
Yeah, right.
But my thing with viruses, my belief in viruses, that viruses have evolved in a perfect organism. They're the laziest organism that exists. A virus don't eat, it don't sleep, it don't reproduce for itself. What it does, it infects a cell and cause that cell to do everything for it.
It hijack.
It hijack a cell. That means that it don't have to worry about if there is food, because there is a cell, and the cell will provide everything that it needs to reproduce and make more of itself. It's a perfect organism. Think about it. You don't have to eat, you don't have to sleep, you don't have to respire, you don't have to digest, you just exist. And when you want to replicate, you just find a cell to your liking that allows you to attach itself, that allows you to attach to it, because your exterior, and you just enter that cell, change your RNA, infect the cell nucleus. If it's an RNA virus, you change the cell nucleus from DNA to RNA and cause it to replicate more and expand. You don't have to forage for food. You don't have to worry about air. You don't have to worry about water. You don't have to worry about shit. Right? That's what the virus is. It's a perfect organism. You do all of the work for it. So
I mean, shit, you know it's perfect. Shit's been here for goddamn billions a year.
It has, and guess what? When you think that you develop an immunity to it, what does it do? It mutates.
Mutate. Yeah.
And say, fuck you. You think you can beat me that way? I just mutate and fuck you some other way.
Yeah. Stronger you get, the stronger they get.
Right. And guess what? While we have developed antibacterial medication, we have not developed an antiviral. We have developed vaccines, but no antiviral. Once you get a virus, if the body don't defeat it, it's there forever. Herpes. Look at herpes. Herpes is so perfect. That herpes hideaway in the essential into your central nervous system for a long time. And when you're stressed out, it just pop up. Right? And when you think that, oh, I'm going to take acyclovir, it's okay, I'm going to relax, I'm going back into your central nervous system. Relax. Because the medication can't cross the barrier into your central nervous system to kill it. So just relax and wait the time. You can't take that medication forever. Right? HIV has been around for the last 40 years. 1978 to now. Billions of dollars has been spent on the research of HIV.
Yeah. Like HIV, this is HIV 2 now, right?
No, it's the same HIV, but
I thought that's another one I thought.
No, the same HIV. But what happens is
it's stronger. It's stronger.
Yeah, because the mutate.
DNA virus, right? Or is it an RNA also?
It's an RNA virus.
It is an RNA. Okay.
Yeah, but you see when Polite draw that card,
DNA virus. No, I knew the difference when he said it.
So the DNA?
I know the difference between the two, but what I'm saying, what is a DNA virus? What would we call it? Like
which
what
virus
that we have today that we would call a DNA virus and not an RNA virus?
Shit, I don't want to jump out of the park. Ain't herpes a DNA virus? Let me look out that mouth. I think herpes is. I don't want to jump out the window.
Yeah, I think herpes.
Jump out the window, but I think herpes is.
But when somebody tell you that, it's schematics.
When you say a DNA
versus RNA.
When you say a DNA virus, you're basically saying a virus that is made up of only DNA strands.
DNA.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, so there's
genetic makeup is DNA.
Correct. Right.
Let's see.
The major component is DNA.
Yeah.
But when Polite did that, I was just arguing schematics because that don't make any difference as to how infectious a virus is. It was just bull. It was trying to do.
So like an example of a DNA virus, you guys can look this up. It's called a Medusa virus. They found this in, I believe it's Japan.
Yeah,
right,
hepatitis is a DNA virus.
Right. See, hepatitis is very, so hepatitis is one of the most contagious diseases, especially hepatitis. Which one? The one that you get through contact. C. Hepatitis B, hepatitis C. You know that somebody standing beside you on the train. Just by pressing your hands against each other, an exchange of like sweat can spread hepatitis C.
Yeah, damn.
Right? A lot of people don't understand that. So when Pollard brought that up about DNA and RNA virus, I realized that he was bullshitting because he was trying to follow the point. A lot of people don't understand what this dude was trying to do. What Jabari did was Jabari froze him. Jabari tackled him in football. Like Jabari was a safety. So when he was coming up the middle, Jabari circumvented and broadside him. I said, listen, the idiot is going to try to run up the middle.
Yeah, he pinned him in.
I'm going to Junior Sears is my. I'm going to I'm the safety. Watch me. Watch.
We ready.
Watch
Yeah.
So
he's gonna try a screen. He's gonna try a screen pass to the left. Watch y'all.
Watch it. Boom. So Jabari froze him in space because Jabari showed his argument, showed his approach, showed his tactics, showed that he's going to try to convolute it with a lot of big words, showed that he's going to try to distract the audience. So he froze him. So he went on the attack, and the only thing he could attack Jabari was whether or not the gentleman had the coronavirus. And Jabari also proved that point that, listen, everybody know that testing is limited, especially in New York. They're not testing shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The reason why they're not testing in New York, man. They're not mass testing. Because it's a mass test. And the reason, listen.
Yeah, you're breaking up. Let's ask me.
Yeah.
No, listen.
No, you breaking
Yeah.
up.
Breaking up, stupid.
Sorry, I was breaking up. Let's start mass testing the population in New York. Let's start testing everybody. And the numbers elevate to 1 million New Yorkers have this thing. It will cause mass hysteria.
Pandemonium, yeah.
So you want to keep people say, oh, we have this shit under control.
Yeah,
If you tell somebody tomorrow morning
isolation. That's why, isolate. Yeah.
Right.
You see in Michigan they had like 1,000 people protest and stay at home order. Like folks are getting cabin fever.
Right.
They protested like I ain't staying home no more. Like motherfuckers losing it.
No, that is white people. They leave them alone.
Oh
white
yeah. That's right.
You got black folks hanging out too. Hey yo, but check this out. Yeah, and these people, yeah, that's why I'm glad to be a nerd. Because bruh, I don't leave the house at all. I take out trash. That's it. I'm in here studying. I'm going live. Like, yo, this time is passing so fast. I'm like, damn, slow down. Damn.
I love that you use that word nerd. That's the other thing when I talk to my friends. We need to start promoting black nerds.
Yeah, I know, right?
But my son is a nerd, right?
You don't have to promote it. It's already out.
No, but we do celebrate.
Popularize it.
We need to celebrate.
Okay, it's called Blurred. It's already out.
Us men ain't popularizing it, nothing.
We need to celebrate it.
The women need to popularize real men and not real niggas. And that's when shit gonna change.
And Melvin, we gonna make Melvin the face.
Nope.
Blurs.
Nope. I'm good.
Lead the way, Melvin. Lead the way.
We need to do that.
Men gonna follow the women.
Blurs on the horizon, baby.
Because we gotta stop saying scholars. Like that's like some old cabbage shit right there.
Yeah.
Blurs on the horizon.
Yeah, I'm not no scholar either.
Yeah, right.
I'm a YouTube scholar.
Not even researchers. We fact checkers, like you said, yo. We fact
YTS, baby. YouTube scholar.
No. As black men, we need to do one last thing. As black men, we need to do this thing. We need to speak the truth about the game, the hustle movement. All of my friends who used to hustle, either they're broke or they're dead. Very few still rich. Very few still rich. 90% of them either broke or dead. You might have one who still have some money, but that's just, and he's in hiding half of the time. You can't find him. He might call you once every blue moon, right? So we need to speak the truth about the game. So don't invest your time in this shit. You're going to go to prison. You're going to end up broke, or you're going to end up dead.
I know about maybe 2 people that actually made it out the game. 2. In my whole life, out of the thousands upon thousands of people I knew.
And then when you look at
Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, that's all I wanted to say. I only know 2 people that made it.
That's what I was. And you gotta look at how much suffering they accrued.
Exactly. And
they looking back. You know what I'm saying? Like I lost all my partners dead. My homie I got killed. So he gone. He locked up. Man, shit. Yeah, you don't want that.
We gotta teach our kids something.
Yeah, I'm glad my
That's
son.
what
My son a nerd too. Man. I celebrate that shit.
Hip hop gotta change. Hip hop. That's what it gotta start with. Hip hop. Hip hop is literally teaching us rob, kill. That's why a lot of generations get destroyed.
Well, you know, the generation before us, right? They promoted.
What generation are you? I don't know you.
Like I'm 47.
Oh, you
right? So
for me.
Yeah. So the generation coming up, my generation that brought me up, was more about they didn't really celebrate the child being a nerd. He was more pushed to be street savvy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But that's the
but the next generation, for me to my son, was more like, nah, I don't want you in the streets. I ain't trying to I'm not teaching you to go out there and fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, a matter of fact, I'm gonna put you in a neighborhood where you don't have to worry about fighting.
Listen,
you know what I'm saying?
I am 47 also. My father was a shutter. My father was one of the original crackhead shutters.
Yeah.
Right? So I know what you're talking about. It was celebrated that every shot and I have on a big gold chain. We used to call them cargo rope chain with a big 10 pendant.
Yeah, we
And
call the real niggas where I'm from.
right, and you have on one of the Versace shirts. You know those colorful gold pattern Versace bullshit shirt, silk shirt and a gold chain, and travel pack shoes, and a diamond boot on your waist. And everybody, all of the women want it because you have the money. I come from that generation, and half of those men dead or in prison. When the ones who come out of prison now, because a lot of them coming out now, who did 30 years and 25 years, and they fucked up. And I don't want that for my son.
I concur. Me and this dude is probably about 3,000 miles away, but we can share the same story because of the same lifestyle that people choose to live. At this point in time, I'm gonna say it's a choice.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I used to be on the other end of the fence.
Amen.
Yeah, I used to be on the other side of the fence with that, but
But the
shit,
thing
at
is,
this point,
the misinformation we can't tell. A lot of our youth are getting misled by their own parents.
yeah, but like we said, like Stu said, man, we celebrate the wrong. We've been celebrating the wrong thing for a long time.
You on my page, bro?
For a
you
long
on my
time.
page,
You know what I'm saying? For a long time. Like I remember on Bias, we was in the chat one time. We was talking about like, you know, the hustler and the criminal activity that happened. And we got this no snitch policy, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, I'm to the point to where, you know, I grew up a certain way and I was like, yo, that shit gonna die with me. Like I want my son to be raised up right, and if shit go wrong, I want him to be able to call the police. I don't want him to be able to have to think he gotta go get a gun and shoot somebody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like
our kids to be business.
Yeah, we gotta graduate from that shit, bro. We gotta teach them
to be mayors, lawyers, like real talk,
bro. But listen, we the only race of people, right? That could be like, nigga, I got my homeboy as a rob. I hang with robbers and killers.
Right.
And that's acceptable. And you be like, damn, you a real dude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like a white if I said that's a white person, you'd be like, oh my God.
Right.
Why are you hanging with you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we gotta get away from that.
Stay there at your job and see what happens next day.
Yeah, we gotta get away from that, man. For real.
How do we do it though? How do we do it? This is the question. The youth ain't even listening to the old heads no more.
No, the thing about it is that repetition and we get rid of misinformation. We might not can affect everybody globally, but your piece of the world, you get rid of the misinformation. So, and you repeat, and you try to speak the truth all the time.
So one strategy is this. That's a good question, Truth. One strategy is this, and Polite was right when he told the story. Now I don't know if the story is actually true, but I like the story. He talked about when he used to do lectures in dashikis and like an old truck, and the gang members wouldn't really listen to him until he's changed up. Again, this might not be a true story, but I like the story. Yeah. So he changed his clothes. He was more hip hop, and he changed his vehicle, and they listened. So I used to wear. You look at my profile and all my Facebook things. You'll see me in like a button up and a tie, and that's how I dress like every day, no matter what, man. And it wasn't until I started wearing hip hop clothes where the youth started to like listen to me a little more and like actually want to be around me. And then guess what? I had their ear. So now I'm like, oh shit, this Polite shit actually work. You dig? So now I can instill information. So I'm just saying that's not gonna work for everybody, but that seemed to work for me. So when I dress down,
but see, I think both you and Polite, me speaking as a younger adult, I think both you and Polite probably have it wrong. It's because children that don't necessarily listen to their adults, they usually do more watching, especially when they're younger. They do more watching. They like watch you like a hawk. They study you, study your mannerisms, study your behavior patterns. They study, your everyday life, just you being you. They study that and they watch that. A lot of times you can tell them something and you not realizing that they're studying you to be you when they're at a younger age. Like my niece and nephew, they're like, 4 years old, but they study you to be you. So you can say, hey, don't do this or don't go this way. But if they see you going this way, they automatically want to follow in your footsteps. And so what's happening with the youth is that it's being contradictory. And so they decided to go their own way. And that's what's happening.
Okay.
So when somebody like Polite or somebody like Unbiased, when you switch up the uniform, all you're letting them know is that you're approachable. Because if you show up with the button up and the slacks, it's like you uptight.
Okay, right.
Like my home, like in my area, like the youth, they listen to me because they know the history. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't know me, they know the way the people that they look up to look at me. So I can talk to them a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? And they listen. And the people that kind of came around me, it's kind of just like you said, bro. Like I know I let some youth astray, bro, because they, like you said, bro, they was watching me. And now that I'm out, they do the same things. They're doing all the same things I did. You know what I'm saying? And I can talk to them, and all I can do is tell them how to do it and be safe. Because I can't go back and be like, yo, come on, why are you doing this? They're gonna be like, I got this shit for you. Yeah. Like, what are you talking? And they won't listen. You know what I'm saying? But I gotta show them like, yo, I love you, but I can't come around that. And I can't have you in my situation because you're gonna bring, but when you're ready, then you can come into my, you know what I'm saying? When you're ready to leave that alone, come this way, bro, and I got you.
But see, that's kind of like neglecting them. Like when they do that at like a very young age. So like it's as they get older, it's like it's hardwired in their brain that this is what they need to do. So especially young boys, like they really like hardwire that in their brain.
Oh yeah, trust me, I know. Ain't no. I gotta wait. Till I gotta let them find their way out, like I found my way out.
And then be a tutor. And then
but they may not find the way
they
out.
may not make it. They may not make it. They may not make it. But back to what Anbaya said earlier. Polite was right and wrong. You see, genuine. We call them clean in Jamaica. We call them clean-hearted people. People with clean hearts. It's clean-hearted people. People who have the best of their intention. It doesn't matter how they dress or how they look. People can sit through bullshit. You can dress like the Little Wayne, and people say that you're full of shit. Mm-hmm. But once it's genuine, people see through it. We have that elder in the community that everybody respects and say that this dude has a clean heart. You only wish the best for everybody. So when he comes to you and drops some knowledge, it's not that him tearing you down and trying to elevate you. And that's all it can be, genuine, because there's no overnight fix for our problem. Our problem is compounded by 400 years misinformation of being felt less than, and then being put in cages to fight for skills, resources. So we cannot have a quick fix. This thing not going to fix in 5 years. It's a gradual progression. Is that I do generations. I do better, my children do better, their children do better. And we start to rebuild the communities like that. If we don't approach it that way, if we try a quick fix, because even as we say, even if Trump was supposed to give everybody $100,000 tomorrow, they won't know what to do with it. Because you need to be gradually introduced. I have Chinese friends in Jamaica. Like Jamaican Chinese, born in Jamaica.
A lot of people don't know about the Chinese situation.
A lot of Chinese Jamaican. When you hear them talk, they sound just like me. They sound just like me. The accent is just like mine.
Be winning a dancehall contest. Chinese.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So when it's all right, but guess what? They're good at business. They're good at operating grocery stores and shops. You know why? It's part of their culture. They speak about it around the dining table every day. They talk business around the dining table every day. What we talking about? Seriously, what we speak to our children? What we talking to them about? We talk to them about business. We talk to them about investment. No. Unbiased just start learning investment in the last 10 years. But Unbiased is 40 years old, right?
Yeah.
But the Chinese child learn investment from him was 3.
Oh yeah.
So he must 30 years ahead of Unbiased. Unbiased catching up. Right? But guess what? Unbiased son, who just born yesterday, is going to start learning about investment
early
as soon as he can speak.
Yeah.
So guess what? That is how we catch up. The
Yeah, it's
skills
the
that
only
we
way.
learn now as adults, we'll pass it on to the
Pass
children.
on. Yeah.
Because we cannot, we're too way behind. So we can say, all right, I am struggling for you. Not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But definitely.
But thanks for inviting me in the party. I'm going to the people and work. I'm going to get a shower now. I'm not,
All right.
I am an essential service.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, man. Thanks for coming through.
All right.
B, man.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
man. Respect. I love the bill. I love the bill. And honestly, my belief is that we need to chase polite out of it. It's not good for the community. In no aspect at all. No aspect at all.
Yeah.
It's not good for the community.
No, definitely, man. Definitely no good at all, bro. Respect.
Let's be honest. Let her introduce us to a lot of people, right?
Right.
To a lot of people, right? But guess what? We start thinking for ourselves now. We start reading, and we realize that a lot of the information that these people fill by the Dr. CB, the polite, the next one who have on the red suit, who was caught in McDonald's.
Bobby Hemmett. No, yeah.
The Bobby Hemmets, right? We realize that it's bullshit information. And we start to grow away from that. If you still have bullshit information, we need to get rid of you. We cannot go to the community. Because all you're doing is causing people to have doubt in real information. Why you trying to see the doubt in real information?
Yeah.
Why are you telling people that this can cause that? And when radar in World War II, when radar came around, we had another pandemic. And when cellular phone, we had another pandemic. and you listen to this dude talk this shit and nobody to stop him?
Yeah, no. And it gets stronger. It's stronger by the minute.
It's like the Incredible Hulk. This dude is like the Incredible Hulk. The more sooner, the stronger he gets. Yeah. And then the gift of gab. You see, once you have the gift of gab, when you learn and you excite your vocabulary and you put in some 3-syllable words, black people love a smooth talking nigga. Think about
every
it.
time. Yeah, every time.
We love a smooth talking. And don't have to be talking facts, you know. And just have to be smooth. Right? It's like they love the pimp. You ever hear a pimp talk yet?
Oh,
This dude is just shit. But guess what? It's smooth.
Yeah.
Smooth. All right. Good night, everybody.
All right, family. Good night.
All right. No,
I'm out too, Elijah.
Yeah, we got a lot of people out there still.
He's still hanging with us.
A lot of people watching still?
Yeah, it's like 30.
Yeah, there's some of them folks in Arizona and Los Angeles, like England, like we got.
I hope that they could understand my accent.
Yeah, I'm out though, man. Peace.
Hey, Len, you want to
do?
Hey, Sosa.
Well, Len.
Hey, Len, you want to do a presentation?
Yeah, I'll go to sleep for a little presentation. That should have put me right to sleep. Come on, then, Len. Do a presentation right now. Hey, you got the flow.
Hey, Len, tomorrow you're first. We go live. You're gonna open up live with your presentation. All right.
All right.
What your presentation on?
Who, man?
Hey, Len, what's your presentation on, man?
Hey, man, Len believe in like population control. Bill Gates is the devil. But we beat him up every night. We gotta give him some.
What time? Okay, I watch it.
We're gonna go by 8 o'clock.
All right, I'll go watch.
Unless Sonetta does something.
Oh yeah. If Sonetta comes on, then we're gonna. I mean, if Sonetta got Curtis Cost, then we're gonna go live still. But
Curtis Cost?
Yeah, but if he got if he got Curtis Cost, we're going live. But if he got some other content, we're gonna
No, Curtis Cost. That dude. Curtis Cost is the anti-vaxxer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's sick, bro. Like that dude's sick.
What is your presentation on, dude? You gotta tell us. You can't ambush scholars. You can't ambush attackers.
Yeah, Curtis Cost is sick, bro.
He's a sick dude.
Yeah, he's a sick dude.
No, him sick. Him sick and him under the white people arm, like deodorant.
Yeah.
You can find all the white people.
Yeah.
It's like he kisses the ass.
Yeah, I noticed that. He bring them on too. I was like,
yeah, him bring them on. Him look for. Him appeal to white people authority. Listen, I'm going to tell you something before I leave. Why I enjoyed. Why my son should come to America already to live with me. And I said, no, he's still in high school. I'm waiting until he finishes high school to go to college. A disadvantage that you black Americans have, that I've noticed, is in Jamaica, the police chief look like me.
Right.
The lawyer look like me. When I go to the doctor look like me.
Right.
When I was in university in Jamaica, my professors look like me.
Right.
Right? I don't aspire to look like white people.
Right.
Because I had so many black people to aspire to look like. So when I was appealing to authorities, I didn't appeal to white authorities because my professors were black.
Right.
So I would call a professor name to say that is his opinion and what we think about it when we have a conversation. While here, since I've been here, everybody is white. My doctor is white. and I sat and I thought about it. Said, what does this do to the psychology of a young black man?
Oh yeah.
What it does to him when everybody in positions of authority doesn't look like him.
Yeah, it teaches him his position, like indirectly.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I couldn't take my son from Jamaica when I realized, I said, no, this young man needs to establish himself mentally first.
Develop his mind. Yeah. Trust me, when I moved to Atlanta, it was like that, nigga. When I was in Charleston, South Carolina, man, my mom was like a slave, bro. Straight slavery till I moved here. Like, oh, black people drive Mercedes Benz. Oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, man.
Right. In Jamaica, the rich man black, the poor man black.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't even know. I had no idea I was a slave till I got to Atlanta. I'm like, man, I'm a damn slave, bro.
Right. So when I see Curtis Cost, I said, this dude don't recognize who and what he is. Him look at himself through the lens of white people.
Yeah.
And if white people don't accept him don't feel accepted.
Yeah.
That's why he run to them. And that's a problem. That's a problem I find in America. I don't know if I'm wrong thinking that way. The school teachers, I live in Florida, and although you have black teachers, a lot of them white. Right?
Yeah.
And you realize that it needs to be fixed. And that is some of the things that we need to fix. That's the only problem I had with Obama, is that he should have given more money to historical black colleges and universities, and he should have offered scholarships to black people. But he didn't want to play favorite.
But I would tell you what he did do, a lot of people didn't take advantage of, was he opened a way for a lot of black people to go back to school and get money doing it. But very few people really knew about it and took advantage of it. And some people was making a lot of money off that. But it wasn't widely spread. Like you could get money if you go back to school. Like you have to pay back. But you know what I mean? But
you worry about the paying back part when you finish. That is what I tell everybody. Borrow the student loan. Fuck it. If at the end of the day you can't pay it back, you can't pay it back.
Hey, go back to school again.
Yeah, go back to school.
As long as you're in school, you ain't gotta pay.
Go to law school.
Shit, every time I get out, you know what? I'm gonna be an astrophysicist. as soon as I graduate, 6 more years in college.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but
but I'm gonna get out of here, man. Let me get out of here.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah. So I'll listen to it tomorrow because I want to hear what you say about Bill Gates.
Yeah, we out of here. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace.